Okay, we're live. All right. I know I look like the guy who invented inventors, but I tried to go for a different hairstyle, and let's just say the bird that took my original hair decided to make a nest on my head. It's an interesting do, isn't it? It looks a little bit like I just woke up, and a little bit like I've been sleepwalking for 3 or 4 days, but aside from that, we're good. So let's do this here. Let's get things all ready to go. Alrighty. Oh, we've already got likes. Hold on. Yeah, I can add you, Aqua. Simora, how you doing? How's everyone doing? Yes, Melu, I can add you. Shavakshi, how are you doing? Man, we're getting people here. Awesome. Again, guys, sorry for my lateness. There's not really a reason for it. Apparently it's something. Yes, I can add you too, Simora. Hold on one sec as I get our things ready here. There it is. All right. Yes, Queen 9, I can put you on the list here. Hold on. I'm doing great. I am doing great. Like I said, give me one sec, get all of the Fognath here. Let's put that over there. There we go. Elizabeth, how are you doing? Yeah, and if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, yes, Queen, your messages are getting through. If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, I'm going to be going live tomorrow about 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so 7 p.m. if you're on the eastern place in the world. But yeah. You see. Oh, okay. I got you, Queen. Hold on, I'm going to get the list ready. Yeah, I'll get you, Queen. Hold on. Where did I put my... of course. Left it in the other room. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Okay, we are ready here. Woohoo. I'm sure you guys are. Everyone's here, ready to go. All right, so let's add, I don't know when that one came in. Oh, let me do this really quick. Oh, thank you. Ivy, awesome. Oh, thank you so much, Elizabeth. Sweet. Hold on 1 second. Alrighty. Perfect. Okay, and then I'll show you guys this really quick, and then I'll start taking names down, and I will do Elizabeth's reading first, but check this out. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I kind of feel like it looks like an owl a little bit. Kind of has that look. It's very like intricate. Oh, okay. All right, perfect. Sweet. Let me get some stuff written down here. And we will go from there. Yes, you did, Nadia. Okay, so kind of looks like peacock feathers a little bit. Yeah, I did. I'm trying to think of how to add to it, you know? And so we'll see that. So Elizabeth, can I ask you, because you did a $14.99 donation. Could I do Nadia's donation first, because she only did 3, which is 1 question, basically like a yes or no? Oh, Space Chronicles, you're very sweet. Thank you. Oh, and Shavakshi, I'll put you on the list too. Hold on. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Let me get everything good to go. And it looks like Shavakshi actually has the list. Okay, well, you know what? Then I can kind of put this down and just get started with it. You're fine with anything. You usually are, Elizabeth. I just want to ask first rather than just assuming, you know? Thank you, Shavakshi. Thank you so much. Let me do this really quick. The only one I will put on there is your name so that we don't skip you, because you probably won't write your own name down, so I'll write you down on here. And what's your question, Nadia? What are we wondering about? Like I said, I updated some pricing. I made some things cheaper. I made other things a teeny bit more expensive. But for just simple yes or no questions with priority, those are cheaper now. Simora, it's been, and I do not mind you asking at all, it's been, oh man, it's been 10 years, but on YouTube, I think I started in 2000, either 16 or 17, so it's either been 5 or 6 years. And so it's been a minute. I think I'm over 600 videos that I've done now. And I started out and it was pretty rough at first, but you get the hang of it eventually. Like you understand it eventually. A little bit better. I gotta turn those lights on. And like I said, Nadia, when you want to ask your question, go for it. I'll get these lights going here. Oh, sorry, Yosh. Come on. Hold on here. There we go. Yeah. Oh, you guys are really nice. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Oh, you were Patty. Awesome. How you doing, Patty Cakes? That right there, guys, is Patty Cakes. I mean, that's what I call her. Nope, that one. Okay, you placed your question. Okay, 1 second here. There we go. Yeah, that'll have to do. 1 second, guys. Trixie, you ready for food? And you know the rules. If you don't eat it, I will. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I don't think I can see Nadia's question. That's why I was wondering. Whew. Okay, let's do this. Hey, Jano, how you doing? Yeah, my partner does do tarot too. And I'm not as experienced as I would want to be, but you guys are so sweet. You guys are very nice. The filter may have blocked Nadia's question, so she might need to place it again, or if all else fails, you can just email me. I don't bite that hard, not after the lawsuit. You do it one too many times. Apparently people get mad at you, so. I'm doing good, Jano. I am doing really good. Awesome. Okay, so let's do this. Can I give you tips on a skincare routine? The skincare routine is Apple makes really good webcams built into their laptops, and it has a really good skin smoothing feature. And so if you guys want to go for it, get the new Apple M1. Mine is the M1 Max, but I think any of the M1s have really good skin stuff. Trying to be the Tyson of tarot. I'm trying. It's it's going okay. It's going all right. I've got those other I've got another event coming up. Like I said, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, I'm going live tomorrow, 5 p.m., but it's just going to be on Instagram. There we go. It's good. The webcam's good, but you can also do it with my other camera's over here, but because it's Mercury in retrograde, it decided to take a shit. But then I'm thinking I don't look too bad on this camera, and it's good enough quality that you guys think I'm moderately more attractive than I actually am. And so, yeah. It's the camera. It's the camera. I wish I could say I could, get away with that, but the camera's just very flattering on me for whatever reason. But if you guys do, let me see here. If you guys do something like you can buy a camera and just put it on top of your laptop and do it that way. I've done that before. It's just cameras nowadays aren't that hard to get, and you can even take this. I'm not doing it now, but you can take your phone and you can hook it up to your laptop if it's an Apple. I think even if it's an Android or a Windows, and you can use your phone as your camera. So, I mean, there is something like that out there, but I haven't done it yet. I just know you can. Hey there, CC. How's it going? Samuel Clemens is CC to me now, so I'm still going to call you Samuel Clemens, though I will forget that I gave you CC as a nickname because that's how I roll. If I tell everyone I'm forgetful, and I don't forget to tell everyone, then I'm good. Ling the Aries, how are you doing? Not yet, Nadia. For some reason, it must have... I've got a filter. I'm doing good. CC. I'm doing really good. And that's okay, Nadia. You can email me if we really have to do it that way. We can do that. What I want to do, I understand you placed it twice and it's not showing up. So if you'd want to try it again, lots of people call you CC. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I was going to say that I kind of invented that and I could push that forward. But yeah, and for you guys that want to do private questions, if you want to message through Cashapp or if you want to message through PayPal when you go and pay in the email or whatever, we can do that too. I'm trying to make it so you guys can have privacy if you want it, or you can post it to the group if you don't, care. But yeah. Your main account is blocked from the channel? I would say that could be true, but then again, for some weird reason, every single person that I ever blocked ever, I accidentally let out of jail. So if you were in that ragtag group of misfit individuals, you've been set free now. You were pardoned, and there was some hateful people. So hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me in the arse, right? And I think that's what you say in Canada instead of ass, something like that. Tried using it a couple times. That's weird. But I have a filter. And it blocks certain words. Maybe I just need to get rid of the filter too. The damn trolls that come on here, though, I'm trying to make it so they can't say certain things. And trust me, it was much harsher there for a second. Just used it, didn't work. That's so weird. That is so weird. Yeah, you shouldn't be... Oh, good. Hopefully you buy something fun. Ling, and I'm going to be looking for this email here. Oh, would you look at that? That's crazy, isn't it? 8,888 unread Gmails. And then I have 3,339 regular emails, but 4 8s. That's a little unusual. Just a little bit. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, man. I've had tons of coffee today, but I've been working on the computer and it makes me a little tired. Trying to get things going, and then when people see, awesome, thank you, Nadia. When people see angel numbers often, does it mean a good thing? It's one of those things that I experience it every now and again, and I feel like it could mean something, but I also feel like sometimes it could be coincidence or that we're looking for those things. But I think it could. Yeah, I wouldn't discount it if it was like consistent, like in weird ways for me. Like if I'm looking at the clock and it's the same time when I look at the clock over and over again, then I'm thinking, maybe there's something there. But if I'm driving around and there's a license plate, and then there's the amount at the store, right? And then there's the whatever it happens to be, and it keeps coming up in those kinds of ways, then I start to pay attention, right? I'll look on there, CC, and look at what I can find, but you shouldn't be blocked in any way. There shouldn't be any block or anything. But like I said, I let everyone free. Everyone's out of that pen. Okay. Okay, let's look at that for you, Nadia, and go from there. So let me get my cards out. And I've got a new old box for my cards. It opens all triangly. But I got my cards in here, so. Okay, note to self, a lot easier getting in, or a lot easier getting them in there than getting them out. So, take that with a grain of salt. What word is blocked? Okay, so, we've got a couple hundred words that are blocked. My questions are long. Yes, Elizabeth, absolutely, email them. That helps. Yeah, go for it. If you guys want to email your questions, just let me know you've emailed them, because then I can look. So I've got Nadia's question, so I'm going to address that, and I'm just going to kind of keep this to myself, and I'm going to give them a yes or a no. So let me look here. Alrighty. Ooh, that fresh. Ooh, no, that's a weird car smell. That's not a fresh car smell. Card smell. Smells like someone was smoking doobies in that box. It has nothing to do with me, probably. No, probably not. It's the C word in your name that's blocked? Well, I mean, that shouldn't be in your name in the first place, CC. I'm just going to say, you get rid of the C word, I have a feeling that's going to go away because it seems like a weird thing to call yourself. I don't know if it's C word like crystal or if it's crazy C word, but if it's the crazy C word, then I can understand. There you go. Oh. Okay. Let's do this one for Nadia. Here we go. I'm just going to ask the question in my mind and see what answer we get. You said, okay, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes. It seems like you know what's going on, Nadia, so I really am going to say yes. The reason why is because of this. So we have Nine of Cups in reverse, okay? Then we have Page of Pentacles. And then we have the Chariot. The Chariot is Cancer, okay? And with the Nine of Cups in reverse, it feels like it could be something from the past. And this is the Cancer card right here. So I would say, yeah, you know, be careful, see what you can do. When it comes to that, though, that's a hard one to go into, because it's like I have people I really don't like and that I wouldn't want to talk to again, but I can't block them. I mean, that sucks. It sounds horrible. But unless you change your Instagram name or set your account to private, or, yeah. The private one would help, honestly, because there's nothing that can happen there. You need to get your skin as luminous as mine. Okay, so they're called the, let's see, the Apollonians, right? From MacBook land. Aggression. What I honestly saw with this connection is I saw cement around my feet. So it feels like an ensnarement. It feels like a way to trap you into something. I wouldn't say overly aggressive, because that doesn't feel right, but it's like it feels like it's limiting your movement, or it feels like it just doesn't feel good, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily aggressive. Hey there, Chantel, how's it going? One second here. Okay. Yeah, so I would say just be careful, look at what you can find, and hey there, Pisces. I think you'll be okay, though. I got the Empress when you said, is it aggressive? This is a good card to have, and if you see it, she's pregnant with the world. Honestly, really pretty cards. I'll try and use my other ones, too, that we have on here, so, but yeah. Okay, nice. Nice. Shavakshi is keeping really good track of things. I love it. I love it. I don't even have to write my own names down there, so if I can get away from that, I will take it. Okay. And hopefully, like I said, Chantel, everything's going good for you. I haven't seen you in a minute, so let's do this. You're very welcome, Nadia. Let's do the Urban Tarot deck right here. No, thank you, my friend. You are doing awesome. I appreciate it. Okay, let's itch our ears. Yes, Nadia's done, so now we're going to go to Elizabeth. And I'm just going to do this one here. Where is... Let's see here. Gotta do the thing. Oh. Okay, hold on one second. There it is. I'm doing good, Cassandra. I am doing good. Thank you for asking. Elizabeth, we're going to go with black and red. I have a feeling black and red is going to be good. It can be a little too dark, but maybe I'll lighten it up just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, the caps lock on. You know what? That looks pretty badass. I'll take it. I'll take that. Perfect. Okay. All right. I think... Let me look here. Okay, I've got your questions. Let me see what we can find here. Or what we can do here. Okay. Okay, let's do question 1, and let's see what's going to go on with the connection that you have here. Okay, let's do question 1. Let's see what we can come up with. Oh, I wanted to try these ones. The only reason I don't use these ones, okay, is because I want to be viewed as a manly man, right? And these cards make my manly man hands look very teensy tiny. Because they're oddly shaped. They are huge. Like I'll show you. The biggest cards that I use are these ones, right? You know, those are pretty good size, but then these cards here they're a fair bit, you know, they're just taller. They're not like wider, but because they're tall, I was shuffling these cards the other day, and I kept giving myself tiny paper cuts all over my pinkies. Like, it was like, because if I'm doing that and I'm trying to hold the cards, it's like, jeez. But we're going to do it. So I think, Chantel, I'm going to step away from doing the unlimited one for 20, just because it seems like that no one took me up on the offers, so I don't want to do that one. Whatever prices are down there, I updated those today, and I have that new PayPal link that people can just look at that if they want to pay with PayPal. It's the paypal.com/ChanceMadsen. That link down there, I posted it twice up in the top part. So I'm not going to do the $20.21 anymore. If it's still there, I should have gotten rid of it. But hey there, Charlene. I'm always trying new things on the channel, so there we go. All right, let's see what we can come up with, guys. This makes sense. This makes sense, Elizabeth. My day was really good, Charlene. Just kind of, well, I would say relaxing, but I was working, and then I was going to be doing an Instagram live. That fell through until tomorrow. And then, so I'm not going to be live tomorrow like I normally would be, but next week my schedule is going to be normal. So I'm going to be live Monday, today, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, right? So it's not going to be like it usually is, but just Tuesday is the one I'm skipping. So here's what I've got, Elizabeth. So I feel like this was the past. We have the Ace of Cups in reverse. So that's showing the past. There wasn't a connection here. There wasn't new things. But then I get these cards here. We get Abundance. Okay, and these cards are cool because at the bottom of them it says what they are. So if you guys think, man, he's so good, I'm reading the bottom of the cards. But we have Abundance, and then we have Strife in reverse, which is really good. It's showing that there is a connection. And I will say this, sometimes... Oh, thank you, Charlene. That's very sweet. Thank you. What was I saying? Yeah, Strife in reverse to me would be, there still needs to be a ways to go, but you say this person's stepping up, and I'm seeing that. The Abundance card here is showing that there can be a connection there. I would still say tread with caution, but it's looking good. It's looking good right now. You know, still a connection, give it time, those kinds of things. I'll draw another card here just to kind of see the overall energy of the connection if something were to happen. Because you were saying, where do you go from here? And I'm just curious. Let me read the question one more time. Okay. So what is the main energy of this connection that Elizabeth has? What would you call this main energy? Let's do it here. Let's do one more. So here's what I've got, Elizabeth. Still, still be very slow. Still give it time. I know it seems like something that's going on. We want to kind of jump on that bandwagon. Still give it time. We have strategy in reverse. That doesn't mean that nothing will happen, but it means let things take its course. You say you feel like you're ready for more. Give it some more time still. It sounds like there's apologies, there's stepping up, but we want to see if that behavior is really sticking, right? Like stay friends with them if you want to, talk with them. But let's see where this goes. Let's see where this goes and not jump into anything too quickly. I would still say, there it is. It seems like there could be something that comes of this. Just be careful. Keep your wits about you. But overall, I think as long as you're careful and as long as you're putting yourself first, I think you're going to be fine. I really do. So it's looking okay to me. So you both get the view. Oh, thank you, Samuel. That's very sweet. Thank you. What did we... Oh, a health concern. I'm sorry, Chantel, you've had a health concern. That's not fun to deal with. That explains why I haven't seen you in a minute, though. I'm hoping things get better for you. You know what, Elizabeth? Loves of love sound good. In my family, that's what we would call hugs. We would call them loves. We give each other loves before we would... It's a little too adorable for me, though. It makes me want to... Kind of gives me a sweet taste in my mouth. I like that, though. I think that's sweet. Okay. All right. Let me look at your second question here. I can't remember who said it, but yeah. And then when I was little, I used to call cucumbers cute numbers. They were cute numbers. I don't know. And then one time, I think my mom was talking to the neighbor. I was super young, right? And my mom's talking to the neighbor, and I go up behind her, and I just pants her completely in front of the neighbor, And that's some funny shit. Like, when my mom told me that, every time I laugh. I mean, she said she was really embarrassed, but I full-on pantsed my own mom when she was in front of the neighbor. And then another time, I just threw a rock really high in the air, and it landed and hit her right on the head when she was talking to the neighbor. So, yeah, I wasn't the easiest kid to raise, but pantsing your own mom is pretty funny, I think. Maybe that's just... Yeah, see, I win. Flawless victory, the whole thing. It was amazing. And she couldn't be mad at me because she was talking to the neighbor and she wanted to look good in front of the neighbor. And so you just got to kind of bend down and just pick your pants up. Be like, okay. Yeah, I was going through healthcare initiatives, allergies, sensitive skin, and kidney scare. I'm taking vitamin B and C for counteracting to protect kidney. What game were you playing, Chim? And you're just fine. You're not late. I've done worse. I have done worse. Jim, I don't doubt it. I don't want to know what it is because your stories scare me just a little bit, but I'm sure you've done a lot. Oh, you're playing Uno. I have legit not played Uno in such a long time. Okay, I'm going to read the second question here. Okay, so let's do it this way. So I'm going to address this question here. We're not going to use the tarot cards for this because I feel like I know what's going on. So there is that energy. For some reason, when you said green energy, the very first thing I went to was a silver color. Here, hey, Jim, on this channel, we don't make mac and cheese. That's the one hard rule. You start making mac and cheese, you can mac and leave. No, I'm just kidding. You're good. You're good. Make that macaroni. Do what you need to do. I understand it's I need some mac and cheese. God, nobody mentioned cheese. Any cheese-based dish, I am like right there. Unless it's blue cheese. No. So the very first thing I saw was this. Let me go through here. So I saw the green energy, like I was talking about, and it felt dark, but it felt light at the same time. So it's going to be kind of hard for me to draw this kind of energy here, but this kind of helps me to visualize what I was talking about. So if I do this, and then I go like this, need to fix that. And I go here. And then underneath that, I saw this, and this is going to be kind of hard to draw, but for me it makes sense. It's going to be hard for me to show you this without explaining what the hell. Okay. All right, so that was kind of what I saw, right? So it's like this, it's this green energy that has a little bit of the darkness to it, right? And then there's silver underlying it. There's a silver kind of energy that's right underneath it, right? Who's talking about weed? Not that I'm interested. I would never touch the stuff, but yeah, of course. Anyway, so it's this green energy followed by a silver kind of cord connecting. And it's funny that you mentioned the astral projecting, because it was even before you said that. In an astral projecting, right, there is a silver cord supposedly that people see. Some people see it, some people don't. Astral projecting is different for everyone, right? That was what it felt like with the... Okay, so it kind of like a... I don't know, like a green apple green, right? With a little, like a little darkness to it as well. I feel like there can just be people that we really, really connect with. And if two people are psychic, or if two people have... Because there's two things. There's two things, right? You have the psychic of a person, and usually when someone is psychic, they can go in one of two ways. You can have a powerful psychic that is for the positive, or you can have a powerful psychic that's for the negative, right? And sometimes when we're younger, we go between those two. I know I did. I know I had my moments. I wasn't psychic, I would say, back then, but I did energy work. Not to hurt anybody, but I was not like a good person. I was manipulative and not a nice person. Thought I was, though. Thought I was a really good person, but no. But that can come from a place of pain, right? It was the wrong time for my Christian dad to hear the words weed and psychic. Weed and psychic to the father figure. He understands this is what we do here. It's just that. We smoke. Anyway, I'll stop. Put your headphones in. Do something here. I don't want your dad to get mad at me. Christians scare me. I'm sorry. I can't help it. He's not going to understand what it means. All right. Whoop to Alabama. I actually wouldn't mind whatever that would look like. It's like, is it one slap or is it several consecutive that kind of happens there? Okay. Anyway, it's connecting. It's connecting threads of fate. And so I would say when there's a pressure or there's a sensation with one, kind of like with quantum energy, right? This time we're talking about quantum entanglement. Last time we were sort of talking about that, but this is quantum entanglement. Whatever happens to one happens to the other to an extent, and all of us are connected, right? And when all of us are connected, it got me contemplating it myself. Not Alabama. I'm on the Gulf of Mexico in Alabama. Okay, all right. I was going to say Alabama scares me just a little bit. Neither here nor there, but my mom dated someone whose father was a mobster, right? And let's just say that he stayed on my mom's couch after he got shot. And then his dad said, we'll handle the guy who did it, right? And so she was dating a mafia leader's son. It was not a good thing. He was from Alabama. I got a bunch of weird stories, but he was nice to me, though. Got me a bike for my birthday. Taught me that it's okay to lay down in the middle of the road when there's no cars there. Yeah. He got shot in the leg, and he was staying on my mom's couch to recover. The whole thing. And that can happen. That can happen. The energies that fuse, there's like lingering energy that comes about from this. So I'm going to say, Elizabeth, it can be what's called like an imprint, right? Different times, if two people are connected in a certain way, there can be like an exchange of energy that's like an imprinting of something. It's kind of like you're leaving your handprint in the cement. The hand isn't there anymore, but the energy or the echo of the energy is still there, and it kind of comes in and does that. Awesome. Thank you so much. I did see that someone donated, so let me do this. And let me look here. Okay, so we have another one. Let's call this one Shavakshi. Let's call this one BT, I believe. But they donated for 6. And you don't have to put the price next to it, but that's going to be a detailed question reading. Okay. So sometimes we can have psychic, energetic expressions, and it can be kind of like, like I'll explain this in as much detail as I can. You have a tulpa, right? I mean, you don't have... Okay, let me start that sentence over. You go to a tulpa wear party. No. Tulpas are thought... Basically, they're like thought manifestations given life, but through thought. They don't have any life of their own. It's like a psi ball, if you guys have looked into that. It's like you create a very strong impression of something, and it gets sent to somebody else. And then that person senses that thing, and then they get to experience it. So it's like you're secondhand experiencing a person's energy. You're getting a feel for what that person's energy is, and there's a fusion kind of thing going on, but it's like you're sharing thought forms with each other. And the thought forms, if you're very psychic, have a very real kind of sense about them. It's almost like the static electricity of a balloon against hair. It's kind of like, but it's more dense, if that makes sense. At least that's the impression I'm getting, and like a warmth feeling as well, and then like a feeling of a feather on my skin as well. Kind of, anyway, those are kind of the sensations that I'm getting. And then I felt like I saw sneezing as well, or I saw something that made me feel not sick, but like maybe it was just a lot of light energy, but that's kind of what I was feeling. So I would say it's a normal thing. It's a normal, not normal, but it's not unheard of, right? Is that making sense, Elizabeth? It can be one way, right? He says he doesn't feel anything. When people start accessing their emotions, Elizabeth, you're very open emotionally, sometimes to the... You feel, yeah, okay. So you're a very open person emotionally, and this person is still dealing with their emotions, but they don't know how to deal with them, and there's psychic energy attached to emotion. If this person has kind of suppressed psychic ability, it's going to present itself in these kinds of ways, and it can even be poltergeist activity, like electronics can malfunction around this person even when it's not Mercury in retrograde, okay? You could have things that this person just kind of breaks, things go off on this person, but it's something where when this person sees their emotions, hopefully they do, and they start to understand them and unravel them, then they'll have control and they'll be able to feel that sensitivity. But it makes it really hard for them to want to dive into that, especially for men, right? I've noticed, and I'm not saying this to sound weird or anything, I don't know how else to say this, so I'll just say it. I've noticed that it's women, and it's either gay men or gay women, seem like they can get into that space much easier than straight men can, in my opinion. I've seen a lot of gay mediums, a lot of gay psychics, and it's because they're more emotionally expressive. They can get into that space better. Usually speaking, like when they've done that, they can understand it. And some of the best mediums I've ever been around were that way, and incredible because they're emotionally open. They have that center of themselves open, and so they can do that kind of stuff. Hey there, Aqua. Oh, stuff happens to me a lot. I got really angry once and my power went out. It happens a couple times. Yeah, and that one time we were doing a reading, the light bulb just went out above me. You remember that? So, yeah, I can go with that. And my bed, I have an adjustable bed, and I would go and do trance mediumship every Tuesday. The class was in Australia, and I'd have to wake up really early at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And every Tuesday, my bed would quit working. Like the remote would quit working, everything would stop. I'd have to unplug everything and plug it back in every Tuesday without fail. And then when I stopped taking that class, my bed's been fine. So the way energy comes in, it really affects space. And it was interesting. It was an interesting experience. Okay, I'm going to go to your third question, and then we're going to go to BT's question. So let me do that here. Okay, so your last question is, I had an old friend. Okay. Let's look at that one for you. Okay, how has this person felt? Let me do that. Okay. I'm going to use the Energy Oracle. The funniest thing that happened to me is when I'm in the bathroom and the automatic sink soap dispenser turns on. I guess I am blue shirt guy again. Technically, it's Dragon Ball. Well, you can't see if it's Dragon Ball Z, but it's pretty much Goku's symbol on the back. I trust you, Chim. I kicked his ass. Kicked his ass real good. Now, instead of blue shirt guy, he's black and blue shirt guy. Or wait, no, that's me. I have no idea what we're talking about. I lost track of who I was. You're confusing me, Chim. You're giving me those mac and cheese vibes. By the way, how is it? How is the mac and cheese? And do you put anything special in it? I put black pepper in it. And my girlfriend can't stand black pepper and macaroni and cheese. I don't know why. Thank you. It's such a bizarre look. Yeah, that polite bastard. I'm going to bury him in the backyard. When you're that nice, you're hiding something. Hiding something real dark. Oh, you black pepper it too. You always make me think when you use initials. You BP it too. Ooh, crushed red pepper sounds good. I put jalapeno. Oh, hot sauce. I wish I could do the hot sauce. I mean, it's not... I'll tell you what though. Me and my partner thought it would be funny to torture ourselves because when you're in your 30s and you're... At least for me, when you're in your 30s and you're white, hot sauce becomes an experience, right? And so we got this stuff. It's called the Bomb Hot Sauce. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Hot Ones, but it's like 100,000 on the Scoville units. That stuff is crazy hot. I mean, it is supposed to be, but I mean, just 2 drops of that stuff on this. It was a pretty big, like, chicken patty burger kind of thing. Just 2 drops of it. That whole thing was, I mean, it wrecked me. It was, oof. Okay, so you said you had a falling out with this person. I won't even touch the other stuff. They say there's stuff that's so hot, it's like, it's, you know, it's unbearable. So I'm a lightweight when it comes to that stuff. We have broken heart right here. We have man holding a heart. It should be man holding a broken heart. And then we have the world. Meaning that there's been some missing here. There's actually been a lot of that kind of thing. But if it was them mistreating you and then having this happen, it would be up to you on what you'd want to do in that situation. But it does seem like hopefully they've been thinking about it and they feel sorry for what they've done. But I don't know if you'll ever get like an apology face to face. It might be one of those things that's like better left unsaid, even though it would be a good thing to say something. But we'll have to see what happens there. But I'm going to say it looks like it's been kind of hard on them. It looks like with the World card, though, they've been progressing. They've been taking steps to try to better their own lives. So it looks like they're doing okay. But it does seem like they think about it sometimes and how they messed up. So, yeah. That's what I'm seeing, Elizabeth. Does that... I mean, you wouldn't know if that makes sense or not, but, yeah. She was never the type to apologize, couldn't stand that about her. Yeah. It's kind of what I was getting to. And then I'm seeing, when I'm focusing on her, I'm seeing a honeycomb, right? But there's nothing in it. And I'm just seeing the structure of the honeycomb. And the structure of the honeycomb is one of the most powerful, like, structures that can be made in nature. Just the way it's shaped. But in this case here, it's just showing that there's strength, but there's nothing inside of that strength. It's just strength and being stubborn, but there's nothing in there that can provide nutrients and stuff like that. It's just empty. So that's what I'm seeing there, as someone who still needs to find the honey, so to speak. Okay. Yeah, so... yeah, remember, you guys, if you are ever wondering, ChancesTarot is my Instagram. I will plug it relentlessly. I'm going to be live tomorrow. If you guys want to ask a question on there, you get to meet Theon, who's the one who's starting the Evolve Me project. Yeah, so now we're on to BT. So, BT, would you want to come up to the stand? I'm just using initials here so that we can kind of do that. Awesome. I hope to see you guys there. She's nice. She's a nice person. I did one with Ray on. You guys didn't get to see that one because we forgot to record it after, but that went well. Working with another intuitive is something I need to get used to. That's for damn sure. I'm not, but it went well, so that's good. You too, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for coming on here. Hopefully that helped you, and yeah, you have a good one too, my friend. Oh. Awesome. How's it going, Cece? Yeah. Okay, BT. Again, the person who donated that was after Elizabeth. Are you there? If not, your turn isn't forfeited. I'm just going to go to the free list. But I'm just going to wait a second longer to see if you're there, and then we can do what we need to do. And then you can come back anytime and be like, I donated, you son of a gun. What are you doing? What are you doing? And then I'll get defensive and be like, who are you calling a son of a gun? And then we'll go from there. It's a back and forth. Oh, their name is Hi. Okay. H-I, B-T-H-I. Just reminds me of the Oscar Mayer Wiener song. My baloney has a first name. And a social security number. credit card information, all on the dark web. Awesome, there we go. There's HI, how you doing? Hit me with your best question here and we'll go from there. A bestion, best question. Yeah, hit the notification bell. Hit the notification bell and subscribe. No, you don't want to eat that bologna. You don't. It's not good. It's kind of a rubbery texture. CC, it's not a good one. That is some old bologna. Okay. These ones, okay. Jim, I'm not going to try and change your mind. If you feel that way about bologna, you are totally entitled to feel that way. I don't even want to know what's in bologna. I did 3 X's now. 3. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Jim's got a point. Can I connect with your energy, BT, and we can go from there? Oh, I thought when you said you were smoking bologna, I thought you like were putting it in a doobie and like rolling it up, and I'm thinking that's next level, you know? That's when the Oscar Mayer has you by the short and curlies. Oh, thank you. Thank you, BT. Let's see what we can come up with here. Smoked bologna is actually pretty good, not gonna lie. I need you to lie to me. I actually have never had it. Okay, I'm gonna be doing BT's reading here. So, give me 1 sec. Very first thing, hey Annie. Very first thing I saw was, hey Atiana, how you doing? Very first thing I saw was a like a fully decked out hamburger, right? Of course, when we're talking about psychic energy, I'm not just saying maybe that's what you had for lunch, but also it feels like where you're at in your career, and if I'm wrong, and you can tell me, and then I can try, hooking up again. But it's like I saw something that felt like things are going fairly well in the job. Maybe there could be boredom, but it feels like there's enough of something for you, but maybe there could be boredom or there could be like wanting to do something else. But I'm wondering if you're secure in where you're at or if you're not earning enough money. Because I'm still learning with the psychic stuff, and we can still do cards if for some reason I'm not able to tune in this way. I'm just practicing. This is a psychic practice after all. Doctors call it a medical practice, and they practice medicine. They don't perfect medicine, they practice it. So, let's see though. And HI, or BT as I've been calling you, was there something that happened around Christmas time involving the career, or the brown squishy things in Mario's are Goombas? I think, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, the economy sucks. That makes sense. Okay. But you started off with I'm bored, because that was kind of what I was getting. It feels like Goomba Chance. I'll take it. Okay. I was feeling something around Christmas time, but I'll try tuning in again. All right, so let me see what else we can get here. 1 second. All right. Or Chim, you could call it taking a large comfort, like they do on Family Guy, which I thought was funny. I'm going to go take a large comfort. Anyway. Let me try this here again. Okay, so that makes sense. Because when I saw okay, I get it now. Okay, so I saw a hamburger, right? And I went for, things seemed okay, like I felt like you weren't happy or you were bored, but it's like you have a beef with somebody. That's why I was seeing the hamburger. I will remember that. Spirit likes to give me things through puns. You have a beef with someone. That's why I saw the burger. That makes sense now. Okay, so now that I can go into that. Sorry, when it comes together, apparently I have to explain it out loud, so. Okay, Cece. I do like squishing a Goomba, though. Jim, that's, I'll have to use it. I'll have to use that one. Let me see. So I'm seeing, it's like I'm seeing this plant that this person would be, and it's like you're a fly and this person's a Venus flytrap, and that to me is saying that the way this person does what they do, it feels targeted, and it feels like it's not a subconscious thing. It feels like this person knows what they're doing, and they kind of go out of their way to make it something that is uncomfortable. Have you tried, probably saying something to somebody isn't going to help, especially if it's your boss, right? I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying if you're doing that. We will, Chim. I think we can have story time. It depends on how it goes tonight, but I think we could do that. Awesome, Cheryl. Hopefully we can do that for you. We'll be doing the free list here after I'm done with BT's reading, but... The only thing I'm getting is that that feeling like I'm in a situation. I understand you feeling bored. If you're bored with a job, that's something you can go with. But with this kind of aggression, this kind of energy, I feel like you have to, if you want to stay in this job, I feel like you have to deal with this in some way, shape, or form. If not, I would say probably look for employment elsewhere, because I'm not feeling like this person's backing down. This person, I feel like, has a bone to pick, right? This person has this kind of energy of like, kind of honing in. I feel like before you were there, I imagine it was somebody else or at a different job. This person feels to me like they're so insecure, but the way they come off, right? I understand the bored's not your problem. I'm saying the person, right? I said boredom in a job. That's, to me, once you've done a job long enough, there can definitely be boredom, but there can also be comfort and safety, right? But with the person here, like I'm saying, for career reading, it feels like this person is the main obstacle, right? And I would honestly say, and then I'm seeing cinder blocks again with this kind of energy, and I saw a cement block earlier, so. But is there anything you can do, BT or HI, that you could talk to anybody? Because it feels to me like it's not going to stop until you do something about this. And ignoring it like it's not there is not going to help the problem. Otherwise, I'd say get out, because the only thing I'm seeing with the career is it's like this energy of just someone kind of sucking you dry. And that's not fair. I mean, do you have an HR, or do you have someone you could talk to, or something you could do to get this person to back off? Probably not the main thing you wanted to hear, but you either have to stand up to this person or get someone that can stand up to this person, because they're not going to go anywhere. And I'm getting this, it's like I'm getting curly energy around this person, so maybe it's a little more complicated than I'm thinking, but no, it was good. It was good, Chim. It was good. I was shaking my head at my own thoughts. No, I have no idea what Bristralian is. I'm thinking it's British Australian, but the way it would sound would either be music to my ears or just a screeching sound. I would imagine it'd be boomerangs and tea, right? That's what the British people and Australian people have in common, is that tea and the boomerang. I'm sticking with that one. I feel like there has to be something that breaks in this case, because the only thing I can see is that kind of interfering energy. But you tell me, Brenda. You tell me if it's something that makes sense to you. Native Australians have boomerangs only. I hear you. I do. Coming and going at the same time. I've never been able to throw a boomerang and catch it, but I'm impressed when people can do that. Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Airhead. You go, Chim. Have fun with your brother, and enjoy your evening. You promise you don't talk like this in real life? I don't believe it, but you do you. You do you, Chim. I'd be a little disappointed if you didn't talk like this in real life. I need the crazy. Yeah, have fun. Have fun, Chim. I think we'll be good here. I wish I could tell you more, Brenda, the one thing I have a really hard time with is the career readings. So what I'll do is this, I'll give you the refund, right? Career readings are not my forte. I try to do them and they're not something, I don't know, I'm kind of like blocked up. So what I'll do is I'll give you the refund back and you can spend it on somebody else. Or you can ask another question. Either one of those is your call. I'll just send you the money back now because, like I said, I try to do career readings. They're just not something I'm very good at for whatever reason. So I can just send that back to you. There we go. I got you refunded. Yeah, good night, Chim. So I'll just go to the free list now. Yeah, I don't want to waste your time. I just couldn't get anything else, and so thank you. Thank you for understanding. Let's get to the free list. See what we can do here. Yeah, I wish I was better at those ones. Those ones have always been difficult for me. Okay. Nope. All right, we're on to the free list. And I'll look up here. So, Natan, Meilu, or Aqua BB47. I know you're here, Aqua, but I want to see if Natan or Meilu is here first. I like the little green things in between the names, Shavakshi. Okay. What's your question, Meilu? Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Shavakshi. I don't want to take someone's money if I'm not able to help them. I feel like most of the time, if it's not a career-based question, I can help. I don't know. If careers for me, for some reason, is just difficult. But thank you for saying that. That's very nice. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Meilu says, oh, well, thank you, Shavakshi. I appreciate that. Remember to, like I said, put yourself on the list too eventually because I want to do your question. Okay. So you went on a second and third date with Leonid? Hopefully I'm saying that right. It was absolutely wonderful and fun. We even kissed after the second date. Will there be a fourth date? Let's see. I'm going to actually use my other cards here because they're a little bit easier. It is. I understand, Aqua. It can be helpful. Some people, though, I'm just not able to read. And combine that with some people and then a career reading. Those are the ones I have the hardest time with. But thank you for saying that. I'm not trying to be nice. It's an area I need to improve on. Hopefully my teacher discusses it. Where did I put those cards? Hopefully she discusses it for the next class. Oh, there they are. Okay. But that's very sweet of you, Aqua. I appreciate that. All right, let's see what we can find here for Meilu, Trixie. Come on, girl, don't do this. We've been through this. All right. Okay. So, Meilu, I get these cards here. We got Death, Rebirth, Seven of Cups in reverse, and then Nine of Pentacles in reverse. So, with this right here, it feels like I'm not getting a feeling like it's bad energy, but all of these cards are in reverse, and what that could mean is that there could be something that's stuck. So it could just be that you might have to wait a minute for the, what did you say, the fourth date? Because maybe this person's going through something, maybe the Leonid person is going through something. And then I'm seeing a knot that's being tied. So yeah, there's either something this person's dealing with or like a prior commitment. It doesn't feel like a relationship necessarily, but it feels like maybe work or like something's holding them back, because I feel a knot in the energy on this person's end and it feels sticky. So this person's dealing with something that feels kind of complicated and maybe they want to keep you out of it. But I don't think they're not going to come back. I just think it's going to be, okay, he's doing school. And that's difficult regardless, but it's kind of like, yeah. The knot and then the stickiness could be, I don't know if this person freaks out or if this person has something where it's hard for them to handle, or maybe they're juggling a lot of different things. But maybe this person could be kind of reaching a burnout point. If so, it's important for this person to experience that and then recover. But that's kind of the situation I'm getting here. I wonder if they just put a lot of stress and pressure on themselves, and kind of like a pressure cooker, they just don't know what to do. And so it feels to me like there could be a lesson here for this person to learn on how to do things in a way that's not becoming too much or too obsessive. But I don't sense any bad energy. I just sense stress. I just sense kind of a stressed person at this point in time. So I would say, yeah, that I think there will be a fourth date. Burnout would be like if someone's doing something and it feels like it, or they're doing many things, and each thing feels like it's taking more and more away from you as a person. You have burnout, right? For me, if I do a ton of readings, I don't take breaks, I don't, take care of myself spiritually, then I get burnout, right? Because this job requires a lot of me. It requires a lot of energy and attention. And going to school, doing any kind of schoolwork can do that. And if there's other things on top of that, like there's schoolwork, there's a social life, maybe this person works as well, it can just make it so that there's a lot going on a person's plate. And it could be that one thing or maybe all things fall off and the person kind of drops off the map for a week or two, collects themselves, and then comes back. But it to me feels, and then I'm seeing a bone, which to me would be feeling overworked or overstimulated, overworked. It just feels like this person's kind of going through that. And I think they'll be better off in a minute, because I keep seeing now I'm seeing crumbs, and it's kind of like if you were to go out on a date with this person, I think it would still be good, but I don't think you're going to be getting the version of them that you're used to. It feels like something's changed, where there's just kind of an energy of things just kind of being slow for a minute. But not because he doesn't like you. It just feels like there's other things going on in their life. So that's what I'm getting there. I would say stay on the lookout, see kind of what's going on, but that's what I'm getting there. So hopefully, though, you do have a fourth date and it's soon. But I feel like it'll be a week to 2 weeks, the way I'm picking up the energy now. So we'll just have to see. Okay, Aqua, what's your question? Okay. Awesome, Melu. Do it in a gentle way. I mean, I don't think you wouldn't be gentle, but, don't allude to the fact of it too much all at once. Let him kind of talk to you. Let him come to you and see if that is something they feel comfortable with. Okay, Aqua. Are you there? Aqua BB 47 and a half, 0.3. Aqua BB 47, the creative project you're talking about, do you feel like you're putting a lot of time into it and you're not seeing anything out of it? Because I got something that felt like abandoning it, or that felt like leaving it behind. Or maybe the inspiration isn't hitting as it was before, but I'm wondering, I'm getting something with that, so. I understand, though, projects make it kind of difficult to. You just never really tried to get it going. Okay. Hey there, Rashina Green, how you doing? All right, what would happen if you continued with your creative project? Let's look at that. What would be the result if you continued with your creative project? Okay, so it kind of was what I was saying. We have the Knight of Pentacles. That's not a bad card at all. It just means it could be slow going. So even when you do start it and you're working on it in earnest, there could be, setbacks. It could be slow, but that's kind of how it goes, right? But that's what I'm seeing there. It's going to be slow energy, and then you're going to have this where it's like you're wanting to possibly leave it behind, right? Because it's not working as fast as we would want it to. I do feel, though, if we go into it with a sense of, like, I want to do this, I want to explore, I want to have it as kind of like a hobby or something off to the side, instead of being like, this is going to be it, maybe you can do this, maybe you can do that. Just do it for creativity's sake. I think you're going to be happy. If something else comes from that, great. But don't be expecting too much to come from this, especially when you first start. And that's not to discourage you, but that kind of takes the pressure off. Just have it be something fun that you're doing, and don't focus on it becoming anything else other than that. I don't know if you're ever wanting to make this into a business or do something like that, but I always say if it's a hobby or a craft or whatever it happens to be, have fun doing it first. Make sure you know what that feels like. Make sure you're having fun, and then possibly turn it into a business, maybe, if that's something you would want to do. Anyway, but yeah, so that's what I'm seeing there. Yeah, you wait until you're called, or you can check the video description for prices. And people get priority. Right now, no one's in the priority chat. So that's what I'm seeing there. And when you said that, Aqua BB, you said, right, you want it to be fun. I do feel that. I want it to be fun. I was like seeing a clown's energy, which isn't, that sounds kind of offensive, doesn't it? I mean in a way of like having a free-flowing fun energy, like having this kind of sense of play and joy around it. Have that be it. Have that be it. As soon as it starts becoming something where it's labored or it becomes something like that, take a step back, right? Because I heard something once and it made a lot of sense to me. I think it's Stephen King said once that people said, how are you able to make the books you make? How are you able to keep putting stuff out there? And he says he wakes up every morning and he starts writing, and he says usually the first 30 minutes of his writing, it's absolute shit. But then after that, he gets into a flow and he can start writing things. And what that means to me is that we need to do the thing even when we're not feeling motivated, not to force ourselves, not to like hurry ourselves up, but just to make it so that we're kind of putting ourselves in a way where we're learning and we're understanding the craft more and more each day, but not where we're exhausting ourselves. Hey there, Patty. How's it going? Yes, you are. Okay, so you'll go next. You'll go next, Patty. But I do feel like you'd be successful. It would just take some time, which isn't a bad thing. But there we go. Patty is here. So what's your question? And we'll go from there, Patty Cakes. There we go. Hey, how you doing, Victor? Hmm. We'll see if we can make it. You're very welcome, Aqua. Thank you for letting me do your reading for you, my friend. And Patty says, I was injured over the weekend. Is there any karmic indication of why this happened? Weird question. No, Patty, you're good. You're good. You're good. I'm sorry to hear you were injured, though. That's never fun, is it? So what I'm getting, and you can tell me if this is right or not, Patty, it felt like there was something in the neck or the throat, and then I felt like there was something in the ankle, or around the ankle. If neither of those are right, that's okay. But for some reason, I was feeling energy, neck, throat, and then ankle. Hopefully it's not too serious of an injury, though, right? If you want to tell me where it is, if it's not those spots, then I can look a little bit deeper. Hey there, Jason. We're on the free list now, so knee and ribs. Okay. Okay. I'll just see if I can tune in here. Is it okay if I tune in more to your energy here, Patty? Hey there, Jasmine. How's it going? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Patty. Let me see here. Hey there, Ling. We're on the free list again. I think our mod can set you up for that. Oh, there's Ling, so she'll be out. Let's see, we'll have J-Lo or J-No, and then, okay, after. Let's look at Patty's stuff here. Okay, Jasmine, we can put you on there. And there's Samuel. Okay, perfect. So Ling's here, and then Samuel. Awesome, everyone's here. It's almost everyone. Okay, so here's what I'm getting first off is, Patty, it feels like the very first thing I saw was a finger that was pointing at you, and it felt like there was blame or shame. That was like something that I was feeling. And that feels to me like that could be where a karmic source is coming from, but it's like I feel like you're holding on to a sense of blame or shame kind of energy. And I really do believe it starts out first in a certain area and then it goes to other spots. But it feels to me like the blame and the shame kind of was in the heart at first, and then it feels like it was kind of filtering through the body a little bit. And it went toward what felt like could possibly have been already a weak spot, or a spot that felt like it was weaker necessarily. And so it's expressing itself in that way, and that's kind of a way it can alleviate some of that psychic energy that's being stored up. But yeah, that's not a fun thing to experience, but it feels like on your end there's a feeling of guilt about something. Okay. You'll be next, Jason. Just stay right here. But what do you feel about that, Patty? Does that resonate, or what are you thinking? You felt at night and it felt like a wake-up call. Did you feel like you were pushed, or did you just feel like you fell and it was sort of... Hold on one second. Okay. Yeah, because I was feeling that too. It felt sudden, so it feels to me like, what about, was there a feeling of like, because something made me feel, it almost made me feel dizzy and like a whirlwind energy, and then like something left. Because now I'm feeling lighter after this happened, even though there is the pain that's left behind. But it feels like like you said, it was a wake-up call. I don't feel there was a malevolent force. I don't feel like, it felt like it was from you. But when stuff like that happens, okay, all right. Because that's what I'm getting there. And how's your blood pressure? Is your blood pressure okay, or is it high? I'm not saying that to alarm you or anything. I'm just saying, you know, they have those things at the store you can use to check your blood pressure and stuff. Just want to make sure that's okay. Because this felt like it was a release, but it felt like it was a stressful release, you know, like it's high. You take meds for it. Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't sense negativity other than your own stuff. So I don't sense negativity, though. It's not like there was a force that was negative around you. It's just the shadow. And it's going to want us to take care of something. You know, when that stuff happens, it brings your attention. And with the ribs and the knee, yeah, you're holding on to something that is not yours anymore. And your body wants to get rid of it. It's rejecting it, essentially. And it's like the psychic self is sort of, I think it gets to a point where there's so much psychic energy that's built up that it just has to kind of break. Like it has to do something. Like think of a geyser or a volcano that erupts. It finds the weakest spot on the earth that it can go through if it's like a new spot, and then it goes out through there. Yeah, I woke you up emotionally. See, and that's a good thing, but it's also like, I don't want to be like, oh, good. But at the same time, it released something too. So it's not bad. I mean, I don't see it as bad. Let me do this here. And then we have these two cards here. So, blossoming abundance and walking away. Literally what we're talking about. You're going to be walking away from the things that don't serve you, and I feel like new things can come in. I think you're ready to enter into another area of your life. And are you going through a Saturn return now? Maybe not, but it felt similar to that kind of energy for a second. Because Saturn can be very constrictive, but it usually helps to free something. Anyway, that was what I was getting. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. If not, that's okay. But the Saturn return can be a powerful force. And it can last, I've heard it can last 3 years for some people, but, you know, give or take. But let me take another sip here. And you are very welcome, Patty Cakes, as always. And Jason is wondering about Kira and their connection. How does Kira feel about Jason? Let's look here. You're welcome, Patty. Thank you for coming on here, and stay in the chat if you want to. You don't have to, but I like having your energy around. But I understand if you must go. Either way. So, Jason, we have appreciation and happy family in reverse. Now, I'm seeing a door, right? Gotta rest up. Awesome, Patty, awesome. So with you, Jason, I'm seeing a door. And maybe this is her energy, but it's like a revolving door and it's spinning around. And maybe either you or her, it's like you keep having events that keep stirring things up, and there's no resolution here. It feels like a revolving door kind of situation. So this could be for her, maybe there's a connection that kind of comes in and out, possibly. Or maybe this is to do with your energy, but when I was picking up on the energy, it was this revolving door. And that to me is like there's something with boundaries. There's something that's not there. And then with the appreciation being in reverse, and then like I was seeing a dog being given a biscuit, and it's like maybe there's someone in her life that she feels sorry for that she lets back in. Again, or maybe this could be you, because for some reason I can't pick up on who it is, but it feels... Yeah, I can't pick up on who this is. Maybe it's her energy, though, because it feels... It feels distant, I guess. Like, give me a second here. Is it okay if I connect with your energy, Jason? Okay. I will, Shavakshi. I'll remind you when to close it. Thank you for letting me know, though. I'm still wanting to go for a while longer, but you don't have to be here the whole time I'm on. You let me know when you're getting ready to wrap things up, like when you're saying you're done, and then I'll do your reading before you go. I don't care who's in the list. If you have to go, you get to butt in line. We can do it that way because that, I appreciate what you're doing. So you just let me know. Have you been how have you been sleeping, Jason? And do you have anything with your... Because I was feeling like my face was really flush. Have you had any sicknesses or anything like that? I know you said you had COVID a while ago, but it was a feeling of like I felt lightheaded, or I felt like the blood from my face was draining out, and it made me feel kind of woozy. Hopefully you're okay, and maybe that's a symbolic thing, but of course my guides go straight for possibly health-related things, but... Good. You're feeling fine. Good. Okay. So, okay, you're feeling fine. That's perfect. I obviously don't want you to feel any way other than that. I just had a feeling of like it was like the blood draining from my face. Never felt that feeling before, so that was interesting. It felt like cold sweat, like kind of like I was sick, but not really. But it felt like yeah, I don't know. That was interesting. Mainly what I'm getting here is I still feel the connection's going to take time. That revolving door energy was the main thing. The only thing I can see is like there's this energy that keeps coming back into this person's life, and it clouds their judgment. And it feels to me like I feel like she's more strong-willed. I feel like but I also feel like with the right person or the right situation, she would let things kind of happen. And maybe there's something that's kind of blocking this energy, because as I'm saying that, I'm seeing like a marshmallow, which to me would be someone who can be nice to a point, but It could be Shivakshi, but it's like when I feel those things, generally it's what's actually happening to the person or what could happen. It could be symbolic though, but most of the time when I feel it, it's something that the person either is experiencing or will experience. If I just sense it, then I'm like, oh, okay, it's symbolic. But if I feel it, usually that means there's something there. But I would love to be wrong with that. I'm just giving what I'm getting, but it's, it could be that. I'm still learning, so yeah, it could be. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. Possible, Is that what you were thinking, Shivakshi? Kind of like, it could be overthinking. It could be. Thank you, Chantel. And by the way, Chantel, if you have a question too, let me know. Okay, that would make sense. So I feel like with this, honestly... Oh, hey there, Arizona. How's it going? I feel with this thing personally, Jason, they have to want to move on. And it's not that they don't want to. I don't feel they know how. Like, at this point in time. So, for instance, Jason, from what I've heard in the chat, you are let's say you're very vocally liberated about your ex-wife, right? Sounded like a journey to be not had. Yeah, the mods are kicking its ass. But, I don't feel like it's as deep as what you went through, but it feels like there's just kind of a holding on of things. And I feel sometimes like for men or women, yeah, we just hold on to things a little bit longer, a little bit differently, right? So, and I'm sure she was, yeah. But I'm just trying to give you a frame of reference. That's where I'm coming from. It sounded like I was being an asshole there for a minute. If I was, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you if I did. I'm just saying we hold on to connections sometimes even when they're not. Yeah, I think you get where I'm going with that. Okay. I'll do Samuel's question now. Hopefully that helps. Jason. All right. That's all you can do, isn't it? That's all you can do. And I know you I know you're that way. I know when you come on here you're curious to see what's going on there. And I know you're someone who's going to be gentle and kind because if we've been through something ourselves, we know what it's like to be pressured or pushed into these directions. And I don't get that sense from you. Yeah, I can do that for you, Samuel. No problem. Just, doesn't hurt to keep checking in and seeing where she's at, but it just feels like it. And I do feel like there's going to be a point where they are done. They're done. I just don't know when that's going to happen, but it feels closer rather than further away, if that makes sense. Maybe, I don't want to give you a time frame because I'm not sure, but if not this year, next year, I would say. Hopefully it doesn't take that long, but sometimes we hold on to things, right? Good, you're doing your own thing for now. Love that, because waiting for people, we don't need to do that. We don't need to wait for people. There's a lot of things we could be doing besides waiting for people, but I get it. We're waiting for that special someone. We're wanting something good. We're wanting something like that. And hopefully that ends up happening. I do too. I appreciate good moderators. Okay, Samuel Clemens. Let me see what we can do here. Or CC, I should say. The mod squad, yeah. And not the one with B. Arthur, but the actual mod squad. She was tough, man. If you guys look at B. Arthur, she was something else. I hear you, Jason. I hear you. I hope the best for him too. He's been a regular on here for over a year, right? Jason, you've been coming on here for over a year, I think. At least. And you pop in and say hello, or maybe it's even been longer than that. Hell, I don't know. Okay. All right, CC. Not that long, but smiley face. Well, okay. You feel like you've been coming in for a while. You feel like a regular. There's no way it's been just since December. Has it? I guess that's still kind of a long time, isn't it? That's 7 months? Or no, 6 months, give or take. I'll round it out to a year. I remember him being here, and I feel like it was longer than that, but, you know, my memory's not great, so you could have been here for 5 minutes or 3 years. One or the other is going to be true. All right. Okay, yep. Okay. You're probably right then. You feel like a regular, though. That's meant to be a compliment. At least I would hope it would, you know? But, yeah, I just kind of think of you as a regular, kind of like Elizabeth or like the Amber that comes on here. Okay, anyway. Is it okay if I connect with your energy, Samuel? Did I already say that? I don't think I asked. I like your energy, Jason. You're patient, even when you don't get your turn. You've always been patient, and I appreciate that. People in this community can be kind of jerks, you know, and I don't get that from you. So thank God. Especially men. I've had a lot of men get mad at me for not being quick enough, and it's like, come on, guys, come on. Okay, let's see what we can get for... Yeah, pushy. Exactly. You are so welcome, Jason. No worries, my friend. All right, let's see what we can get for CC. Very first thing I'm getting when I'm tuning into your energy is like... Yes, I can, Jasmine. I can call your name out. Just have me on in the background, if that helps, and we can do that. I'm hearing the term, and then I'm feeling this energy circling right here. Crystal. I'm wondering if you're going through kind of an energetic situation, because I'm getting a sense of around you, and I don't mean this in a way that... the way I'm going to describe this... Well, hopefully you understand the psychic part of doing this, because the way I'm going to describe it's going to sound kind of weird, but it's like I'm getting this defensive sense of thorn energy that's coming around you, but it feels like it's time to take the... It's like I'm wearing not a crown of thorns, but I'm wearing these thorns. I can take them off or I can put them on. It feels like it's time to take them off now. Maybe there was a situation where we felt more defensive or we felt like we had to be sharp in some way. Even though I don't see you being cruel, I see you being like someone who stands up and... Yeah. And I'm getting a sense of like taking off these thorns, and I'm almost feeling like we cut ourselves on the thorns a little bit because part of us isn't that way anymore. I feel like there was a time where you were defensive, you were someone who had that kind of feeling and you thought that was strength, and now that's not. Yeah, and now I feel like that's changing for you. and you're becoming someone who's more open. If people don't understand you, it's kind of like, well, oh, whatever, because you need to be you more than anything else. And then I'm seeing an owl for me, which would be like wisdom, like it's time. Getting a sense of like a regal energy too. As soon as you take the crown of thorns off, you have a lot of energy that's coming out of you. But when you wear it and you become defensive, things slow down psychically. Physically, we're protected, in a way. Emotionally, we're protected. But as soon as you take it off, you're ready to go. Okay. Now, here's another thing. Do you wear, or do you have, it's either black tourmaline or obsidian. You said you had a crystal collection, if I'm not mistaken. Was it you or was it someone else? I swear to God, it's almost every other life someone has a crystal collection. I get it. I need more crystals, guys. I want them too. I'm a Taurus. I love beauty. I want a watermelon tourmaline. That's like my next one I want to get. Or an ametrine, which is amethyst and citrine. Anyway, they're beautiful stones. But regardless, I need to... You have lots of shiny rocks. Okay, that's a good way of saying crystals. I like that a lot better. So, something's telling me like you would resonate now with, because you have, your last was malachite. So you were focusing, because malachite, is that the greenish blue one, which is throat and heart? Hey there, Sigma, how's it going? Yeah. Right, you're crystal. I know you're crystal. You're not shiny rocks. You're not crazy shiny rocks. I mean, maybe you are. Maybe you should change your name to that now, because I think that's good stuff. Crystal is a shiny rock. There's no one on the paid list right now, Sigma. There is no one on the paid list. It's green. Okay, green heart chakra. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was green or if it was bluish green, right? But if it's green, that makes sense. It feels like the heart chakra is more open. I'm feeling like you're going to be responding more to green energy and then pink energy and then yellow. That's kind of like the feeling that I'm getting. So there's going to be more activating of the solar plexus, more willpower required for you to do what it is you need to do. And then almost an emerald green. Ooh, emerald is such a pretty stone. That's one of the pretty ones. Oh. Awesome, you love those colors. Perfect. In Arizona, yes, I had a good weekend. Just basically, I kind of relaxed, and my ex left their tarot decks since she doesn't do it anymore. Over 50 decks. I won't use them. Jason, I don't want to be that person that says, send them all to me. But for the love of God, if she's not going to use them, and you want to support your local Spider-Man, I mean me, then we could work out a trade. You can give me $1 for every one you send me. So give me $50 and 50 decks of cards. If she has any rare ones, shit, we might need to chat and see what kind of decks we got going on there. Not that I mean, if I had 50 boxes of tarot cards, I don't know what I'd do with them, but shit, I don't know why, I just got real excited there. I know why, it's because I'm a tarot reader. It's like if someone was buying shoes or pants, if someone really liked pants, right? Patty Cakes is saying, email me. Patty, I called dibs first. You paid for them all. You remember 80? Does she have this one? Because the $80 one that you're talking about, this is one of those $80 ones, the True Black Tarot deck. Did she have that one? Beautiful cards, but all the cards are black and they have gold and white and red. They're beautiful cards. I did. See, Patty, I don't want to be that guy that says I win over stuff like that, but probably not. Oh. All right, so she didn't have good taste. That's okay, Jason. That's okay. But you donated for one. Perfect. Let me put you on the list. All right, I'll use them for, let's try using them for Sigma here and see what we can find. What we can do. Wanted to ask a question. Okay, Sigma, go for it. What are we... didn't want to tip that over. What are we wanting to ask? I'll put this up here. There we go. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, CC. Man, I really like those colors. I don't know. I'm a sucker for warm colors. I think that's my favorite. Even though I know I'm wearing blue, but we got some orange. We got some orange here too. That's all a woman needs. Unless she's a lesbian, in which case I'm going to say the man part's probably not going to be what she needs. I'm just going out there, Cheryl. I'm going to say it. You should cut your hair. What would be the reaction? Okay, so Sigma, I know something about this. If you're thinking about cutting your bangs, stop. Okay, I've heard a lot of women regret cutting their bangs, especially if they do it themselves. Just going to say that first. And with that out of the way, our little warning done. Well, let's see what we can do. It's not a silly question. It's not a silly question. Like I said, just stay away from the bangs. Okay, I've never seen a girl say, I cut my own bangs, and her reaction was like, oh, I'm glad I did it. It's always like, I cut my own bangs. Now I gotta shave off my eyebrows. Gotta put on a fake mustache. You'll have to reinvent your whole face. We don't want to do that. Right? So let's just go here. All right, Cece. I'll be waiting for you. Okay. What would be the reaction if Sigma cut their hair? Uh-oh, Arizona did the first sin. And God said, not the bangs, though. Anything but the bangs, right? That was the first one. It is an excellent question. Why? I honestly don't think it's that silly. I've gotten asked weird questions. I'm trying to think of one of the weirdest ones I've gotten asked. Let's see. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll be able to think of it. That's not even close, though. It's not silly or weird. That's a genuine question. Okay, so what would be the reaction if Sigma were to cut... Okay. Hair is important. It is. It is. I should know because I look like I woke up with whatever this is. Fuzzy caterpillar that kind of died up there and just... It's just sleeping. It's not dead. It's dead. It's starting to smell. So let's do this, Sigma. Are you cutting your own hair, and are you a hairstylist, or are you going to go to a hairstylist to get your hair cut? Right? Because there can be two different things. If you're not a hairstylist, you cut your own hair. Because I'm wondering how to word the question. Because if I say, should you cut your own hair, or should you get your hair cut, I'm wondering in reference to what? Maybe I'm asking the silly questions now. It does change for... I look so different with a haircut versus without, you know? So I agree with that. The older I get, the more I appreciate my hair, but I know it's going to be going soon. My mom's... what do they say? Your mom's brother is the one that you get the hair gene from? Bald as cue balls. I mean, they're like, there's nothing there, you know? So... as soon as it starts thinning, I'm just shaving my head and I'm going to own it. Like Jackson Galaxy, the cat whisperer. I'm just going to go for it. I'd say I think I could pull it off, but I'm going to shave it off instead because pulling my hair sounds a little painful. I'll just do this. So if Sigma gets their hair cut, what's going to be the reaction? One more second here. I am so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that, Sigma. You're watching your nephews. You better keep an eye on them. Okay. So, I feel like if you cut your hair, or if you get your hair cut, right? Red hair is awesome. Red hair is cool. I like red hair. I also like silver hair. I've been trying to get my girlfriend to dye my hair, or not to dye my hair silver, but to bleach the living hell out of it. I feel like I'd look cool with silver hair. I do. Because in the tarot community, you have silver hair, you have wisdom, right? I could use a little bit more of that. But here's the cards I get. So let me move this over. You're wanting to cut your hair. You have silver hair now. See, and I'm jealous, Patty. If you've got natural silver hair, I would want some. I would want some to grow myself. Give me a starter kit and then we can go from there. That's how it works, right? So we get Door to Romance in reverse, Angel of Strength in reverse, and Storm Warning upright. It's a pillow fight. World War III is breaking out. Well, I think Einstein said that once. World War III would be fought with pillows and blankets. Something like that, because all humans would just be super comfortable right before it happens. Okay, so it really depends on... Sounds like such a weird question. It really depends on why we would want to cut our hair. Because Door to Romance in reverse, Angel of Strength in reverse, Storm Warning. Because sometimes we want to cut our hair because there's an occasion or there's a person that we have in mind. Sometimes we want to cut our hair because it's what we want to do. There's a style we want to try out. I'm finding gray hairs all over, and I'm 33. You'd probably have to be in good condition though, right, Cheryl? Let me do this. I'm gonna draw some other cards here. Okay, it's a style you want to try out. All right. I'm gonna say, Sarah, it's gonna be an asymmetrical bob, is what I'm going for, Sigma. It's gonna be an asymmetrical bob for the win, with ombre tips. How close am I? Come on, you can be honest with me. If I'm right, I'm right. But if I'm wrong, say nothing. I need a win. I need something there. You're going to get yours cut this Friday by a hairstylist. You guys have options. I just go to the local Walmart and get my hair cut. But the person I go to is actually pretty good, I think. Patty, I hope I can make it to earn my silvers. It's going to be like, you're okay. You're okay, Sigma. I understand. I'm going to say... Molly. Oh, Sigma, that's some good shit right there. I've never heard anyone describe a haircut that they want to get as mullet gay vibes. More masculine haircut. Okay. All right, I hear you. Hey, sometimes the masculine haircuts look good on women. I've seen some really good ones. It makes me think of, I think Robin, the singer, right? She had something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And I like Robin. I think she's really cool. You guys know who I'm talking about. She sings, I think she's blonde now. Anyway, I like her. And she has kind of a more masculine haircut, right? I would say it too. I would say cut your hair for you, Sarah. It's looking like to me, yes, Robin from the 90s, but she still does stuff now. I didn't know about Roxette. I'd say go for it though. If it's something you're wanting to try, I think people could maybe look at it at first and not understand what's going on necessarily, but it's not for them to understand, it's for you to experience something yourself. These two cards here could be, maybe there could be a reaction that at first isn't necessarily positive, but again, you know, who gives a shit? Do your own thing. Cut your hair, try something because you want to do it. Don't do it for someone else, right? Do it for you. Try something out, and you didn't really sell it to me. I mean, I understand, you know, I had a mullet when I was younger, and it was nice because I could go like this and tickle the back of my neck whenever I wanted to. So I miss those days. But you want to be, well, I don't even have business in the front anymore. It's kind of like a parking lot in the front, and then we have like a closed down Target in the back. So things change. That's what I'm trying to say. I would say go for it though. I would say, just like everyone else is saying, try something new, because to me it seems like you're trying to get into an energy where you can reinvent yourself and you can see what you like and what you don't like. Yeah, tickle the back of your neck. That's what it does. That's what it does. When I was a kid, I'd do this all the time, and the teachers would wonder what the hell I was doing. It's like, it's so soft. It's like I can brush the back of my neck. And then, you know, things happen, and you realize you need to get a haircut because you're the only kid in school that has a mullet. And I live in like Redneck Central, and even all the other rednecks were like, yeah, he's got a mullet. But then my mom wanted to give me a perm straight off the bat, and it's like, man, going from a mullet to a perm, you're going to get me killed in school. I look dorky as hell with a perm, I'll tell you that right now. It's not my... If people can pull it off, more power to you. You're welcome. You're welcome, Sigma. Thank you for coming in here. And... They do be jelly, patty cakes. I can definitely see that. Yeah, inventive haircuts need to be around. I feel like it's innovative, right? Inventive, innovative. It's, I mean, pardon the term, but it's cutting edge, right? That was a bad joke. Okay, so our next one on the list, Ling, are you there? I think you were there just a second ago. What other tarot readers do you guys watch? And I'm not trying to fish for you guys just saying you watch me because I'm your favorite. Low-key though, I am trying to do that. So besides me, who do you watch? And if there's anyone else, I won't be too upset. I watch Tyler's tarot sometimes. He is entertaining, I'll tell you that much. Okay. May I know S's intentions? Okay, let's look. What are... Ooh. You watch Sophie's Ma'am? I haven't heard of them. Rich Lop, he's a fave. Story-Eyed Tarot. Secrets of the Typical Emo Witch. I've heard of Secrets of the Typical Emo Witch. I feel like I've heard of that one before. Story-Eyed Tarot, I think I've heard. I haven't heard of Rich Lop. I understand, Ling. I understand. I keep odd hours. Pisces says Kelly Tarot. I feel like I've heard of them too, but I'm not sure. I remember I watched Tyler's Tarot, Sal, when he was first starting out. I saw his channel blow up like crazy. Salvadera, what is his name? Anyway, I was seeing him and he was posting like 24 videos a day, or at least 12, because he would do all the signs. Then he had a bakery and he was writing a book and he did his own tarot deck. There is Airhead the Last Chim. That was a short movie. I'll have to look at the secret of the emo. Bye, see you, bitch. Yeah. Let's see, what does he say? You know what? Your forehead's probably so big, I could fly a plane off that. See ya, bitch. I remember, anyway, he's funny. He's a funny guy. Bray, of course, too. Man, you guys have so many that you watch. I used to watch someone named Nicholas, or Nick something. What was his name? He was really good, kind of a compassionate person, like more, yeah. I feel like male tarot readers, I wouldn't say they're rare, but I feel like they're more rare, right? Would you say there's more female tarot readers or more male tarot readers? Yeah, Sal's awesome. He's good. Okay. Does he still do that? I'm pretty sure he still does. It stressed you out, so you left. Hey, I hear you. My mental health means more to me than anything else. When I get stressed, I stay that way for a couple hours, and then eventually I leave. A lot more female. Yeah, I would say female for sure, because it's like, yeah. I wonder what the ratio is, you know? We have Victory, and then we have third chakra Archangel Shamuel. Is that what his name is? Is Nick Loves? I haven't seen them. I don't think. I need to find more. More tarot readers. That's Sal. I freaking love it. Yeah, he's good. Sal's good. I need to watch more of him too. So, Ling, this looks good. You have Victory and third chakra Archangel Shamuel. Both of these cards are really good cards. Really good cards. I can do that, Jason. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10 to 1. His hoke is just, I know, right? His hoke. Taurus. Mountain Mama is also a good one. You're welcome. It looks good to me, Ling. It really looks good. Looks really good. I know, Jason, I'm a smartass. I know you said smart chance, but deep down you're thinking he's a smartass. He must be so sarcastic. At parties. I never go to parties. I stay alone. You at a party, I would be the guy that wasn't there. You wouldn't even see me there, and you'd be like, that empty space looks a lot like Chance. And you'd be right, because I'm not there. Okay. Okay, so we're on to Ivory, love reading. Okay. I do too. It just depends on the book. By the way, I'm reading this book right here, really, really good. Have you guys heard of the author? I Am a Taurus, Ivory. Have you guys heard of the author Matt Aron? He does this book right here. He does the Psychic Witch book. And there you go. Anyway, look up Matt Aron, Psychic Witch. Really good book. Talks about developing psychic abilities, and he's good. He's a good one. Why, thank you, Ling. I try my hardest to be young. Who to choose, Taurus or Gemini? Which one treats you better? Ivory, that's the question. I knew it, Patty. Saturn return. What did I say? Every 27 years you have a Saturn return, thereabouts. You said you're 54. You're on your Saturn return again. Sorry, I just had that feeling. I had to say that because I saw that energy with you, Patty. Excuse me, Ling. I'm 7. That makes you a big girl. It does. It does. It does, Chim Chim. I'm just 33. It can happen. I've heard some people have their Saturn return when they're like 29, you know, so it really depends, but I think my next Saturn return is going to be when I'm 54, and then there's another one at 81. And then if you make it to the magical age of 108, it's kind of like, what do you gain? You know what I mean? What could Saturn take away from you that it hasn't already done? You know, 17, the one did a funny. Ah, okay. I hear you. Taurus is a movie producer and Gemini is in the military. They both treat you well. All right, Ivory, here's the deal. The movie producer one, tell him you know a really good actor and his name is mine, and then introduce me to him. And then just let's throw a hard left and go for the Gemini here. No, let's look. Let's see what I can find. But let him know that I would be happy to be paid lots of money to do some acting. I don't know. I just work that way, guys. I want to make lots of money. Okay, let's see. I'm just kidding, Ivory. I'm just messing with you. Unless you're okay with that. Let me draw one more. It looks like the Taurus every way around. Do not make a decision like this based on what I'm saying. Okay, I'm going to say this 1,000 times over. If you guys wouldn't listen to what a Ouija board would have to tell you about your love life, take it as a suggestion. The Taurus to me seems more viable for whatever reason, because I get these cards here. First off, one of the first cards I got was Princess of Swords, which would be the Gemini. But then I get Queen of Cups. Well, I'll do these ones because I got those two for that. I get these cards. Okay. I get the Ace of Cups. I get the Queen of Cups, and then I get the Four of Cups, which is luxury. So maybe there could be habits that are not the best with this person at times, but it seems like emotionally a good connection. This one says the Therapist, and then this one says the Ace of Cups. So I'd say the Taurus, right? And I'm not biased because I'm a Taurus. I might be a little bit, but the cards are saying it, not me. So I'm going to say Taurus for the win. Always the Taurus. If you have to ask the question, know that you're being a little bit silly. Just a little bit. Always Taurus. All right. Let's move on to Pisces. Hit me with your best shot. I'm married to a Gemini. He's the bee's knees. I choose Gem. Well, I hear you, Patty. I hear you. If they're good, I say go for it. Yes, that's what I need. An army of promoters. If we were making tons of money, guys, I would share the love. But I'm not there yet, but I might be eventually. I've got 2 ideas, 2 viable ideas on how to have this channel blow up. But one I have to wait for, and the other one I have to wait. Yeah, I have to wait either way, but if we were making really good money, I'd pay the mods. I would, but I appreciate what you guys do. I just want you to know that. Do the bigger tarot readers, do they pay their mods? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ling. That's very sweet. Oh, I don't want to make money that way, Pisces. I did that once, though. I did that once. Thank you so much, Ling. That's very kind. No, they don't. Okay, I was wondering, Patty, if they did. I used to do that. I was a telephone operator, and Pisces said, what's coming in love? Let's look at that. So, yeah, I used to do that, and it was $8 a minute. My rate was $8 a minute. I didn't set it. They set my price. You have to keep your calls up, and each person that called me, they wanted them minimum to spend $120 talking to me. And so you were told on purpose to be really slow when you talked, and to make it so that each and everything was drawn out. I mean, it was a horrible place, and you were suckering. I mean, one person stayed on the phone with me for 2 hours, and that, I think, let's see, 10 minutes would have been $80. That's almost $500, right, of just talking to someone on the phone. And it was ridiculous. And then when my stats started to fall down, the little bastard starts yelling at me, right? And he starts telling me, you gotta manipulate them. You gotta make them feel this way. You gotta do this. And it's like, I'm not here to screw with people. I thought this actually helped people. Needless to say, I quit. But also, I kept getting weird people calling. I got some of the strangest people you could imagine calling in. Thank you, Chim. I appreciate that. No, I don't. Hey there, Max Subliminals. How are you doing? I'm okay with how things are now. Honestly, it'd be nice to make more, but in the future, I've got some things in the pipes. The one strange call I got, okay, I'll tell you guys this. What? Hold on, what did Patty say? I did phone sex back in the 90s. You made bank. I'm sure you did, Patty. I have no doubt. 120, yeah, poor client. Yep. And what they would do, no, I'm proud of Patty, man. If you can make money doing that, more power to you. I, on the other hand, would turn people away if they heard my voice doing the sex phone line. It wouldn't be very good, is what I'm trying. Anyway, okay, the strangest call I got, and this was no joke, and I had to stop myself from laughing because it was so ridiculous. The most ridiculous phone call. And I knew every time who it was, because every time they would get on the line, there would be this really long pause, and then they would say, "Hey, it's Mike." And then he would always ask, oh my God, and he wasn't kidding. He was nuts, right? He would always ask me, okay. He lost his girlfriend Okay, Mike was probably in his 50s. He lost his girlfriend, and he would call tarot readers nonstop. He was in massive amounts of credit card debt. One of the people said, I'll say it. One of the people said that he was $30,000 in credit card debt in a month. $30,000. I'm just saying, that's a lot of money to be. Anyway, so he calls me and he says, she broke up with me. And then he told me what he looked like because apparently I wanted to know, right? He said, I look like a mix between Owen Wilson and I can't remember who else he said. And, I'm not. And then he's telling me, I'm at a drive-thru right now. And I'm just wondering, is he doing her in the ass right now? And I was like, what? And then he's like, my asshole burns. Is she doing her in the ass right now? And I'm like, holy shit. And my girlfriend was there and I was there. And I had to take my ear away from the phone because I started having that thing where you cannot stop laughing, no matter what. You're like, oh my God. I was like, what the hell are you doing? What is going on here? And that wasn't the only time he said it. Literally, he would call, there'd be that long silence, and then, hey, designed by Jenny G, caught me at a weird time. And then he would just say that because he's like, my asshole's burning. And it's like, okay, is he doing it? And it's like, I don't know. And it felt, oh my God. That was crazy. That was one of the craziest phone calls I got. And he called me at least every other day I was on. And every time I talked to him, I would just the whole time be cringing because it's like, this is so awkward. They weren't normal questions. It was all sex related. This guy came in, stole his house, apparently got his girlfriend on crystal meth. And then after that, they kicked him out of his own house that he was paying for. And then after, it was a story I've never heard before. And he was just calling tarot readers like crazy. I don't know. Part of me wonders if this Mike person was even real. I was thinking he was used to test the readers, but he seemed pretty genuine because he was... Anyway. Well, I'm just saying, you guys, if you do the telephone stuff, know that you're going to get weird. Yeah, it's thoughts you keep to yourself. But his asshole was tingling, so he was wondering, because he said he had a connection with his girlfriend. When when your asshole tingles, it means, oh my God, like what? Anyway. So yeah, that was it. If it was a sex hotline, I probably would have made a lot of money talking to Mr. Do 'em in the ass, but no. I know, Jenny G, it's insane. Hey, so who did I... No, never mind. You paid, didn't you, Jenny G? You paid last time, didn't you? Not the ass tingle. You know it. Yeah, it was ridiculous. So probably we can put Max Subliminal on the list, and designed by Jenny G. Yes, you paid last time. I didn't get to your question. So what is your question? Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate that. There's other ones too. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones. That was the one that stood out. The one that was awful, though, the one that was horrible, and I still remember this, had a fuzzy in his crack. Chim. Chim, you're a funny one. So, as I'm waiting for Jenny to type her question, a furry or a fuzzy in his butt. A furry in his butt's a little something different, but a fuzzy, we can all relate to having a fuzzy in our butt. Saying that out loud, it sounds much more provocative than I thought. I definitely don't wear fuzzy G-strings. I don't, because the boys would come out either side. When a man wears a thong, it has to be just wide enough. Otherwise, it looks like you got a melted candle on one side and a half-eaten pizza on the other. Imagine he just had a spider up there asking if his girlfriend was getting denied. Like, no, but you are. Goddamn Chim. Everyone, you're stumped. Okay, I'm gonna Your only question. You're stumped. Thank you, Patty. Apparently I'm on fire. Like literally. Can you imagine there's just smoke, the alarm goes off? You can't focus on a question. It's okay, Jenny. Think of your question. I'm not going anywhere. I don't get to leave until I've done my job, so that's why I'm here all the time. Good, Jenny. Yeah, I've got a lot of other stories. Okay, so here's what I got for Pisces, because I did draw some cards. We have debauchery in reverse, okay? We have defeat, and we have swiftness in reverse. So I'm thinking what's going to happen is you're going to have someone who loves defeat, like they're a feet fetishist, coming in love. No. There's more energy here that's going to be talking about what's coming in love is going to be more, because there's no signifiers here. There's nothing that says like a person specifically, but I do feel like maybe we could reel in the energy a little bit. I'm wondering if you've done some grounding exercises lately, Pisces, because the grounding is feeling like it's needed. As I'm connecting with this energy, because this card here feels like we're still learning some lessons. We're still kind of on our way learning some lessons. And then I'm hearing the word like swap. Like I feel like it feels like sometimes we get rid of one problem and have another one. And maybe we're trying to find a way where we can find balance. But get some rest, Atiana. Yeah, you're on the list. It's right up there above you. Hold on. Okay. So I would say there's still more that needs to be done in this arena. I'm seeing like a tornado or a whirlwind. It feels like there could be a Capricorn. It feels like there could be a Capricorn possibly coming in here. I feel like it's going to be a while though. And as I'm saying Capricorn, I'm smelling this like floral scent. So maybe this Capricorn person has kind of a florally scent. It's not like, I don't know, man. I could smell something. It smelled good. It smelled good. And if a man or a woman smelled that way, I might make him my lover. I'm just saying. It smelled that good. I'm not gay, but if you smell a certain way, we might experiment and see what's going on there. Just throwing that out there. Now I'm reeling it back in and I'm throwing it away because nobody needs to know that. Okay, Jenny, perfect. Perfect. You broke up with your partner who was controlling anyway. I'm glad you're out of that. I'm glad you're out of that. So you're probably feeling a mix of emotions, I would imagine. Hold on. Okay, so right now, Shavakshi, we're going to be on to Jenny G paid last time I was live on Friday, and she never got her reading. And so I'm going to do her reading now, and we're going to go from there. But I would say there's more healing that needs to be done, Pisces, but it doesn't seem to me like it's going to be a negative journey. I do feel like love can be right around the corner. There is that Capricorn energy. We have Pisces, we have Leo, we just need 10 more signs. 10 more signs. Thank you, Leo, for coming on here. How you doing? I will eventually have you meet the rest of the zodiac, but we gotta wait. We gotta build it up slowly and then burst forth like a newborn baby child. Okay, I'm gonna go into Jenny's reading. Hello there, Leo, my friend. Welcome to the channel. Well, there you go. That would be a name you could have your child, Flora Lee. Just a floor-dwelling baby. I don't know. Your mind is different, Chim, and I love it because I wouldn't have done that. I'm trying to figure out how someone could smell like a floor. I've smelled weird things doing the psychic work. Let's see. So, let's talk about this, right? So Jenny G, I'll be serious here for a minute just because we need to focus the energy here. Getting out of this relationship that you were in is going to feel... It's going to feel confusing, and it's going to feel hard, and it's also going to feel like not... It's going to feel good and it's going to feel not good, because you're going to have a sense of independence back. But a lot of times when we get that sense of independence back, we need to rediscover who we were, because we've lost ourselves in the connection. If it was a negative connection, or if it was a more controlling connection, a lot of times our own personality has been suppressed and isolated. Like, we felt isolated, we felt lonely. And I would say, before you get out in the dating world again, I don't think you're thinking of doing that anytime soon, but I would definitely say take at least 6 months to a year to reevaluate yourself and ground yourself back in your body again, and let yourself experience that. If not longer, if you need to take longer, take longer. But I would really say take the time to get to know who you are again. Because when we're in those kinds of connections, we do lose sight, right? You're all right, Chim. So let me look at the cards here, though. Hold on. Oh, thank you. The mistimed comedy was probably hilarious. It probably was. It probably was. Me and my friends used to watch animated, or like, I'm gonna shuffle these cards for Jenny G. We used to play CDs, and then we would lower the volume all the way down on the TV, and we would wait until the CD would make it so the person matched it perfectly, like the person that was speaking matched what the person was saying on the... And we had some funny ones. We had some weird... I know. We did weird things when we were young, but... It's hard. I still do things around the house. It was fun. We had a good time. Never remember, actually no, I do remember. I do have a memory that I feel like isn't my own. From when I was really, really young. And my mom says this never happened, but I remember it happening very, very vividly. And I was awake. Anyway, I remember it. It was weird. Hold on here. Like you're married, but you sleep on the couch. Wow. That sounds tough. Absolutely. That's a shitty situation. Okay, here's what I've got. I think you'll like these cards, Jenny G. You like design, you like the aesthetic. These are cool. The very first card that comes up is this. This one says love, and it's the Two of Cups, and I think this is you focusing on finding yourself, right? If it means being away from them, I could understand that. Then we have the Ace of Discs in reverse. This is you. There's difficulty in starting over again. There is difficulty, but it's not impossible. Not even close. You've done harder things, trust me. But there's going to be a part of you that's going to feel like you want it, you don't, you want it, you don't. Realize that that's normal for you to go through at this point in time. Confusion is that's normal. I know that sounds kind of like I'm being mean about it, but it's like, that's okay for you to experience confusion. It's not something you should feel ashamed of or scared of. You're going through a pretty major transition, so if you weren't feeling confused or like, what the hell's going on? Yeah. You're okay, Chim, you're okay. It's a whimper at this point, not a roar, but you're getting there. You're trying your hardest, buddy, and that's what matters, champ. Just get back in the game. I don't need fancy fonts. Fancy fonts. It sounds like I'm trying to say fancy farts in a weird British accent or something. Fancy fonts. Fancy font. Anyway. I'm sorry, Jenny G. This is how I am. So we have Prince of Wands, and this one says the journalist. This is you discovering your integrity, your sense of self, your sense of worth. Yeah, Fanciful. But this is you discovering your sense of self-worth. This is you finally saying, you know what, I'm worth more than what this person values me for. And we should never let anyone else value us, ever, for what they think we're worth. We should always put our own worth forward first, and then they see it too, right? If you want to clip it, go for it. Go for it, Chim. Just don't, you're going to make like a YouTube poop, aren't you? Which, by the way, unfortunately, is my favorite kind of comedy. I don't know why. I like I said, I think I have autism. Why am I saying this? Jenny, we're on your reading. We're on your reading. And she says I'm on point for having autism, and so I agree. I'm there. I'm on point and on the spectrum. So there we go. Anyway, so to me, if I'm looking at this and I'm not being a little nervous pervous, I'm going to say that, look at this. You can clip if you want to, says no Jewish. Chim, that's a good one. That's a good one, Chim. I gotta give you. Did you come up with that? That's pretty good, honestly. I do too, and there's nothing wrong with it. No. Right here we have virtue, and we have the journalist. I see someone with integrity, someone who's going to have that. You're going to be so glad you did this. This is a change that you're going to love, honestly. And I see it being something that right now it's difficult. It won't be, not even close to forever. I feel like in a few months you'll have more of a sense of like understanding it more and more and more, and I think the sky's the limit. I would just say with relationships, with things like that, really take your time, take your space, and have it be something where you can just have your time. You can just do your thing, have your time, and yeah, so it's looking good to me. Just know that you're not alone. We're here, and well, that's it. We're here. Some of you, whether you like it or not, but most of you, I feel like, are here for a reason. Again, though, I am holding some of you captive. You can't leave the room, but that's what you get with me. You want freedom or you want entertainment? Most of you are going to choose entertainment. Okay. You heard me say that before I said it. That's awesome. We're stepping into different time space, guys. You'll love it. You'll love having freedom. Honestly, I think that's one of the main tenets we need to have a healthy relationship. We need to have a sense of freedom. We kind of need... we need a good relationship like we needed good parents, right? Back when we wanted that. And to me, a good parent is someone who, like, you watch your child, you make sure they're safe, and you give them a sense of freedom, but you also make it so that they can come to you when they need to talk to you about things, but not to be a helicopter parent or anything like that, but just to be there for your child. And we need a partner that's like that too. It's like they let you do your own thing, but when you want help or when you need their presence, they can be there for you when the time comes. And if they're not doing that, then, hasta la vista. Pasta la Vista would be a really good name for an Italian restaurant that serves very minimal noodle dishes. Like it's like one little noodle dish with just a teeny bit of sauce. Absolutely. Freedom, security, safety, and loyalty. Absolutely. Jenny, I agree with that 100%. Hopefully that helps, Jenny, and feel free to just come on here. You don't even have to pay for a question. Just feel free to kind of talk with people. I know it's confusing, but we can help you through that confusion. I've helped a lot of people through these kinds of situations, and then other people in the community, this beautiful community, they've helped too, and in so many ways. And so, yeah. All right. we're gonna see if we can go for gold here. I'm gonna see what we can do. So listen to this. I'll see if we can do it. I'm gonna try a crack in the neck here. Oh, I don't know if you heard that. That felt wicked good though. Here we go, this way. No, not as much that way. I get cracks like that all the time. Some would say I'm addicted to cracking my neck, and a little bit. Patty didn't appreciate it. It is, isn't it? It is. I hear you, Mac. Do you watch those chiropractic videos where they, like, the guy has this thing around the other person's chin and they're like pulling their neck and, you know? Oh, just crack both sides. You got to. You got to crack them. You got to go for it, right? I wonder if my pinky will do it, right? Who is it that I watch? It's Dr. Oh, yeah, because when you hear the, I don't know, I watch the ones that says deep cracking sensations or whatever, and it's like the person laying down and you hear like, oh, and then like bubble wrap. Chim, that's funny. That's good too. I have to say, you're pretty good with the language stuff. Like, because I read that and I was like, what are you talking about? And it's like, a dick hit me. Oh, man. In class, I just randomly start cracking my back, neck, fingers, and your ankles. That, I'll say, Max Subliminals, that does sound like a betrayal of trust in a weird way. It seems very, like, aggressive. That's good, Chim. Honestly, you make me crack up. I'm not expecting they're good puns, is what I'm trying to say. You're done for the night, Jenny? Oh, I guess it is late. Well, you sleep good, okay? Get some rest. Like this. Listen to this. Okay? If I can do it. No, hold on. That's the... Hold on. I have to hold it a certain way, but... Anyway. My ankles have always cracked like that. I know it's gross, isn't it? It's weird. Max Subliminals does that too. I know. You guys want to see something really weird? I can only do this once. Anyone that's doing anything right now, I can only do this once, and sometimes it hurts. So I'm going to need you to pay attention. And you've probably already seen this, I imagine. Let me move the chair back a little bit. Okay, I'm going to go like this. All right. So if I can go like this and go... Oh, man. Damn, that was a... Okay, and then I can go back over. Oh. My arms are going to be sore tomorrow. Whew. I'm tasting blood. Nah, I'm good. I am what they call double jointed. And then I'm also what they call a mistake. I don't know. I heard that somewhere. Not one of those happy accident Bob Ross talks about. Kind of like one of those sad incidences. Just anyway. All right. Who are we on to next? This is a warning. No, I know, guy. I know. Thank you, Jenny G. Yeah, the noise wasn't good for me either. It's like hearing two gears grinding against each other. It wasn't... Okay, Cassandra, are you there? Oh, yeah, she is. Awesome, Cassandra. Shoot me a question. I used to do stuff like that all the time. I can put my legs behind my head. Come to think of it, I was a weird kid in high school. I can put one of my legs behind my head and stand up, and then I can put the other one behind my head and still stand up. Sounds weird. No, I can't do that. All right, Cassandra, what's your question, and how did your test go? Okay. So normal people's pinkies crack normally, okay? I broke mine. I broke my pinky punching another person's elbow, okay? I'll tell you right now, it hurt. I didn't think I broke it, but now, since it healed, when it cracks, it makes a very different sound from what a pinky should sound like. It cracks down here. So when I pull my pinky, it cracks in there. I don't know what broke, but it's still having a hard time. I don't even know if you could hear it. I can try though. All right, so let's move the microphone. Okay. So this is what a normal finger crack sounds like, right? Like you can't really hear it. That one you could hear a little bit. Then we have this one. I'll see if I can do it. Okay, so there's the pinky. It's like I'm revealing a magic trick, so watch this. If I can do it right. Ah, no, damn it. My hands are too sweaty. Oh, wait. We'll have it saved for later, because it's a crack you guys haven't heard come from a finger before. It's really a deep, thickety crack. You know what I mean? Covering your eyes, but you can't unhear the sound. We are, Mac. You should have Mac's Cracks Subliminals. But that sounds like you do stuff with ass. Oh, my phone had to interrupt me. Hold on one sec, guys. I know, Mac. Mac's crack. Okay. I'm going to do this and then... Awesome. The exam was okay. Good. The scrumptiest. All right, let's do this here. So Cassandra said, some general advice, what to do with your life in general. You're feeling a bit lost. Okay. It's giving flashbacks to ass tingles. God, that's a sentence. Flashbacks to ass tingles. Flashbacks to ass tingles. Huh. You think I would have taken out the information card from here a really long time ago? What does it mean if I draw this for you guys? Maybe it means Cassandra needs directions. All right, we're going to move that one back. Okay. So we're looking at this here. This is going to be something that I feel is going to be kind of a slow... It's going to be a slow-moving energy, but we do have a card here. We have the Knight of Wands. We got rock star. Look at me. I'm up on stage. My pants are so tight. I assume the pants are tight because, that's how it is. And then we have the Aeon. Okay. And you'll notice there's a woman and she's going over, it looks like a bunch of names. It looks like a memorial. And she's wearing a different, period clothing, right? But she's wearing regular clothing there. And then her shirt also has an Ouroboros on it. The snake that eats its own tail is the Ouroboros. And it kind of represents, birth and renewal. The snake that eats its own tail. It's sort of consuming itself. It's sort of showing yeah. And then we have the Queen. We have the Queen of Swords in reverse. Okay. Queen of Swords in reverse, and this one says Painter at the bottom, the Painter. So it feels to me like we're stuck between, maybe we want to do something creative, or we want to do something, maybe we're stuck between wanting to do something creative or something more technical, or maybe we're feeling like, I've always wondered if I ever went to college or if I graduated high school, if I didn't drop out of kindergarten, I always wondered what my next step would have been. To get shoes, I was thinking. I still need those, by the way. Rocks hurt your feet, especially when it's hot. Lots of bugs. Give me a second here, Cassandra. Let me look. I've had this sense before, and I always get this sense, and it's a feeling of a retro... I had this when I was on LSD, and I'm having the same kind of feeling now. And it's this feeling of infinite retro void. I don't know how to describe it. It's like an infinite past that I wasn't a part of, but I'm feeling it. And if I'm feeling that with your energy, well, normally it's a lonely feeling for me because I've never known anyone else to have that. Give me a second here. I feel like it's kind of, there's like these moments in life where you wake up and you know you've done this before. And I'm not talking about deja vu, like an experience. It's like there's these moments of lucidity where you know you've been here before and you've lived this life and you've done this, and maybe you're making other choices. Maybe you're coming back here to try different choices to see what the result would be. I do feel like we come back in life in like a time way, and we get to see what different events would have happened or transpired if this event were different, or if this happened. I don't see why we wouldn't have that option. Anyway, yes, between what I really love or what I should do. That makes sense. You're an artistic person, but art sometimes don't give you the amount of money you need to live, and you have to do other jobs you don't like. Yep, that's exactly what I'm seeing here. Torn between being the money-making rock star or the starving artist, right? In this case, though, the rock star is like, business. And the paint, you know what the painter is. I would say it's a really good idea to have something be your job that... I'll say it like this. Have something be your job that pays well until you understand your own artistic abilities and expression to where you could make that into a job that pays well. Depending on how we invest into things, it could make it so that there's a lot of room for things to grow and improve for us. Like I said, with art, with the creative world, all you have to do is do something you don't like for a little bit, save a little bit of money up, invest into the thing you really want to do, and then once that other thing starts taking off more than your other job is, then you can start to be in a creative field and make money. So you don't have to choose between both, but sometimes you do, I understand that, but you don't have to do that forever. You'll just need to make wise choices with how you spend your money from the job that is kind of boring and maybe you don't want to do, but you have to survive. It makes sense. Good. Have you done... that's kind of a personal question, isn't it? Never mind. Have you done mushrooms before, Cassandra, or LSD, or anything like that? When I'm tuning into your energy, if I get a psychedelic sense, and so I'm wondering if you've done something like that, or if you're doing something that's making you experience that, but I'm not sure. And obviously that's a personal question. I'm more open with that stuff, but everyone I meet, I say that to. Have you done LSD? Hello, my name's Chance. Have you done LSD? Hello, my name's Chance. And so, for me, it's normal. You have. Okay. So that would make sense why I'm feeling that. Well, welcome to the club. Did you experience timelessness? Did you experience a sense of forever in a moment? Like, I had that. I like zoomed out of my own vision, and like a fly's eye, I went right back into my own thing. You've done LSD twice. You haven't asked me. You're 17. You are 17, Airhead. I'm not going to ask you if you've done LSD. First off, no. It was a very bad trip. You said you did it a second time, though. Was the second time better? I'm sorry you had a bad experience, though. Having a bad experience on that is something else. Okay, yeah, Atiana, you go ahead and post your question. You had it too, Patty. It's interesting, isn't it? Like I said, it's like forever in a moment. I don't know how to describe it. It felt like I was, and then I needed to call Pizza Hut to order something, right? And I'm looking down at my phone. I couldn't see numbers anymore. I didn't know what numbers were. I couldn't read. I tried to look at the letters and the numbers, and they just disappeared. Just all little gray blobs, and I couldn't. And I was laughing so hard that my ribs started to ache. Anyway. What's more important, making me feel included or not going to jail for asking inappropriate questions to a minor? I'm still figuring that one out. Cassandra, I used to consume LSD almost every weekend and other things, and then one time... Oh, Cassandra, you gotta be careful. Okay, love and business. Yeah, Jasmine, you can leave your question here. Let's do Atiana's question. It is cool, Airhead. Just make sure if you ever do anything like that you're in a very safe space, because when people talk about the vibe or the atmosphere of a room, you really need to be there. You really need to be in a safe space with people you either trust implicitly or by yourself, kind of in a monitored... I don't know how to say that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chim. I appreciate that if you could do that for me. And then I can put it up on the screen with my stuff that I got. Okay. What's the time on my end? It is 10:41. Monitored, yeah, something like that, but also not being smothered either. If you would want to do it alone, don't be smothered. You only smoke sometimes now. I hear you. I'll do this, Atiana. Let me... Oh, video time. I'm not sure. I'm just going to do this for you. I think I've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. So that would be, let's see, 200 minutes. Not that anyone uses that as a time reference, but almost 3.5 hours. Right, but I can just do this. This one. There we go. I know you gotta do sleepy things. So let's see what I can do here. Yeah, Jim, make sure to take down Jasmine's question, will you? We need to address that one. Okay. Let's see what we can do. There we go. All right, so here's the deal. Well, of course, here we go. I feel like when I tune into your energy, Etiana, I get a little yawny sometimes. There's that psychic ability there. And the very first card I saw, and I felt very lightheaded, was this one. It's the Hierophant in reverse, okay? And the Hierophant can be seen as a judge or a priest or something along those lines. Basically, it's like a traditional authority figure. When this is in reverse, to me, it's going to be saying that things are going to be non-traditional for you in your life, or where you're at now, things are going to be non-traditional. And I heard the word a miracle, which was interesting, but it's like, it does feel to me like whatever's going on in this way, things will turn around and they will be for the better. But for right now, it feels kind of like things are difficult. It won't always be that way, though. I'm not feeling like it'll always be that way. Hey there, the future is bright. Yeah, you can be added to the list. Okay, then we have Princess of Swords, the activist. This one's in reverse. This could be kind of feeling lost in kind of the area we would want to go in, possibly assuming a career, because this, well, something feels like career to me. And then we have this one. This one is disappointment in reverse, and it's the Five of Cups in reverse. That's not a bad card. A lot of these are in reverse, but the only thing I'm seeing here is there's like a loss. There could be a loss of self. There could be a sense of confusion. With love, in regards to love specifically, you're still trying to find that one person. This right here is virtue in reverse. I feel like you're trying to find someone who lives up to the values or the standards that you have set for yourself, which is good. That's a good thing. But understand that there will be times where it can feel lonely, not because you're not doing it right, but because you are doing it right. And that seems like a punishment it's not supposed to be. You too, Patty. Have a good one. Thanks for coming on here and just being awesome. I appreciate you. Get some sleep, patty cakes. I'm going to start calling myself patty cakes. If I'm ever feeling upset. We love you too. Patty, have a good one, okay? Hopefully we'll see you here Wednesday, because that's when I'm going to be on again. We're on the Instagram live. Guys, follow me on Instagram. ChancesTarot on Instagram. I'm going to tune into the energy here. I mean, if you're okay with that, usually you are. Asking everyone every time is kind of... There can be a feeling of feeling drained. I would think it's kind of like, thank you, Etienne, I appreciate that. There's a feeling of drained, feeling a sense of like, what am I doing? What am I doing this for? Even though I feel like you're someone who's motivated and you're someone who has that, there can be these moments of like, kind of what's life about? What's going on with this? What's going on with that? Which is fine. This deck here is the Urban Tarot. I'll do it even when I'm not stressed. Patty cake, patty cake. Your BP went down drastically. That's a medical condition, Jim. That black pepper shouldn't go down that bad. I know you mean blood pressure. There's a feeling of drained. There's a feeling of... I saw something of like camouflage, like trying to blend in, trying to do something. But I feel like you're unique and you're different, and trying to blend in is just making it so that you are trying to have other people's strengths rather than your own. I feel like you're a strong-willed person privately, but when it comes to being out in the world and putting your will out there, I feel like that's something that's newer for you. Not because you don't have the skill set to do so. I feel like you're a powerful person, but because maybe you haven't seen it in yourself as much as you would have wanted to. Well, banana people, they do drown rather easily. A drop of rain will kill a banana person faster than you can. Yeah. Okay. Man, okay. And that's good for you. That's really good for you, Atiana. I think that's awesome. Okay, first thing that I'm getting here, Atiana. Oh, there's Kepra. How you doing, little Kepra? Little capybara. Hopefully you had a good weekend. So first thing I'm getting, Atiana, is, I'll say it like this. I'm seeing purple daggers, right? I don't view this as negative. I'm seeing purple daggers, I'm seeing endurance, commitment, and then I'm seeing the palm of the hand. Palm of the hand to me, I'm going to start with that one first. Palm of the hand to me is going to be purpose, right? There's a purpose. There's something that's going on here. And we can read the palm of the hand and we can see a bunch of different things. This, to me, no matter how we look at it, is going to be something that was supposed to be in your... Yes, and Kepra did just donate. So yeah, she'll be the next one up. But there's this feeling of in my hand of... purpose, of drive, right? There's unknown. How you doing, buddy? Commitment, endurance, basically, right, in your hand. So what I'm seeing is here, like if you were to show me your hand, I don't do palmistry. I think it's interesting. I don't know that much about it. I do think it's interesting though. And I do think there's something to be said of it, just like any other practice that you can divine wisdom from. This was meant to be, no matter what life you were in, that you were experiencing this time as this personality now, as the identity you have now, you were always going to do this thing. I normally don't say that to people, but it feels to me like this was written in the cards and on my iPad, quite literally, right? But then we have commitment, we have endurance and purple daggers, and the purple daggers are going to be, I do think this is going to be a really good thing for you, and I think it's going to help a lot of people. There will be times though where it's, maybe you'll feel like it's not quite enough, but you will be helping people. Right? We can't help everyone. We can't do everything, but you'll be making a difference regardless. And so I think it being a positive, but if you're... See you, Cassandra. If you're going to do this, just go into it with the The idea that you're going to help as many people as you can, and you can't do any more than that. However this goes, that's what I feel would be the best thing. I think it's going to do well. The purple daggers, though, to me, are going to be like, just part of you is going to be wanting to do more. Part of you is going to be feeling like there's more you can do, there's something you can do, and sometimes we can't. And so that will be a lesson I feel like you learn. I agree. I feel like I know my purpose and things that I must do in this lifetime. Sometimes I just go the other way out of curiosity. I get that. You're young. You like to push your limits. You like to see what's out there. You like to rubber band yourself back and forth between two different realities. I do a little. I can tell you how many kids you have. It will have in lifespan within 10 years and a few other things. All right. There you go. I'd say talk to the hand, but how about you read the hand? I have a very large Mount of Venus. And I do mean large. You guys can stop me at any time, but you're still here. So it looks to me like it's going to be successful. It looks like it's going to be good. But just like you can't save every cat, you can't save every dog, and humans are not even close to that, but I'm saying we can't do everything, but the things we can do, we need to be happy with. We have to. And Jim's right. If a certain German dictator had a sense of humor. That's not a good thing. If a certain German dictator had your mindset, absolutely, helping people instead of hurting people. I'm glad you do, Jim, because sometimes I can't turn it off. Most times, I can never turn it off. So it's kind of there. I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. Do you have something with the youth that you can do, like an outreach thing? Like, can you do something where you hook them up with different things in the community? Because I think that would be something that would be really beneficial. You're welcome, Etiana. Hey there, Holly WC. I'm going to do Kepra's reading, and then it will be your turn. So let's do that. But thank you very much for the donation. I do appreciate that. No, thank you, Holly. Welcome to the channel. If you've been here before and I forgot that you were here, I'm sorry about that. If you're new here, welcome. I'm forgetful. I see you donated. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that bad. Not that bad. Okay, yeah, Kepra, what was your question? Let me do this here. Awesome, you're new. I knew it. Stuck in between buying and renting. There you go. Yes, that would be a good thing to do. That would be really good. And also doing something for the youth that gets them in sports would be really good too. Something where they can take that energy, because sometimes they don't have any of that kind of guidance. And I knew someone who would teach karate to kids that were less fortunate. And that helps people. That helps them to put that energy into something productive, Okay. Would purchasing a home right now be a good decision? Stuck in between buying and renting. Okay, so that's an interesting one. I'm going to look at the cards, of course, because you did pay for a tarot reading from yours truly, which, by the way, thank you very much. As everyone knows, I'll do anything for money, except for that. Okay, maybe that. You give me enough money, I'll do that. But let's see what we can get. Let's see what we can get here. And as I've been saying, you visit my only man's, you can see all I have to offer. Calves, ankles, little bit of thigh, not the inner though, just the outer. Have a good one, Atiana. Whoa now, Kepra's not ready for that. I'm not either, but we gotta go into this thing quickly. A little bit of my side thumb. I can't show you too much though, that's sponsored by Monster Energy. Oh, I gotta change this one here. All right. No. Arizona, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. I have a feeling you'd be a repeat customer. I get just enough of the vibes from you that you're tasteful with it, though. I have a feeling. You're tasteful with it. Lil Kep, that's how we're doing it here. By the way, has anyone tried the Little Debbie ice creams? They are incredible. I really like them. They're cheaper than Ben & Jerry's. And that's it. Oh, Arizona, thank you. I don't know what to say now, because now it gets awkward. People really start complimenting me, and eventually it just... I turn into a mess of a person. Anyway. Let's focus on the task. Would it be good to rent or buy a home? Me and my girlfriend were talking about this the other day. There's benefits to both, right? One of them is if you're buying a home, you're settling in a location, right? That's kind of going to be your thing. You usually have to do a down payment of 10 to 20% is what they say usually. So it depends on if you can do the down payment. If you're renting, then you have the landlord that covers a lot of the expenses, a lot of the costs. You know, they take care of a lot of the things, but you're not buying it. You're renting it. You're putting all that equity, all that stuff into, or it doesn't go anywhere except into the landlord's pocket. And so if you're thinking, hey, I'm going to live here for a while, might be a good idea. But then, you know, everyone's buying tiny houses now. And since you're Lil Kepra, I'm thinking that's what you're going to go for, a tiny house. Basically the size of an elevator or a janitor's closet. Be really cute, though. Meat and taters. I hear you. You have meat and taters, I have sweets and haters. But, yeah, we do need more of Arizona's energy. I have sent a machine her way that will siphon her energy and bring it straight to the chat, mostly to me, because I need that. I'm hungry for that validation. Tiny houses are the shizzle. Yes, they are. I do agree with that. Okay, so I'm going to do renting on the left side, and I'm going to do buying on the right side. And then right in the middle, buying a rental home. No, you could do that. They do have rent-to-buy places. I mean, they used to. I don't know if they still do, and I would think that would not be the way to go. It's probably the least of both worlds, or the worst of both worlds. On the left side, okay, Kepra, here's the thing that's not going to help you anyway. Both of the decisions look good. It depends on what you want. I assume you're young, right? I assume maybe you're too young to be thinking about settling down in one place just yet. If you have a rental home, and I understand, they do, you're 25, okay. Well, then that's old enough. I mean, if you want to get a little house on the prairie kind of thing. Oh, man. I'm trying to tune in a little bit. Can I tune in psychically, Kepra, and kind of look at this? Because my teacher taught me a way to do this. So I'm going to try doing the thing to see if I can get the thing. Very technical, I know. Okay. Sometimes I can do it with my eyes open, but most of the time I gotta close my eyes, so. First thing I saw, if you buy a home, this is gonna sound kind of weird. So first thing I saw, you buy a home, You're going to have 2 kids. I feel like it's going to be 2 boys. Not that buying a home would give you 2 boys, but I'm seeing like 2 boys for buying a home. Maybe there's more security and you feel safer if you buy instead of renting. And it does give you a sense of power, right? It does give you a sense of power, a sense of owning. I'm going through second puberty now. Not a fun experience. Now the hair gets sucked back in and your voice gets higher. And mine just keeps going higher and higher. So it's, you know. But they'll drop again. Everything will be back in its place. 3rd time's the charm, they say. All right, so that's what I'm thinking, though. It feels to me like the owning the house would be better for you because I feel there's no need to swear, Chim. I like monarchy aesthetic, crowns, jewels, organizations, festival. I hear you. I like that too. See ya. How's it going? It's been a while since I've... Let's see. I'm seeing you now. God, I couldn't think of how to word that where it would make sense. How's it going, my friend? That's confirmation. Cute kid, but you're going to have them like right next to each other. I don't think it's going to be twins. But you have one toddler, and he was dressed in, like he had really cute, like kind of curly hair. Ow. And then he had suspenders. He was wearing a white shirt, had suspenders, maybe 3 years old. And then there was another one that seemed a little, I don't know if it's a little older or a little younger. I'm thinking a little younger. But it seems like you have a 3 and a 2-year-old. Kind of close to the same. I wish you luck, man. That's hell. I'm sorry. I don't mean to take you away from that, Kepra, but you got to have the energy to chase them little ones around, right? I mean, you got to... I have 3 cats, and I can barely manage that, so... Yeah. Your boyfriend's hair is curly. Okay, so there you go. There you go. That's kind of what I'm feeling, though. It's kind of like... Are you in, are you thinking of going to Kentucky? Did you ever say that as an option, or were you thinking Florida? Where was it you were thinking of going? Because I can't remember. But I smelled something, and it smelled good, and it reminded me of Kentucky, or it reminded me of, almost like a, I do feel like, Kepra, you would feel more comfortable owning. It just, renting to me doesn't seem like something you would want to do. And it smelled kind of like Kentucky Fried Chicken, but it was like the smell of, it was comfort food, right? And it felt like to me buying the house would be a comfort thing. Like, you live in Louisiana. Okay, you live in Louisiana. All right. You guys don't eat the alligators, do you? I'm curious. I'm asking for a friend. I've wondered that. Oh, Sia. Okay. And it's only going to be worse, I fear. Okay, we'll do a reading for you, Sia. Hopefully you can stick around here. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. I didn't read your message until just now, so I'm really sorry to hear that. You eat it fried. Okay. To me, it looks like buying the house would be better. That is some shit. I'm actually surprised you guys eat alligators. I was saying it as a joke. Okay, Kepra, be honest with me. And people, do you eat people? I'm just kidding. I've heard, though, it varies from person to person on how they taste. But, you know. Yep, we got Kitty, we got Trixie there. With their relatives. You gotta keep it in the family, Chim. You know, King Charles, he wouldn't be the same if he didn't have knees that weren't buckled in. Yeah, they really kinda...
He's got 2 Adam's apples.
No, he's inbred. It's a hard pass on people. I understand, but never say never, Kepra. I'm just throwing that out there. Okay, so I would definitely say buying the house would be the way to go. You seem like someone who would want the house, right? Yeah, the documentaries are interesting. I was watching, I mean, it's not the same, but I was watching Bridgerton. I don't know if anyone, I've seen the first season. I don't think I'm going to see the second one. I mean, I didn't mind it the first season, but what time is it where you're at? It is 11:09 right now. It wasn't bad, though. Bridgerton was, yeah. I just don't know if I'm in for season 2. Oh, it is. Absolutely. What Arizona's saying is true. Taking a breather, that's the way to go. Always good to take a breather. I got these ones. I'll show you, Kepra. So for buying, or for renting, hold on. I thought I showed them to you for a second, but I probably didn't. Okay, there's those ones. That one was if you rented. And then this one's if you bought. These other ones will be when you buy, so. Sorry, one second. That was one. No, you're good, Kepra. Hold on. I may not have shown you. I'm trying to find it. Just give me 1 second. This is my job, so it's no problem for me to look. For renting, I got these two for renting, and it was the Rockstar and Virtue, but you had very similar cards for buying too. Both of the cards were good, so that's why. Kepra, I'm sorry, you came to the wrong place if you wanted to sleep. You know I can kind of go on and on for a minute, so. Minnesota can't sleep, Holly says. And I have a hard time sleeping too. Some nights. But the coffee at night probably isn't helping. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, that's the reason. And I quit taking melatonin. Which, by the way, sounds like it's like a watermelon that's going to the gym. Because that melon be toning up, getting his little calves in shape. It's a he. It's a he. If it's a watermelon, it's a he. If it's a cantaloupe, it is a woman. Basically, it was, I can promise you, Kepra, You're welcome. I can promise you both of them were good, but it does feel to me like the buying would be a better option. But both of them looked good. But I get a sense from you, you'd have more pride, and I feel like you're someone who likes to have pride. Who doesn't, right? But I feel like you would be proud to have your own home instead of renting. You don't seem like the renting type, right? Okay. Yeah, there's always a lot of changes that come in. So now I'm going to do this here. Thank you very much, Kepra, for coming on here, and hopefully that helped answer the question. And thank you again for the donation. I'm going to go to Holly. How's it going, Holly? Has it been a jolly Christmas? I hope so. Troubles. Okay, let me look at, you said Paul, right? Let me go back up and look at your message. Because I believe you said something about... Okay, you said, how does Paul feel about you now? Reefer Madness, Sarifra, how you doing? Hey, I saw the picture of the eagle on Instagram. That was a good shot. You took that picture? Because if so, that was beautiful. I had to throw a like on that bad boy. Okay, let's see what's going on with Paul here. That's a hell of a find, man. That's so cool. Aren't they majestic? They're such pretty birds. They're such big birds. They scare me. My outfit is very Naruto. Close, Chantel. This is Dragon Ball. This one, unless you're talking about someone else, this one is Goku's shirt. Well, not his shirt, but it's the symbol that Goku wears in Dragon Ball Z. Not Super, because he has a different symbol. Anyway. I can only imagine that it did look like your camera was zoomed in, but you must have a good camera. What can we find with Paul here? I just finished the American Super Saiyan. Yep. I finished the American one with Dragon Ball Super. It's getting good, but every single time they get in a fight, they have a new color of hair. I'm impressed by it, but it's... And I will say, I did... Goku Black turns into Super Saiyan Rose, which the pink hair was badass. I will say that. And I like the guy who plays... Yeah, there you go. You're into Dragon Ball Z too, Crystal? I need to watch... I need to get some different ones here. Ah, yeah, they say the camera on the S21 is amazing. Who was hilarious on the last stream? Oh, my memory's horrible. I have this one, and I'm gonna get the fourth one. The, have you seen this one? So it's the fold. You can do the... Nope. This one's nice. But the cameras are shit. You actually talked about it with an... Well, Dragon Ball's been around for so damn long. But like I said, this phone, I had one, I sold it, and then I bought a refurbished one. stupid expensive for the cameras that are lacking. I mean, the S21 is supposed to be good though. You're on your Galaxy S10. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh no, this one's good. This is, I mean, okay, yes, I do have it in what looks like a Jeep, you know? But the reason it looks like this is because you have the pen with it. And the pen is right there in the hinge. When it doesn't have this on it, it's much smaller, but it's nice, and you can, I use it for reading books. Super, super nice. So, I don't know, I really like it. But like I say, buy them used. This came in almost brand new condition, half the price. Half the price for this. Do not spend $1,800 on a phone like this. I learned my lesson. But the notes thing, I'm trying to get used to it too. I love the notes. Does yours have the pen that comes with it? Or is that the S22 that has the pen? Anyway. Let's get on to this here. So, and they can break, but the first one I had, that one scared the shit out of me. I had the first Galaxy Fold, that would break. That could break super easy. And then the second one's better. This one has like you can dump it in water and it should be fine, even with the hinge on it. I'll never do that though, but because it has bendable glass, that's how it can fold, and then it has an OLED screen. So the picture quality on it's actually better than my iPhone 13. In my opinion, it's better than this one. And yes, I have two phones. I like Android, I like Apple. I forever will always have a screen. Yeah, have a screen protector. People that go without the screen protectors, that's just stupid. I would get stuff caught in it. Yeah, that'll happen too. A lot of people get dust stuck in these things, and it's kind of game over. But if you're gonna buy one of these, and like the and I'll get to your reading, Holly. Sorry, but the Z Flip, which is like, it's like this, but it's like an iPhone, but it folds in half this way, like it turns into an even smaller phone. You can buy one of those refurbished for like $350. They're like $900 new. Go on Amazon, make sure it's certified refurbished. It works. It's good. Okay, so we have this one here. Yeah, Amazon, do refurbish shit. I'm telling you right now, you save so much money, and they're almost brand new condition. So we have the Day Trader in reverse. We have the Luxury. The lowest I saw was $325, $350, which is, I was tempted to get this and then get a fold as well, or a flip as well, and I was thinking, yeah, it's probably excessive, isn't it? Yeah, I don't need another phone. I do want one though, for whatever reason. And then we have Interference in reverse. So I'm gonna go back up. We're gonna draw some more cards, and we'll look at your question, Holly. Thank you guys for entertaining me. I love technology, so if I can talk about it. Okay, so how does Paul feel about you right now? Prince of Discs in reverse was the first one. I'm wondering if Paul is more of a, well, Holly, would you say Paul is a feeler person, or would you say he's an active non-feeling person? Like, is he someone who feels things and processes them, or is he someone who just kind of moves along with the waves without really addressing anything? I have to hold it with two hands every time. It moves along, okay. Because I can't hold it with one hand. I don't have that strong a wrist, and so I just look like a baby sucking on a bottle. But it's a good baba, so I'll take it. So then, Holly, we're talking about someone who's not going to be, as we're saying here, I can't get anything out of him about his feelings towards me, of course. So I'm gonna throw this one out there then. We have someone, because this one right here, this one, I'm going to say it's like either 48 or 64 ounces. So 4 pounds of pure liquid goodness. Or 3 pounds. Interference in reverse. I would say if you're not feeling anything from him, and it's hard for you to gauge on if this is working or not, odds are that you're wanting something deeper. You're wanting a deeper connection, right? If you're coming on here and I'm happy to answer the question, right? But you're asking a stranger to a third party situation for this, you know? It makes it so that you're wondering how this person's feeling. You should be able to ask them, right? Unless you're not in a relationship with them. But even then, there should be some sort of communication, right? See, but that's the thing. That's the thing, right? You think he loves you, but you're not sure. That makes it... That shouldn't be something we think. I'm not trying to be that person. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. But you shouldn't think someone loves you. You should know it. Or they should, just say it. He hides his feeling. Yeah, but at a certain point, you're dealing with a little boy rather than a man. Because a real man shows their self and they show their expression. If you're hiding all the time, it's like you're a scared little boy. And that's not fair to you, because I imagine you're more emotionally evolved, right? I swear to God, every woman is at least 20 years more emotionally evolved than every man. I'm not even, that's a statistic. I learned it from Mr. Bean, but it's still a statistic. Right, yeah, 4 pounds would be 64. 48 would be 3. This feels like half a gallon. It's pretty big, but maybe it's not half a gallon. I don't know. $64 ounces. I was right. Half a gallon. Okay. Hey there, Star Crossing. How's it going? How's the dragon and the never-ending labyrinth? Hopefully it's good. All right, let's do this here. I've been having interesting little entities in the house. I don't know what they are. Not yet, but they are interesting. Oh, thank you, Shammy. Okay, let me look at this. Yeah, I feel like he's hiding it for some reason. Why is he hiding it? I'm living with him and I'm getting better, but he won't say anything. No, I'm good, Sreefer. If you want to give me some donations, I will take some donations. I have no problem taking those. You tell me what you think they are, Star Crossing. We can go from there. I can't believe I got this card. Okay. Man, the energy cards are being kind of like spot on. So awesome. Thank you, Srifra. Okay, so here's what we got. 5th chakra, Archangel Gabriel. And see, and I got vaccinated for those stars, so I know it's not fairies. I had 2 vaccines. No, that was rabies. Something completely different. It could be fairy energy. Technically, anything that's supernatural can be considered a fairy, like a banshee is considered a fairy, right? Or maybe they're brownies, right? Brownies are considered fairies. You piss them off, they turn into something else entirely. Maybe it's human-sized, whatever it is, and I know fairies can be any size. The small stature came along later on to fit into stories, but fairies can look like anything, and they're anything with supernatural powers that fit into a criteria, from what I understand, right? It could be. They're hiding your stuff. Yeah, we've had that happen. Not as much, well, yeah. I guess there is one thing that's hidden. Yeah, they're mischievous, if that's what it is. And it definitely could be. 5th chakra, Archangel Gabriel, and door to value. So, 5th chakra, Archangel Gabriel, they're not expressing their emotions. They're not expressing their opinions, right? And when we have door to value in reverse, this to me is going to be you're not feeling valued, you're not feeling appreciated because this person isn't saying what's on their mind. Like I said, I'm so happy. Thank you, Sarifra. I'm so happy to answer your questions. I have no problem with this, but you should be able to know the answer to these rather than coming on here. If I was wondering that about my own partner, if they loved me, you know, and we were together for however long, I would be like, you know, you should be able to get an answer. And it shouldn't be a, oh, I think so. Because I've had people come on here and say, I think he does. I think they do. But that's not, no, I call it investiguessing. That's an investigator that guesses. You're not going to get very far. You know, and maybe, am I being too harsh, Holly? Maybe I'm being too harsh. I don't know. I'm trying to say this in a way that's not harsh. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Okay, here's what I'll ask you, Holly. Here's what I'll ask you. And answer these honestly. Answer these honestly, and we'll go from there. And I'll have to try that star with them. They're not doing anything too bad now, but I could definitely rule in the reins a little bit. There's been a lot of them, so here's what I'll say. So this person, Paul, does he, besides not expressing how he feels in an emotional way, which sounds like there's some emotional stunting there for sure. Let's say you could live with that, right? Let's say you could live for that, or live with that. So what I would say is this: how does he treat you besides the non-emotional part and you not knowing where you stand in the love situation? Are they respectful with you? Do they remember things about you? Do they talk over you when you're talking? Are they grateful to have you around them? I mean, basically, do they listen? Do they try to better themselves if you bring something up? Or, you know, those kinds of things. Like, I'm curious, how does this person treat you besides the emotional part? Some people are okay with someone that's non-emotional. And it's not the worst thing, but it's generally, it's hard to tell what they're feeling. You know, that's going to be kind of hard to live with, but maybe if the other things are okay. I am, Cheryl. I'm still going. Okay, he's helping you with your appointments. Good, good. Does he blame you for your mental illnesses? Do you feel safe around this person? Or do you feel like there's a tendency for this person to kind of have mood swings? Do you feel kindness and patience, or do you feel kind of uneasy at times? You live in his house still. Okay. Okay, I can understand that. And he's helping you with the appointments. So you're wanting to know if this person... Okay. Good, you feel safe. You feel safe. I don't doubt that Star does, Crystal. I have no doubt there. I'll have to look into doing some stuff. I have some other entities in the house too, so those ones I know. This one to me doesn't feel... It just feels like it's watching. It doesn't feel like it's doing anything that's negative. And I know with fairies there needs to be offerings, there needs to be stuff like that. I used to do offerings, I need to do them again. They especially like grapes. You want to know if he wants to get back with you again, now that you're healing. Okay, let's draw another card, and let's look at that. Alright, do they want to get back with you now that they know you're healing? How long have you been doing these appointments for, Holly, if you don't mind me asking? It does. It sounds like he cares. I'm thinking she's wondering, right? She's wondering if it's... Does he care for me like a lover, or does he care for me like a caretaker? Right? I'm thinking that's where we're coming from here. Like, is it... You know what I mean? I think you guys know what I'm trying to say. Not long, but you're feeling an improvement already. Okay. Just started. Okay. Let's look here. Okay, so how does... Okay, alright, that's what it is. Alright. So how does this look? Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely, they're amazing. Another person's love or whatever it happens to be, yeah, you're amazing no matter what. I'm trying to think here. Holly, would it be okay if I tuned into your energy? Maybe I can get a little bit more... Basically, I'm just sort of tuning myself to you. Maybe I can get something psychically. It's up to you, though. You can definitely say no, because I understand some people are uncomfortable with that. What I'm getting card-wise is interesting. But I'm trying to... Okay, thank you. That'll make it a little easier for me. Let me see here. Okay. Give me just a second here. I just got to erase this and then go with a new thing here. Okay. First thing I'm seeing, you've been through a lot. I can understand that. First thing I'm seeing right now is this. So we had, the very first card came out was Contract, okay? And then we have Healer of the Ages. What I get from this connection more than anything is right now, it feels to me like it's a connection of healing. So more caretaker than like lover in this sense, at least for right now, that's what I'm getting. Maybe when you were feeling better, you said you just barely started, things are working. With mental health and stuff like that, it takes time. It's not, I did one thing, it's over, or I did two things. It's going to take some time. Sometimes it can take years, if I'm going to be honest there. There is a lot of help. There's a lot of things that can help, and you'll find a lot of things out along the way and be able to heal a lot of things, but it's not something that's fast. It's not something that's easy. But regardless of if they're this for you or if they're that, the fact that they're caring and they're trying to help you, to me, means a lot in this situation. Even if I didn't have someone who was a lover, right? But I had someone who was still trying to take care of me, that's a lot more than what a lot of people have. That's so much more than what a lot of people don't have anyone or anything. And to have someone that cares about your mental health to help you. Right now, Holly, that's what I'm feeling, right? It doesn't mean it'll be that way forever, but right now I think this person's focused more on you getting well, and then you can see what's going on from there. But that's what I'm getting there, and if this person doesn't show their emotions anyway, right, it is difficult to tell, but what I feel now is that they're trying to help you in the best way they can, and I don't, even if there's not the benefit of this at the end of it, regardless of whatever happens, the fact that you have someone who cares, because even without the emotional part, I don't get a sense of malevolence. I don't get a bad energy. I just get someone who's non-expressive. And that's not exactly bad. It's different, but it's not bad. If they were narcissistic or mean or toxic, then yeah, that's bad. But it sounds to me like this person cares and they're just trying. Yeah, and what Samuel Clemens is saying there, energy changes all the time. Energy is fluid, constantly shifting. Absolutely. And so what can be something for a little bit can also change. And your perspective about things, Holly, is going to change a lot too, as well as you're getting help. It's going to be, I'm getting help too. I think a lot of people, I think damn near everyone should be getting help, honestly. But yeah. Okay, yes, no, it's weird, but yeah, I get it. I get that it's strange. I get it's a weird situation. But helping is going to be something that I feel is needed more than anything at this point in time in your life. So regardless of how that happens, and maybe it's me being insensitive, but regardless of how it happens, and it's, at least you have that. In a lot of ways, when you're on the healing journey, kind of like what Star Crossing is saying, yeah, you don't want to have someone affect you. It's better to do it alone and then eventually have someone there and understand what that's going on. Oh. That's very sweet, Chim. Thank you. I'm happy to be here if I can, I wish I had someone who helped me, in those times. Well, I did. I wish I had someone else. That wasn't my girlfriend, but she did an amazing job, but I put a lot of pressure on her when I shouldn't have. Being a stubborn Taurus sucks. I'll tell you right now, it sucks. But hopefully, Holly, that was beneficial. And then I'm going to do, at least you have them. You have them, and as time goes on, you'll see things, right? You'll see things for what they truly are, Holly. And right now, you're feeling confused and you're feeling lost. I'm going to tell you, it's not forever. Trust me. You'll be feeling better and stronger, but kind of right now there's parts that need to be shored up, there's things that need to happen, and things that need to be smoothed over, but in no way, shape, or form is this a bad idea to get help to do this right now. It's going to be something that's going to help you, and it's going to help you to see the world in a different way. And I think that's what this person wants to help you with, is to see that things can change. You know, it can help so many people. So it's good. It's a good thing. I'm in therapy and I do a lot of... Yeah, there you go. There you go. And absolutely, you got to feel it to heal it, right? You will be, Holly. You'll be okay. And you can come back here, even if you don't pay and you just want to kind of hear what other people are going through, and we can all be there for each other. Feel free to come back and know that you have us here. I know it's hard and it's confusing out there, but you got us. So have this be a community. It's like a community that's home, right? You're very welcome, Holly, and I wish you the absolute best on your journey, and I think you're going to do just fine. Okay, so Sarifra Franklin. It's like Aretha Franklin. Awesome, Holly, awesome. There we go. So what's your question? Well, we'll just do this. Okay, Shami, thank you. You'll be after Sarifra, who we're reading now. And you donated for the one yes or no question, right? If I'm not mistaken. Oh no, I know you did. You're good. I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to Shami. There's someone named Shami that, Okay, Shami, perfect. You go ahead and do that, and you'll be after Sarifra. Okay, so you're wondering if you said it in a way that was frustrated, or if they... Yeah, I wasn't talking about you. You're good. You're golden. You're a golden goose, probably, or a silly goose, one of those things. More silly than golden. Yes. We haven't talked since Thursday. Okay. So, is your dynamic... Let me ask you this, Sarifra. Is your dynamic... Okay. When I tune into your energy, I see someone who's fun-loving, caring. You're easy to be fun with, you're easy to be around, and you're accommodating, right? And so when I feel this kind of energy, when you put yourself out there, that's a really hard thing for you to do in the first place. That's a really hard thing for you to do in the first place, because I feel like you've told yourself you have to be strong. And I get that sense of a lot of pride with that. And so if you say something and someone doesn't necessarily respond the way we were thinking or the way we would want them to, it's really hard for you to take that for, yeah. He's a Leo sun, Cancer Moon, Virgo Rising. Okay. Let me look and see if I can find... I'm going to do a little something here, so... He doesn't express feelings often, or at least like he used to. And if you try and press him about why he's not expressing his feelings, he probably shuts down even more. That's a man tactic right there. A mantic. But not romantic. Just it's not a good trait, because you'll say, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, nothing. And then they shut down even more. Or they feel like it's harder and harder for them to do that, because a man's emotions, when they're not developed, are so soft and gooey that they just fall apart whenever. So being far away, you're like, what's going on here? So you said his family doesn't know about you. He always talks about work or his family, but he doesn't talk about plans with us. So I'm going to say, Sarifra, that probably means that there's not plans, right? And if I can be, I'm going to rip that Band-Aid off, if someone wants to talk about those things, they can. When someone's into you, they show it. If this person was into you, but now they're not, and then they're being even more distant, Last I heard was back in August. Oh, that's a long time. That's 9 months? Yeah, that's 9 months. And if you try to bring it up, I imagine, does he get upset, or does he just ignore it, or not address it? Like, what does this person do if you try to bring it up? Yeah, Nikita, you can be added. And then I'm going to do this. Anyone that's on the list, you guys are on the list. Do not worry about that. I'm only going to allow paid readings now. But Nikita will be on the list. And whoever's on there, and if Shavakshi has a question, and I think they do, then they will also be on the list. Okay. He would talk to me about how he wants to have that job shift, all the bills to his name. Okay. So is he, when you say his family, do you mean, is he divorced? Is he married? Is he... No marriage or kids. Okay. Just mom, dad, and brother. Okay. I see. When you were saying family, I was thinking, is this a family man or is this a family man? Is one of them brother, sister, mom, dad kind of thing, or is it older brother whom he has to care for? Okay, so that would make sense. All right. How often do you see each other, Sarifra? Would you say, when was the last time you saw this person in person? His mom is quite possessive over her 2 boys. We used to see each other every day pretty much while we were local. Okay. Okay, you broke up for a year due to third party and trust issues, and was he the one that brought a third party into the situation in the first place? Oh yeah, it was him. Okay. So Sarifra, this whole thing sounds to me like this person moves 7 hours away, but they want to keep you. In my opinion, it sounds like they want to keep you on a leash while they're out doing something else. And in the meantime, you can't do anything, you can't live your life. But this person's showing distance, not just physically, but emotionally, mentally. And plus you had that event happen. I don't know, it doesn't seem like a good thing to me. I don't want to be that person, but it sounds... He says, here's how it's going to be, here's what I want to do, but all it does is tie you down, and you're not even in this person's presence, and they live 7 hours away. I don't see what you gain from this. And now the messaging isn't even going on, so I'm trying to understand. And he was the one that did this in the first place, and then messages you and says, here's what I want to do. I don't like that. I just don't. It just sounds like it sounds like he's being possessive of you, honestly. Yeah, so I mean that to me says it right there. This person, if they were this far away, they could make you a priority. I've heard of long distance relationships. It's hard, but people can make it work. It sounds to me like this person wants to kind of possess you in the relationship. They don't want you to find anybody because they don't have anybody right now. And so it just to me doesn't sound like a good thing, you know? That's not fair to you. And you can make it work. You can make it work, but this person isn't. And they're going out of their way to not make it work. And they call you when it's convenient, you know? That's not a relationship. You don't call someone when it's convenient in a relationship. You want to have that person there even when they're far away and have a sense of security. And this person hasn't been giving you that. Right? Yeah, I agree with what Jim's saying there. That's not fair. And then he was the one that brought the third party into the situation, so... Yeah, that's... No, And then he comes back and says, yeah, I just don't know. It feels like something shady's going on, and I'm just trying to ask him what the hell is going on. Things are going good, and he talks to me fine. It just feels weird. Are you okay with this connection, Sarifra? I mean, are you okay with this? Like, when was the last time you saw him physically? For how long? You know, like, and you said the mother is possessive. It sounds to me like you have to go through so much shit just to get someone who might ignore you or bring a third party into the situation. I don't see an upside to this. I don't. If he is or if he isn't cheating, to me, that doesn't matter. It sounds like there's so many problems on top of so many problems that literally since August. Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, that doesn't... And again, it doesn't matter if he's even doing anything or not, right? To me, it's the fact that you literally would have to jump through so much red tape to get to this prize that it's just not fair. This is like an avoidant person's dream. being together, but without being together, right? It's the most avoidant thing I've heard of in a minute. So I just don't think that's fair to you because it's keeping you tied. I've been patient because he's building up on it, but I just want to hear him say, let's set something up for this winter or whatnot. Right, you would want to hear something like that, but it's been, 9 months. You think there would have been a progress update. You think there would have been something, but it sounds like this person goes out of their way to talk to you when it's convenient, and it's never convenient to say, let's start a life together, let's do this for this person. I'm going to say, I feel like he likes to hear himself talk, yes. Yeah. So, I don't know. As soon as the third party came in, you're done. You're out of the picture forever, in my opinion. When this person comes back and they're like, I have an idea of what we can do, and it's like, is it you going home and effing yourself? Is that what it is? Are you gonna crawl up your own ass? I mean, I want to see it. Videotape that. Men can do it. I tell you that right now. I want you to think of it this way, Sarifra, okay? I don't know how old you are, but we only get so many years on this planet, and this person you gave 7 years of your life to already, almost 8, it sounds like. Okay, you're wondering if he's going to talk about some progress. I'm honestly feeling here that if a man wants you, they make you a priority, he would have been talking about this. Someone would have said, I'm going to make sure she feels comfortable, she feels safe during this whole process because it's a shitty situation. I'm not getting that from this person. I don't get the, let me nurture you, let me help, let me do this. I don't get that. And I'm going to say it like this. If you want to start something with this person, be prepared for this. This relationship you have now, sitting next to them and still having this distance, it sounds to me like this person just wants to keep you tied up. It doesn't sound like this person has plans to do anything. And on top of it, he's going to bring up a ton of excuses why he can't do the thing. First it's the brother, then it's the mother, then it's the house, then it's this, then it's that. Eventually it's going to be every other damn thing he can think of. Oh, I can't do that today. I've got to water the rocks, Yeah, Cham, that's a way to put it. Look at this. And this hurts my heart to see this. It's literally door to romance, and then it's journey in reverse. It's literally journey in reverse, things staying still, things not moving forward. Your feelings are true. I know you want something, but you're not okay, I'll say this one time. You've heard me say it before, Sarifra, I'm sure. You're a good person. Yeah, I have to take my fish for a walk. Oh, I'm waiting for the day. I'm waiting for the day. Einstein came back from the dead and he wants me to be his friend. It's only take a minute. It's the journey, in reverse, it's things not moving forward. Your intentions are pure and sincere, but you're a pure and sincere person. You have integrity, you have a proper moral compass, you have emotional control of yourself, you have all of these things. You do. He doesn't, but you think he does, right? Or you think there's something more mysterious to this person. This right here, I'm telling you right now, the front page of this pamphlet, that's the best part. There isn't anything, the rest of it's blank, okay? The book, the cover's beautiful, but there's no words in the book. And and that, on this channel, that's what I do, this situation. And you're also a friend of mine, okay? I view you as a friend. I understand, Cheryl. I'm doing donations right now. But yeah, so that's... Yeah, exactly. It's that kind of situation. I wish it was different, Sarifra. But... And I get it. I have a feeling, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, Sarifra? If you were waiting for somebody, right? Again, I do feel like you would keep them updated. You would do that. But I feel like you went back to this person because it's someone you already knew, and going out in the dating world again would have been a scarier thought. So you went with the safer option here, but the safer option, the more comfortable option, is always going to be the one that we don't break out of our comfort zone and we don't find anything new. I get that it's scary to go out there and try new things, but staying in the hell you know doesn't help you progress. You've already experienced this. So yeah. Star Crossing, what are you gonna... Do you have something to say? So, Sarifra, right? I would honestly say this. Just do you. Just do you, okay? At this point in time, I understand you have a safety bubble. You're trying to improve yourself. You're trying to do the best you can with what you've got. And I would say for now, just do you, because, yeah, you're much more important. And you also have a little one to care for. If I'm not mistaken. Right? You have a... Okay, do you have a kid? I can't remember. I think you do. God, I hope you do, because that's a weird mistake to make. Your daughter, okay. Then you have your nephew. Okay, let me move this up here. Regardless of if the third party exists, it's not even, sorry, Shirley, the readings are closed today. Regardless if the third party exists or not, that's not what matters. It's the distance that this person is giving. Because regardless of if there's a third party or not, this person's being a jerk, and they have been for a while. And if there is one, again, but it doesn't matter, because even if there is or there isn't, the way this person's treating you is unacceptable, right? It doesn't matter if there is or there isn't at this point. The way they are treating you, unacceptable. So why would it matter if they were cheating? I don't see any difference here. I mean, in my opinion, to me, it's already done. It's already broken because this person chose distance over you. And so it doesn't matter. You've been good, you just don't like the part about being avoided. I understand. You too, Shirley. I understand. No one wants to feel avoided. I get that. I get that, Sarifra, but that's what I'm feeling there. Okay? But ultimately, you'll make the choice and you'll see what's right for you. I'll say that because I know that the truth can be a painful thing, but I know, Sarifra, over a lot of people that I talk to, I know you value the truth very much. Even if it's painful, I feel like you've made those decisions to look squarely at the truth, even in painful times, and I know it's not easy, but I feel like you're tough, and I feel like you're someone who can handle it, but that's up to you, right, on what you want to do with that, because regardless of whatever action you choose, I'm going to be here, okay? And I'll help as much as I can, because that's what friends do, right? So I want you to know that you're okay, regardless. I'll be right there behind you. I'll help you as much as I can, no matter what you choose to do. That's just what I was feeling and what the cards were saying. But it's confusing, and I don't want you to feel like pressured or forced in any direction, because that's not what I'm about either. I just want you to feel you can come here and chat and feel like the community has your back in a way, you know? Which is why I addressed it so how he came at me differently, I pretty much just stopped. He can't talk to me about my feelings, and I can't get him to understand me. No, if someone wants to see you as emotionally out of control when they're so muted that normal emotional expression is viewed as, oh my God, you're insane, there is nothing you can do. And that probably is why the eagle showed up. That eagle picture, Jim, you need to check it out. You guys go on the Discord, add each other on Instagram. Jim, you need to look at that picture. It's awesome. I liked it too. I was like, damn, that is so cool. That is so cool. Anyway, but, and it's, in my opinion, it's good to be single for a while, because that sounds like a mind trip of a situation. Yeah, send it. Send it. It's so cool. It's such a cool picture. But yeah, so I think that's going to be what I have to say on that one, and what the cards have to say. And you said you had a daughter, right? So I'm going to say this, and maybe this is kind of something that can feel a little weird, but I'll say it like this. Your daughter is going to look to you as a role model, right? And if you spend your time going with these avoidant men and stuff like that, she will take on those tendencies too. She'll really, because she's going to look at you, and whether you know it or not, there's a lot of instances that are going to shape her life. And if you're waiting for something like this, she's going to put herself in a situation like that when she gets older. And you'll say, oh, don't do that. I did that, you know? But no, Jasmine, we've still been doing the paid ones. But I'll say right now, Jasmine, to answer your question, just so that you have an answer, meet this person in a public place first. Take a picture of their driver's license. Take a picture of the back of their car. too. Send it to a friend or send it to somebody that you trust. Go to a location where you have your own vehicle or you can call your own thing. Don't let him drive you anywhere. Make sure in this situation that make sure you're taken care of, and if don't meet the person privately. If this is your first time meeting them, or if you feel uncomfortable, because you can always meet in a public place, get comfortable with each other, maybe go someplace a teeny bit more private, and then maybe do something else. But have it be something that's gradual. Going straight to his room seems really weird. First meeting out of the classroom. Okay. Ask him. Soulful, I don't know. You'll get your reading when you get it. It is free, so you gotta just be patient, okay? First meeting out of the classroom. Yeah, say, you know what, I'd be more comfortable meeting at this place, because I feel like if you're going to the dorm or you're going to do something that way, there's kind of only a few things you can do in a dorm versus in a public setting. You can get to know the person outside of the classroom more comfortably. It just seems safer to me to meet in a public place. Get to know them better, and then, you'd feel more comfortable, because that seems to me kind of quick, kind of too soon. You were on the list a minute ago, but, well, let me see. Let me see if you're still... I think we called for you a while ago. Yeah. You're okay, Queen 9. I'll be on Wednesday, and we can do that for you, okay? Oh, you should... Oh, yeah. Give me a second. How do I do it? Okay, Sarifra, I'll get that figured out for you after the live, because I had that on there because I didn't know. Anyway, yeah. I asked him to meet me up at a nearby cafe, but he said no. I want you to meet me in my room. Want to clear some confusions, and we'll watch movies together, spend time together and stuff. Thank you, thank you, Crystal. All of a sudden, yeah, I agree. I totally agree with what Queen 9 is saying. That gives me the creeps. Yeah, but you need to get to know them better first. He says no. We'll go to my room. Nope. Ooh, man. I'm angry just hearing that. That's creepy. I don't like that at all. I'm sorry, Jasmine. That's a no from me. That's a heavy no. A real gentleman listens to that. They listen to when someone says no. And they say, okay, you don't feel comfortable? Fine. If this person isn't even willing to entertain the idea of you feeling comfortable because you suggested meeting at a nearby no. Yeah, I feel so unsafe even by the way he was talking. Absolutely. Yeah, don't go. I'm telling you, don't go. It doesn't feel right. I'm sorry that's the situation, but that's not good. It shouldn't be a forceful situation, or like you said, you felt uncomfortable. So I can understand that. But it's Queen 9, think about it. Why would he say no to meeting at a cafe? Why would someone just be like, no, come to my room? That seems weird. That to me seems creepy, and it seems like they're trying to hide something. Wash his mouth with ass to make it cleaner. It would make it cleaner. Yeah, I don't like it. He never used to message so often, and yesterday suddenly he was super nice. Was he the one that was setting up the meeting in the first place? Were you the one that arranged the meeting, or was he the one that was setting up the meeting? Yeah, luring you in. That sounds about right. He was the one. Red flags. Yeah, he was being super nice to get something. In that situation there, and if he wasn't that way before, yeah, stay away. There's something wrong with him. So, yeah. Think about it, Jasmine. Think about it. How would you treat somebody? How would you treat somebody if, like, okay, if he said this, I can't meet at the cafe, but we can go here. Would that work? And it was like something that was public still. That's okay. That's okay, because he's saying no to that, but giving you another option. Instead of like, no, my room. What the Right, right. And I don't want that for Jasmine either. Yeah. Yeah, listen to your gut. Listen to your gut, Jasmine, because it's telling you what's up. Focus on what you would do in that situation. What would you do? Okay, you're a very nice person. You seem super sweet. How would you handle the situation? If it made you feel weird, listen to that. Don't be like, oh, but it's just no. Listen, because you're onto something. I promise. Yeah. Recommendations are like, yeah. And someone told me, if you ever do go out on a date with somebody, like I was saying, either bring your own vehicle or call an Uber. Do not drive with them. Take a picture of their license plate, send it to a friend or a family member. Like, do all these things to make it so that you have securities in some way. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So that's and share your location with a friend. Yes. When you meet in a public spot, say where you're at. Absolutely. He was like, I want to take revenge, and he sent a red heart on WhatsApp just after the revenge message. Revenge message? Do, yes. Chim, please. Please do. I let my friends see my location just in case. No, it's good. It's good. I kind of get it why you girls watch all those murder shows, because then you know how to protect yourselves in some way. You know to stay away from vans. I get it. I do, because there's some wackos out there. That's one thing, though, in a connection. We should never feel unsafe. And if for any reason we do, we should be able to say why we feel unsafe and have someone help us to feel better, instead of being like, no, my room. Yeah. You get to be the one that's in charge of that. You get to be the one that's in charge of that. And I'm saying, women, you guys have a lot of power. Society makes it seem like you guys don't have that. You don't have all that power. You have more power than you know. They just don't want you to think you have power, because then they can manipulate you and make you feel worthless, and then they get to be with you. Trust me, the energy wants to bring you down to its level, have its way with you, and then you're even lower than you were before. And the act of intimacy should not be with these kinds of people. These kinds of people do not deserve that with us. They don't. Yeah, you do. You do, Jasmine. You knew what was up. So I think you need to take that. And we need to focus more on that. On not going for that. And whenever you're having those kinds of things, just come on here, ask me. And you don't even have to wait in line. If it's with questions like that, I'll just address them even out of turn. Those questions need answers pretty quickly, because this was tomorrow. If I didn't get to you today, do you know what I mean? If I didn't get to you today when you asked that question, something could have happened. And I don't want that. So come on here. And that goes for anyone that's really wondering about relationships, stuff like that. Come on here, ask the question, and I'll try and see if I can get you going a little bit quicker. if it's does so-and-so like me, that doesn't benefit everyone in the group, but it's what about this situation that can benefit other people in the group. So gentlemen do exist, and we do have to raise those standards, but do you know how we raise those standards? By taking the power back, ladies. You take the power back and you make it so men don't get a free pass with damn near everything. I'm sorry. Because your self-esteem is low, you get that raised up. You guys are in charge. You get to make the gentleman, right? The gentlemen come out of the women, you know, but then they treat the women like shit. And it's the way society is, but we can raise that bar. All of us collectively, we can raise that bar. Yeah, we say, no, that's not cool. They will learn on their own if they do. Yes. Best of the best, absolutely. Absolutely, you guys are powerful. I don't know, I've seen you guys, women have so much power, but you're so timid with things, and it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Society systematically has broken you down to be catty with each other, to constantly be worried about, like, obsessing about beauty and all these kinds of things. Women have so much more to offer than beauty, okay? I don't care what's on a magazine. You guys have so much more to offer than that. And you see that. You see that in other people. Women see that other people have more to offer than their physical looks, more so than men do. So I'm just saying, you guys have power. Right, you're literally portals to the other soul. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, without you guys, you know. But we have to be the ones that start making that a priority. And when I tell you guys the boundaries, when I tell you guys that stuff, it's so that we can make other people do that too. Eventually, enough people have boundaries. You're raising strong women. You're starting to raise women that won't put up with any of that shit. And then they don't have to learn these lessons. And then those women invent portals that are actual portals, like, you know, like to other dimensions. I don't know. Good inventors is what we're trying to do here. I lost track. What were we talking about? Something like that. There you go. Love that star. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to do this. Shami, I'm so sorry. Your reading was there for a minute. I just needed to address that. Hopefully you're still there. Oh, my HD has been showing this whole damn time. Trust me. It was a lot worse before. The medication I'm on helps reel me in. But the mind still wanders. Okay. Men babies are exhausting. In The Good Life, no, The Good Place. There's a show called The Good Place. Absolutely love it. Everything about that show. Oh, need to watch it again. There's a show called The Good Place, and one of the characters says something about being a mommy girlfriend. And it made me laugh so hard because that's what a lot of you guys are. You are a mommy girlfriend to these men that don't know how to do basic things. I know because I is one, and I have a hard time doing basic things. I'm learning now, but I get it. You guys have to put up with weird shit. Anyway. All right, so Shami, let me look at I've got your question here, so I'm just going to look it up. And again, thank you for being patient. Exactly, I ain't your mama. No, Jim, I'm sorry. It's not in your community. It's an epidemic. I mean, you think the virus was bad? Wait until you see men that are 7 but look 35. You know what I mean? Wait until you see that. Men that have paper thin egos that when you say one thing, you're not even criticizing them. You're just saying, "Could you do this?" and then they freak out, and they flip out on you. I'm just saying, you guys. There are okay, let me say this one more time. When you guys set boundaries, okay? When you set boundaries, you get to see how they act with those boundaries. And if they act like a dickhead, then you're like, oh my God, I avoided something. Right? Set boundaries. Set boundaries to see who they are. Because they'll tell you. I once dated a 37-year-old man, felt like he was 20. That's still better than most. Honestly, at least at 20, you know, you're still a dickhead. I mean, I was a dickhead when I was 20. Oh, I hate that I can picture what a dickhead would look like as a face. I'm getting tired. Okay, let's do this here. All right, so we're on to chamois. So I'm gonna change this. You don't want to be Bob the Builder trying to fix a man out here. Let him go back to the streets where they belong. Tell him bye. See you. Yeah, there you go. Welcome to your world. As I've said before, ladies, if I was a woman, I would just be into women. It would just be women for me. I don't see how you guys can be with creepy men. I don't see what you find attractive about them. Is it that they, I just don't get it. I feel like, I get it if you were attracted to real men sometimes, but men are just gross. I'm one of them, okay, and I'm saying that, and I'm not doing the thing where you guys lift me back up. I'm being completely honest. Men is nasty creatures, okay? Mental illness go wee. Yeah, exactly. It's the D. My God, it must be otherworldly. It must be otherworldly for that. It's... okay. All right, so Shammy's question. Let's look at this one. Okay. Where's my phone? Okay, how does Emmanuel feel about you right now? Let's look at that. That's pretty good, Star Crossing. I don't think I've heard that one. New levels, new devils. New platforms, new rat forms. Huh? Because men are rats. Yeah, you wish you disagree. I wouldn't say it if there was some... There's some people... There's some men that can be good, but you have to understand that for a man to be, like, ethical, like you guys are talking about, the woman and the man that raised them would also have to have been ethical. So you need well-adjusted people raising a well-adjusted man, and in today's world where narcissism is more than common, I'm just saying it's rare. Can it happen? Yes. The attachment theory apparently says that 50% of all people out there are secure in their attachment styles, which means they're emotionally balanced. I have yet to meet one, okay? You tell me where 50% of those people are. I'll tell you. They're inside, and they don't talk to anybody else. They're introverts, and it's hard to get an introvert to go outside. Like Howie on Benchwarmers. Hi, Mr. Sun. You know, have you seen Benchwarmers? There's the one that's in the closet. Anyway, you know what I mean. Oh, that's really weird. I said, hi, Mr. Sun, and we get the sun in reverse, broken heart, and adjacent possibilities right here. Okay, so I feel Shammy with this. It felt like there was something here because the sun is in reverse. A broken heart card, though, being now, and then adjacent possibilities. Has there been anything going on now? Like, why are we asking now what they feel? Do we have a connection with them now, or are you guys not talking, or... I'm just curious. They should. There should be basic respect. That goes for... I've heard that. I've heard I'm too blessed to be stressed. I've heard that one. I like that one. Basic respect is all there is. Like someone who doesn't alienate your world to try to assert theirs. You're getting on well. Okay, so that's good. That's good. But the broken heart card. Okay, then Shammy, let me ask you, why are we wondering how this person feels if you're getting on well? So maybe I can draw some other cards here and we can like look at this. I like learning the stories and we can go from there. I promise if someone's being a gentleman, I'm not a man hater. I'm not. I just know that women will hold men to a very low standard, and then men go even lower than that. You know what I mean? It's like a very loose standard of I just want someone, and the man can't even be someone to that person. That's true. That's absolutely true. I try to stay away from the word narcissism in that sense because NPD rarely gets diagnosed in people. We aren't together anymore, but we recently reconciled cordially. Okay. Okay, give me a second here. Let me do this card. I'm wondering why the broken heart card's here then. I'm saying it right now, like, if it causes illusion, then it leads to confusion, and ain't no one got time for that bullshit. I thought it was going to rhyme at the end, too, Star. That was good. That was good. My take on twin flames. Let me do this for Shammy really quick, Crystal, and then when I'm done, we'll talk about that while I'm looking at the free readings, just because I kind of got some stuff to say about it. So Shammy's the last one on the donation list. So we've got this card here underneath. So this is the Prince of Swords, and it says hacker, right? That one's in reverse, and we have the broken heart. I'm hoping this person feels good about you. I am, but something feels off. I'm wondering if this person's in their own mental world. I'm not thinking it's cheating or anything like that, but it's making me wonder. You guys broke apart recently, and I don't know what happened there. But hold on. You hyper-Catholic. I don't know why, but I can imagine Satan saying that to me. In a hurtful tone, by the way, Chim Chim, I could imagine. I'll address what I think, but by no means is my opinion accurate. But this here, how do they feel about you? The broken heart, and then the hacker and reaper. Like I said, the reason why they left or why you guys broke apart, hopefully you guys talked about that and you worked things through. If that's the case, that's a good thing. But if you guys just got back together and you're avoiding talking about things, it's usually not a good situation, right? Sometimes people just get back into relationships because they don't want to be alone. I don't know, Shammy, if that's what you did. But if we're saying something, if you're wondering how they feel after you've gotten back together, that to me says volumes, because you shouldn't be wondering. There should be a place where you can go to and be like, I'm feeling secure, I'm feeling confident, we got back together. It seems to me like you're very unsure if you even did the right thing. You're going to counseling. Okay, that's good. That's good. And I want that to work for you. I want that to work for you. But the adjacent possibilities... Oh, you're not together. I thought you said you reconciled. Okay. because I get the Aeon and adjacent possibilities, so that's the World card in reverse, adjacent possibilities. And then the Sun card and satiety, or, satiation. Is that a word? The satiation station? That's what they should call buffets. But we have satiety, and then we have the Sun. Those are in reverse, which is showing that you're hungry for something I don't feel this person can give you in the way that you want. Hopefully the counseling works. If this person does do counseling with you, the energy can absolutely change, but they have to stick to counseling. Have this person's attitude towards the counseling be the way you gauge how the relationship is doing. If this person gets sick of it and they don't want to do it anymore, then you have your answer. If they start making it a drag, they start making it a horrible experience for you, you have your answer right there. Don't try to beg them to do something or try to do that. Hopefully that's something that happens. Things can change from this energy, but right now it feels very rocky to me. But if you're doing counseling anyway, maybe there could be something good that comes of it, right? But that's kind of what I'm getting here. Right now, it seems like both of you are in two separate worlds. There's been that reconciliation, like you said, or the cordial, But yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting there. I'm hoping that helps. See how the counseling goes. Getting them to go to counseling is an ordeal. Getting them to stay is even a bigger ordeal. So you have to have someone that wants to make it work as badly as you do. And if that happens, you have somebody. But you will see how this person treats you and feels about you by the counseling and what's going on and trying to understand each other. Does this person, does this person take responsibility for what they do? Do they blame it on someone else? Basically, we want to have someone that's going to be in our corner and be there for us. We don't want to have someone that we're wondering and being like, So try the counseling, see how that goes. And then I can read the energy again. Right now, it feels like the energy's a little bit of everywhere, and it feels very foggy, I guess would be the way I would describe it. But again, counseling could help make things more clear. So I hope that helps. It's not. Oh, thank you, Queen 9. Awesome. Okay. Does that make sense to you, Shami? I hope that helps. I think you're taking the right steps. Don't get me wrong. I think you're doing well. I just want this guy to step up if this is going on with you. I want you to have someone that's in your corner, You're very welcome, Shami. Thank you. I appreciate you coming on here and donating very much, and also for you being very, very patient. You were super patient and chill, even though you donated. Thank you so much. Again, people like that, they're my favy. All right, they're up there. So thank you, my friend. Give me 1 second. I gotta see what's going on here. Okay. All right, we're gonna go to Queen 9 here on WXM. I don't know. I wanted to do radio stuff there for a while. I also wanted to be an astronaut. No, I'm just kidding. Can you imagine? Okay. I'm going to shuffle the cards and we're going to talk about twin flames and soulmates. All right? So, I'll tell you my take on it. I spent a lot of time, you guys wouldn't believe this, with how big my forehead is, you wouldn't believe. Brain's about this big, okay? It's just the stem in there. If someone hits me, it's hollow. It makes like this ringing sound throughout my body. I got a little bit of knowledge. Let's look at that for Queen 9 as I'm shuffling these cards. What I sincerely believe, I try to bring a sense of reality to the spiritual community, and a lot of times, the soulmate, the twin flame, the karmic, whatever, a lot of times people use those to stay in really shitty relationships, and they'll say things like, oh, I'd love that, Arizona, that sounds fun. But they say things like, oh, I'm with this person because, they're my karmic partner, I need to learn these lessons, blah, 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 and it's like, no, they're an asshole. Move on. All right, I call them asshole casseroles. I did. I get a normal sense. And what I feel, because I try to bring a sense of... No, Sia, you're good. You're good. We'll do your question. We'll do your question. Just stay here with me until I'm going to do Queen Nine's reading. I'm going to talk about this stuff. Stay here with me and you're good. I'm going to be doing your reading while we're doing this here. I wanted to talk about this, but you did pay for a reading. I'll do Queen Nine's reading and then I'll talk about this. So serious love coming in for Queen Nine. Let me look at this. They did pay, but yeah, Sia, you're on the list. Don't worry about that. Yeah, no problem. Let's see. Case in point, though, would be my my own mother got in that kind of relationship, right? And so I don't, as I'm shuffling these cards for Queen, serious love coming in for Queen, I just don't believe in them. The way romanticism has made it so that women and men think that life is a Disney movie or a Lifetime movie. It's not. I want to bring a sense of reality to the spiritual community. I do believe there's connections that are so deep and profound that they can transform a human. I do. But I also believe that those are usually for people that I feel like have done a lot of work on themselves. They've gone through the fire, they've healed, and they can recognize those people for who they are. A lot of times you don't just walk into a relationship like that, especially if you're spiritual. It seems like it takes time, it takes effort, if ever, right? But I don't believe in the one. I believe anyone could be the one if they treated us respectfully, if they were kind, and if they were decent. Anyone could be the one, and we could learn lessons, different lessons from different people. But I do believe anyone could be the one. Healer of the Ages. Temperance. Victory in reverse. Awesome, Samuel. I don't know how many more friends you have in that magic top hat of yours, but I'm up for it. Third chakra, Archangel Shamuel. Death and rebirth. I'll say it like this, and I don't want to be that person, but my partner that I've had for almost 14 years, okay, she's been incredible. Yes, Nine of Pentacles. Let me do this one here for Queen Nine really, really quick, okay? We have Healer of the Ages, Temperance. This is showing Queen Nine, if you work on bringing that balance to yourself, this is looking like a yes. I do feel like there's going to be a serious relationship this year. This looks good. These two cards coming out, all it's saying is you got to keep those boundaries up. You got to keep doing that. Okay, Temperance, as I've said before, Temperance is nature's balance. Justice is society's balance. In this situation right here, you have to work on combining the energies and making them into something. There's different energy practices where we can kind of cleanse ourselves if we... Okay, neither here nor there. Gotta stay on focus here. We do have this. We have Victory in reverse, okay? This is not a bad card to get in reverse. We have Nine of Pentacles with Victory in reverse, okay? Nine of Pentacles with Victory in reverse is going to be looking at your independence, like going into the river. Do you mean the van that's down by one, like Matt Foley, or do you mean, you know, it was all an elaborate joke. Jim is a joker wearing a jester's hat. So always remember that. What do you mean by going into the river? Do you mean like doing the work? Is that what you mean? Oh, cleansing in the... Yes, there you go. Perfect. Anything can be used to balance our energies, okay? You can make a ritual out of anything that you're doing, and it can be a balancing ritual. All it takes is the imagination, and you can even have the wind blowing on you as you're walking down the street, going into the room. Okay, and that works too. But you could have the wind blowing on you as you're going down the street and imagine this clean energy just going over your body, and you're like cleansing yourself. That's a really good way to balance ourselves too. We don't realize the gunk that we hold on to. We don't, okay? And I know for a fact we hold on to gunk because I'll tell you this right now. When I took ayahuasca, I was throwing up and it was not puke. Have no idea what the hell it was, but it wasn't puke, okay? And other people were having the same experience. You throw up, but it's like this old energy. Like you see this stuff pour out of you. There's stuff we hold on to. There is stuff we hold on to and it makes us sick. But we don't even know we're holding on to it, okay? Imagine... Crystal, that's very sweet of you. I love that. And you're not slacking. You're definitely not slacking. Yeah, the black bile liquid. Yep, that's what it was. And it comes out of you like out of a movie or something. It's gross. And you're... Ugh. I still remember the way it felt. It was nasty. One guy, though, he cured his stomach ulcers. He went there, and his stomach ulcers were gone the next day. Like, he was in quite a bit of pain, and he said the next day... I wasn't there when this happened, but he said the next day he was fine. Like, he felt fine. Right, it's old negative energy coming out. Absolutely. Then we have this one. Third chakra, Archangel Chamuel in reverse. And we have death and rebirths. Right there. Death and rebirth, okay? Those are the same kind of things. I watched something once and I thought it was interesting. Okay, so the Nine of Pentacles and Victory in reverse. Nine of Pentacles is independence. This is you being strong. This is you showing that you have the power. And there's even a woman on there, which I love. Okay? And then Victory in reverse is you letting yourself be happy when you're by yourself. Like, understanding that you get to be death in reverse, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely, Chim. Absolutely. You get to be this powerful person, Queen Nine. You get to be someone who can be very strong. Don't let yourself limit yourself. I feel like when things are going well, maybe we're waiting for the other shoe to drop, or maybe we feel guilty sometimes when things are going well. This right here is showing that we have a lot of independence and power when we choose to, right? But then we have third chakra, Archangel Chamuel, okay? The Victory in reverse here would represent, I was hearing like Alice in Wonderland. So the Victory in reverse is you stepping out of a spot that you're not comfortable in and moving yourself towards something you want to do, right? Yes, I do wait for the other shoe to drop. And when you're doing that, you're losing your power, okay? Every time you do something and you're waiting for the other thing to happen, you're already catastrophizing. And if we're catastrophizing before the thing even happens, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, I do it too. I'm not sitting here being like, I've never done that. What's catastrophizing? No. I catastrophize about catastrophizing. It's a whole shitload with me, I'm telling you. But you guys can escape. All right, so third chakra, Archangel Chamuel in reverse. Just let yourself feel your own sense of power. If someone else is trying to take that away from you, it means you have something to take away. It means you have something that's worth taking. Remember that. If someone's making you feel like shit, it means you have something that they want. So see your own power, right? Third chakra, Archangel Chamuel in reverse. And death and rebirth is you becoming a different person, realizing your own worth, realizing your own sense of power and wisdom. And you have wisdom, you do have power, but you limit that. And sometimes I just want to grab you guys. Third is solar plexus. Fifth is the throat chakra. Fourth is the heart. Sixth is the third eye, and then the crown. And then supposedly you get past those 7 chakras, and there's the soul star chakra, and then there's the... Anyway, yeah, there's other chakras, but we have to learn the lessons here first. There's a bunch of other... And we have major and minor chakras. The major ones are in, up in here, and then we have hands and the bottoms of the feet. And then the minor ones are in the rest of the body. Anyway. But Queen 9, is that making sense? You have to own that power. Okay, so let me ask you this. It's not a no. It's not a no. We have the victory card here and we have the 9 of Pentacles. It's showing, though, if you have power in independence, then a relationship isn't something you throw yourself into and rely on. A lot of times, women and men put themselves in a relationship to make it so they don't have to worry about their life anymore. They focus on the other person. That becomes a priority. This is where you can focus on you, and another person comes into your life to complement you, not to complete you, but to complement you as a person. You have to complete yourself, have someone else in a relationship, and then it's going to be a good relationship. You have to do that. There could be a relationship here, but I can say right now, if you got in a relationship right now with what's going on, not that you're stupid or not that there's just unhealed wounds here. And when there's unhealed wounds, we don't see past those wounds. When we heal, then we see past those wounds. We understand where they are. But it takes time. It's not something that just happens. It's something that takes time and it takes dedication, you know? And I feel like you have that. I'm not feeling like you're slacking or doing anything like that, but a relationship comes after we find our power, not before. Right. We are whole. We are looking for a compliment. Absolutely. And you guys can compliment me. I'm wearing blush. I look so pretty. God, that's a sinister face. I've been taking some time in my healing these days. You have to. If you try to rush it, if you try to rush healing, oh man, it doesn't work. I wish it worked. Thank you, Crystal. I am so pretty. I am. I look in the mirror every day and I say, God, who's a pretty boy? Who's a pretty boy? And then I say, me. It's the whole thing. You guys don't want to see what I do in the bathroom by myself. I will say, though, my girlfriend's bras fit me quite well. Not that anyone needs to know that. Anyway. There's a lot of things you're learning today, guys. You gotta go with it. You gotta roll with that shit. See, Arizona can imagine. I don't have that weird manly stance. You guys could imagine me doing anything feminine. I feel like you guys could be like, yeah, he does it. He wears pantyhose and struts. I do, but if you guys are looking at me when I do that, overall, Queen 9, you'll find a relationship when you find your power. If you try to get in something now, you're going to use it as a way to escape your reality, because this is a yes. It can be. I'm not going to say yes, definitely. It looks good, though. If this was a reading, the healing is there. The healing has to take place first, but it does look like a yes. But I would say you got to heal. And it takes time. You see me look in the mirror like, yup. More like I look in the mirror and I go, no. You're blind in your third eye now. That's how it goes. This is what I'm doing, wanting someone else to be there instead. And I understand that. I get that. This community, though, can be there for you. I know it's not the perfect situation for us. I get that. But in this day and age, we can come together, we can help each other, but we have to be willing to do the work. And you're not alone. You're not alone in this. I'm not saying you are. You can come here, you can talk to me. You don't even have to pay anything. You can hear other people's stories. You can hear other people's situations. And you can understand you guys have things in common, but these aren't talked about on social media. These issues aren't talked about anywhere. And so it seems like nobody else is having these issues. I can guarantee they are. The healing is here and it's hard, so I end up wanting something outside instead. Exactly. I know how it is. I've worked with people through these situations, and you kind of want to run until you're like, oh yeah, I got to face this. And as soon as you start looking at the shadow, it shrinks in size. It doesn't grow bigger. The reason why there's that pain and it hurts is to get our attention so that we start the healing process, not so that it frightens us or hurts us. It's so that it says, hey, look at me. Look at me. I need to be integrated. There's so much energy here. Please look at me. Please pay attention. And then we can start undoing those energetic knots and start understanding that a little bit better. Does that help answer the question? Now, who wants to hear the stuff on twin flame soulmates and soul flames and twin mates? No, I'm just kidding. You're welcome, Queen. Thank you. Okay. So, I'll talk about this, and we'll go from there. All right? There we go. Samuel says yes. I'm hoping so. Hoping we can help out. Let's do it. Let's see what we can find. All right. So, like I was saying, that's messed up. I don't like that. See, it's people like that that give people in the spiritual people like that give people in the spiritual community a bad name. Everybody thinks you're a shyster. It's like, I'm a medium for a living, or I'm a psychic, and they're like, oh, you rip people off for a living. Okay. No, I don't. But I mean, if you want to see me that way, okay. Not much I can do about that. You want to see me as crazy, I'll just be crazy. The idea of twin flames, you're not about it. And I'm not either, in a lot of ways. I think there's people that can be good matches, but it's like... it's... The theory of a twin flame or a soulmate, from what I understand, is you take the human soul, and it's bifurcated, right? Which means it's split in half. When you take the human soul, you bifurcate it, split it in half, then there's the female and the male, right? They're saying that's what made... I might just help you find the shoe, I kick up your bootay. Yes. It's a very small shoe. It's about a thimble size because these are tiny feet that Chim has. Very, very tiny, like finger feet. You know, like this. They can kick really hard, though. I lost 10 pounds from being kicked in the bootay. Real hard, just came right out my mouth. Right. Not delusional, absolutely. And I've just seen people stay in horrible situations because it's like, oh, that's my soulmate. No. Finger feet for life. Yes, Jim. Finger feet for life. So, or you could have this. I don't know, it's a stupid joke. I had to type it out that way because if we're talking about shoes and soulmates, I figured I had to do that. Anyway. Puny, I know, Chim. I go for the cheap laughs. I have to go with what I can achieve, and right now it's cheap laughter. But it's not to say I don't believe in the magic. I just think the romanticism idea has been something, and I saw something, I didn't laugh, but you got an yeah. Lovely. Right, yes. The other, yes, you're right. That's where it kind of came from, and they are overrated. I would be scared of us too. Yeah, we are messed up. Now let's take a nuclear bomb and blow up the other side of the planet. What about us, Sarge? I don't care. I hate them. Blow them up. Okay, you dumb shits. Go for it. Only humans would do something that stupid. Now, the reason why there's a problem is because those guys are assholes. We're innocent. Let's blow them up. Okay? Dumb, stupid. Hey there, Mac. Just treat me right and I'm done. Exactly. It's not complicated. it's looking for a decent person, but so many people have strayed so far from decency. It's kind of like, yeah. Don't ruin it, Mac. I think Jim's still watching it, and I'm so far behind. I haven't seen any of it. Treat me right and I'll treat you left. I hear you. I hear you. I will say this, though, really quick on the soulmate thing. I watch, The School of Life talks about, the author is Alain de Botton, right? And he talks about romanticism in a way that makes a ton of sense, right? When we are children, all of our needs are met by our parents. When we cry, I mean, if we grew up that way, when we cry, we're met by, oh, okay, let's get rid of both of those, because we're just gonna, hold on one second here. And then that one, okay. When you cry, there's only so many things you could be crying about when you're young. Those things would be food, food, milk, water, whatever, or sleep, right? You're grumpy or you're in pain, you have a rash, you need your diaper changed, whatever, right? As we get older, because our parents could meet our needs so well, hopefully, we think that a partner should be able to read our minds as well. And that's not the case. As we get older, we become more and more complicated. And the thing of people thinking their partner, if they're so in tune, their partner can read their mind is absolute bullshit. Okay, like I've said many times, I'm a psychic. I don't read my partner's mind. She tells me, she communicates with me, and I try to do the same for her because it's not fair that I have to read her mind. Where the hell, like what kind of Lifetime Disney movie bullshit are we talking about here? I feel like romanticism is definitely a real issue, but sometimes the thought of there being someone out there who just gets me, from years of being misunderstood, gets me up in the morning, sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that, and I do think there's people that can get you, don't get me wrong, but it's going to take time, effort, communication, and it's going to take hard work. It's not something that's just like, oh, they get me completely, and they know all my fears. They have them too. They are me, but they're just me with shorter hair. You know, literally they're me. It's a clone. It's just me with guy parts. I'm not saying there's not someone. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that it's nice to meet your best friend for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it takes time and it takes effort. It's not something that's easy, right? There's times where it's easy. You go through the honeymoon phase, that's easy. But there's a lot of times in relationships where you have to realize that, like Alain de Botton says, for me and my partner, and he says it in a way, it's like everyone's an idiot, right? Everyone is an idiot, a lovable idiot. If you view everyone as being really stupid, it kind of makes it easy to forgive them with certain things. But yeah. Well, have a best friend who's also your lover is ideal. Absolutely. Absolutely. Crystal's right, or Samuel Clemens is right. You want that first. In my opinion, you want to build up a strong friendship first and then become partners after that, because you get to know them in a way when you're friends. Not someone who knows my farts by color coding. I mean, that's funny. That's some good shit, but, well, some good farts, I should say. If someone can color code a fart, that is probably a soulmate situation. Or a bowel mate situation. I got that one was good, Chim. I'll say that. The more tired Chim gets, the funnier and more obscure the jokes get. So, I appreciate it. But yeah, that's kind of my take on it. My opinion on the whole reality shifting thing? Okay. I'll tell you my opinion on the whole reality shifting. You mean like a higher vibration kind of thing? Oh, you're getting me excited. You're getting me excited. I'm just letting it out as I get tired, love it, or hate it. Hey, honey. Hold on. Hold on one sec, guys. Honey. Had to say goodnight to the partner, so. Business partner, not. It's a complicated relation. No. She's beautiful. She's amazing. Okay, the reality shift. I'm going to say it like this. You guys, I think they mean shifting our vibration to an alternate reality or whatever that vibration is. All right. Like this. Here's what I think, because it happened to me. I would not think this way if it didn't happen to me personally. I went through, I'm just talking right now, the future is bright, so we're doing a little story time here. I went through a situation March 2017. That was my Saturn return, right? And I know I keep mentioning Saturn return. There's a lot of energy in that. Okay, I don't know a ton about astrology, but I know Saturn is kind of like taking a cage around an animal and you keep constricting the cage over and over again. Eventually, either the cage breaks and the animal gets free or the animal dies. Like it basically has you go through your problems, your issues, and hopefully transform for the better. But it's like trial by fire. It's not as simple. It's a dark night of the soul. 27 to 30, maybe even 25 to 30 is when it can happen in some people. And every 27 or 30 years, it keeps happening, right? So like I said, 27, 54, 81, and 108. If you guys are lucky enough to be 108. I have no idea what Saturn return for a 108-year-old looks like. You forgot your meds that day? I don't know. So that's something that I think is interesting. But around that time, I woke up one day in March and I was able to do mediumship. I was just able to do it. And I was confident about it too. And I was able to give readings that were incredible. I could give names. I could give locations. I could tell them how the person died. I would have this thing where in my mouth, I could taste how the person died. As weird as that sounds, I would taste blood in my mouth if they died of cancer. I tasted blood in my mouth when it was, I think it was a suicide. And then I tasted this rotten, horrible taste in my mouth, like rotten flesh, when they died of cancer. I would get dizzy if they fell and they passed away that way. There was a lot of these kinds of energies, and I was able to do that. I'm learning that now. I'm learning how to do that now again. But Spirit gave me a sneak peek of what I would be able to do if I kept on the path. And then around that time, I learned how to do aerokinesis, controlling the wind. And I learned how to do telekinesis a little bit, just with tinfoil, not with like crazy things or anything like that. But I learned that we have a magnetic field that's around us, the aura, if you want to call it that. And I would not have learned that. And I feel like there was a reality shift or something because I started waking up. I started having that happen. And I feel like when I started waking up, not that I'm being an egomaniac here, but I feel like other people were waking up too. and other people were well on their journey, but I feel like it did something to us. Think about it this way, right? If you rearrange the letters in Earth, it spells heart, right? It's an interesting thing. Earth and heart. You just have to rearrange the letters, and I found that very fascinating. There's also the word art in there. How did you learn that? I wish I could tell you the future. I was just able to do it. And I hate that answer because it sounds like such a cop-out. It sounds like I'm just like, I could just do it. And I hate that answer because I want to bring you guys evidence. I want to bring you guys like, I know how to do it now. I know how to develop those skills now. But when I was doing it, I could not tell you how I developed those skills because I woke up and I knew I could do it. I just knew I could. And I'm not someone who's confident, let alone bringing evidential information to people whose family members have passed on. They are dead. Like, that's a sacred responsibility. And I went in there with all the confidence in the world, and I got it right. I got names, I got dates, I got all that stuff. And then it started going away. Hey. About 4 months into that, it started going away. And I saw a medium talk about, Mavis Patilla talks about it, and she was one of Gordon Higginson's students. Gordon Higginson was one of the most well-known mediums, physical mediums that's out there. Mediumship has 3 levels primarily, but there's different forms of mediumship, but there's 3 primary levels. There's mental mediumship, which is what I do. That's what most people practice in. Mental mediumship is where I have a subjective reality that's in front of me, and that's it. That's mental mediumship. Like, I see the spirit, I feel the spirit, you guys don't if I'm doing a reading for you. You could get sensations, but you wouldn't have pictures or images and stuff unless you were also open. But then why would you come to me for a reading if you're also, you know what I mean? Maybe from an unbiased perspective, you'd want a reading. I get that. I'm answering your own questions that you're not asking. So let's go a little bit further here. Then you have trance mediumship. You close your eyes, you have your consciousness leave your body. When your consciousness leaves your body, something else comes in. It's not a negative thing. We're not talking about insidious. We're not talking about anything like that. It is a spirit guide, or it is a spirit that you trust. Okay? And when we're talking about that, when we're talking about a spirit you trust coming into your own body, that is then able to give evidential readings. A really good trance medium, what they can do is they can talk just like your loved one did. They can use phrases that your loved one did. They have the cadence of speech that's the same. Their hands move the same way. Their face will even contort just a little bit to kind of look like the person that's being imposed on. And it's a fascinating thing. And I've started developing that a teeny bit, but not... I took a trance mediumship class, and I started to get the pressure that was building on my throat. As soon as you start feeling pressure that's building on your throat, you're getting close to being able to speak without speaking. Like, I'll be saying things, but my mind will be completely gone, right? I can observe that I'm saying things. I can understand some of the things I'm saying sometimes, but I never got to that point. I just got kind of close in a way. But there's ways you can do it. You have to do what's called building the power. That's the very first step towards achieving mediumship, but you usually want to develop psychically first. And you usually want to develop your intuition first, you know? Right, that's because spirit is driving, absolutely. And it's not something that's as simple as humans develop psychic abilities through, I've said it before, siddhis is what it's called, Siddhis. And a siddhi is essentially called psychic perfection. There's about 20-something of these siddhis. And when you have a guru, right, a guru who has spent their whole life doing, enlightenment training and whatever, right, they will develop maybe 1 siddhi, maybe 2 if they're a prodigy, or 3. But generally speaking, they're called psychic perfections, and it's being able to do the shit you see in movies, right? And it sounds crazy, but humans are primary examples of learning through absorption. Whatever you say, wherever the energy flows, the attention goes. Whatever we see, we're absorbing. Whatever we observe, we absorb. And that's something that when we get to a very enlightened place, we can look at the sun, and we can all of a sudden see a map of the whole universe. We can see the macrocosmic vision of the whole universe. We think of a germ or something like that, and we can see the microcosmic world as well as the macrocosmic. And these take, It would be funny if you started reciting the Penguins of Madagascar theme song. We're just bored and playing around. Stuff like that can happen, but generally you have control, and generally it's one person though this was really interesting. There was this medium that was on a talk show. The guy did not speak any other languages, but his guide that would come into his body spoke perfect Cantonese. Like absolutely perfect. And this guy didn't seem like he would be able to do that, but he was able to go up to someone in the audience, give them a reading in Cantonese, and then sit right back down like it was nothing. But he didn't speak the language at all, and he was super fluent. Like, you would be like, you know, if he was hiding that, it'd be pretty impressive. But there was another person, I heard, I don't know if this is true, but one of them was like, one of them was working at IBM, and they were just in a trance most of the day. The spirit that would come into their body would do the work for them, and then they would go home, and that would be it. So there's crazy stuff out there. There's some crazy stuff, but most people, we live in more of the mundane world, and we're okay with that, and that's okay. My guide that I have is I like to move it. I do. I don't move it well. You would tell me to stop it, and then I'd ask you to forgive me, but here we are. But it gets much crazier than that too in these abilities. Like there's precipitation mediumship, which is insanely interesting. Like if I did something like that, or if we did anyway. But regardless, I'm getting off topic. You can develop it like any other skill. Certain people are born with a threshold for psychic ability. They already have it, right? But then you have people that were not born with nearly as much psychic ability, and a lot of times the people that weren't born with that much psychic ability they outdo the ones that were born with a lot of it, because the people that weren't born with it have to work really hard, and they eventually achieve the level that person had and go higher, right? But the person who was born with it at a very high level generally doesn't think they need training or to get better. Sometimes there can be some arrogance there. But it just depends. It just depends on this kind of stuff, and I'm excited to take my mediumship class again. That'll be June 7th is the first class. She's kind of a short medium at only 5'2". Yeah, she is. Now I have that. I'll have to tell you guys the one story, but I've already said this one before. I'm trying to think. Sure. Sia, what's your question? Let's go with your question, Sia, because you were wondering something, so let's go with that. Free readings are closed, guys. Except for those that are already on the list. Did I show you this one? I don't think I showed you this one, Jim. I'm kind of proud of this. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I like it. Thank you for subscribing. Free readings are closed. All right, so look at this one. I like this one. I'm thinking it looks like an owl. I do appreciate the subscriptions, but I have to close, and it even says it right here. I have to close them at some time, my friends, so yeah, I hope you do pass your exams. I'll be live again on Wednesday. I'll show you a little more close up. I'm not sure what I'm going to do it. Well, thank you, Mac. I appreciate that. I had fun making this one. You guys be good. Oh, thank you, Mac. You're very sweet. Thank you. See if I have another one here while I'm waiting for Sia's question. Ah, yes, okay. The demon? Or no, Ibis isn't the demon. Iblis is the demon. No. Ibis is a bird. I remember now. There's an Ibis. Pretty sure Ibis is a bird, though. Iblis is a demon. Anubis is the god of death, right? Or the god of... I need to look more into that. Okay, so you said, so things have been really bad. I've been very depressed. I failed an audition. I really wanted to pass. I don't know what to do since I failed. I'll have to do something I don't like. I'm just depressed. Oh, you were talking about the app. I have no idea what the hell. Here, hold on one second. We'll see what we can get for you, Sia. Okay. Yes, Anubis is the... Yeah. Hold on. Autism? Yeah, Jim, that's pretty ableist, honestly. That's kind of funny, though. Autocorrect is... I turn it off. I can't do it. I misspell constantly. I see your question, Sia. Hold on. Trying to find my cards. There we go. Anubis? No. Autism? Yes. I do feel like I'm on the spectrum, though. Really weird things irritate the hell out of me. I can do this spiritual stuff. I can do this, but normal reality can be way overstimulating. But how was your weekend? Come on, let's see what we can find here. Goth. Oh, that's funny. Goth was the right way to go. Oh, Mac, that's hilarious. Hopefully it was goth, and hopefully they didn't take it too, that's a Mother Gothan haircut right there. I do like Gorg, though, being used. Or like, I used to watch with my partner, Manny MUA. Have a Gorga day. He's funny, man. Manny MUA, makeup artist, right? He's funny. Or the, what are they called? Oh, the twins. You were, but we went through the list and you weren't here. The Welsh twins. That was it. I'm sorry, Victor. We went through the list and you weren't here, so I had to put this up. I'm not going to keep doing it for people that come in late. It's absolutely poggers. All right, let's do this here. What can we get for Sia? Okay. Okay, let's do this here. Is it really? It's really the funnest one you've ever been to? Yes, Shavakshi, I am still live. And still alive. That's the important thing. Thank you, Mac. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. I love being able to do this because I get to meet people from all over my screen. I'm so sorry. I went to play a game of Uno and got addicted to it. Shivakshi. I know it's not what you were doing. Don't be cheeky. I think I'm using that right. I don't know. So, Sia. Here's what I got. We have Justice. This one's in reverse. We have Four of Wands. This one is in reverse. But then we have this card here. This is the Magician. This is my card. This is the card that I resonate with. And I have... Yeah, Shivakshi. Yeah, I made them a mod a while ago. Every now and again I'd be like, I wonder whatever happened to them. I hope they're happy. And here we are. They're good. They're really good. Okay, so Justice in reverse, Four of Wands in reverse, and the Magician. There will be a foundational restructuring, right? There will be a kind of a structural, what would I call this? Like a rebirth. I would almost view this as kind of like the Tower card, see it, if I can be honest. And what can happen in life is that something happens so that something else can happen. And there can be positive things that are negative for us, and there can be negative things that were positive for us, right? And so that was something that I don't feel like it's just coming off and that's it. That like this is something that's just happening to you and that's it. It's meant to leave you this way. Not at all. Sometimes we go through these things and there can be better opportunities later on. I know we get our hearts set on something and we expect it to come true. But that's what gives us, the Buddhists call it suffering, right? Because we're expecting for a certain thing to happen and when it doesn't, we're disappointed. And because we attached our identity to it already. It's important to remain in the flow with these kinds of things, especially with the entertainment industry. People do get their breaks. I really do think so when they keep going and they keep trying. And I know it's difficult to go out there and to keep trying, but that's what makes it work. That's what makes it work. And in this situation here, I think you're going to be okay. The Magician card is a card where we kind of get to make our own reality. And even though there's parts that are difficult and hard, there will be parts that are beautiful as well. Right? Sometimes we're in the fertilizer stage of the garden. Other times we're in the harvest stage. Right? And when we're in the fertilizer stage, that's where all the shit comes from. But the shit helps the garden grow. Without the shit, the garden doesn't grow as fast or as much. This helps us to build character. Think of how boring of an actor or how boring of a person you would be if everything was just given to you. No one would want to hear anything you had to say because it's like, oh, they were just given that. Like, I'll be honest, I don't care what Paris Hilton has to say. You know, I don't care about Kim Kardashian. They were handed things, right? They were handed those things. Not that interesting. I like the people that had difficult lives or had difficult situations, and besides that, they became something else. And people can look up and be inspired. People can look up and say, well, if they could do it, I hope I can too. It gives a message that shows that anything is possible, and that message needs to keep carrying on, and I think that that's something that's a beautiful thing, right? There is difficulties. There are challenges. It's not supposed to be easy, but if life was easy, we wouldn't be here, right? There's supposed to be things that help us grow, that helps our soul grow and to move on. So we can look at this as a personal attack from the universe. We didn't get what we wanted. But again, how would we know that this was what we wanted? We feel like this is what we would have wanted, but maybe something bad could have come from it. I'm going to tell you a story, okay? Sit down. Sit down. You guys get to go pee when I say you can pee. And now you can do it. Okay, so here's a story, and it's a really interesting story, okay? So there was an Asian farmer, right? And he goes out to the field one day and he notices that one of his horses is missing. And, you know, he looks at that and he's a little disappointed, but then his neighbors come up to him and they say, well, that stinks. And then he says, maybe, right? The next day comes along and the horse that ran away brings back 5 other horses. And then the neighbors come up to him and they say, wow, that's amazing. And the man says, maybe. Then, the next day, his son gets drafted into a war. And the neighbors come up and they say, I'm so sorry to hear that your son's been drafted. This is a bad thing, right? And then the guy says, maybe. And then the son breaks his leg and he can't be drafted in the war anymore. And the neighbors say, well, that's a great thing. And he says, maybe. Basically, good or bad, it's a maybe. Good things can come from bad things can come from good things. But the thing is, I can't keep trying anymore because my parents have decided things for me now. Okay, I can understand that too. But that can only be for a time, right? I don't know how old you are, Sia. You don't need to say how old you are. But there can be a time where you can go out there again, regardless of your parents liking it or not. You can save money, do whatever it is you need to do. Have this be a time where you have to do something else, but eventually you can do your own thing. It's not like this is it, this is the end. This can be a time where we can understand life and we can be in that space. But I don't view this as an ending point, but a new way for you to start. And eventually it's not going to be under the pressure of your parents doing this or helping you with this or whatever. It's going to be you doing it and you making your way forward instead of relying on them, who it sounds like they're being a little harsh, but get yourself some money, get yourself some of that stuff, and it's not the funnest thing, but then you'll be able to do your own stuff. Put some away, make it so that you can do something for yourself in those ways. And if I can understand that it feels like a letdown, but I feel like you'd want to achieve this with your own means rather than, correct me if I'm wrong, but having yourself doing it to me seems like it would be more rewarding. But I get that it can be devastating, and I'm sorry that's the case for you, because that is shitty regardless. And I don't want to say anything to minimize the pain that you're going through, because it sucks. And I'm not going to say it doesn't. But I don't want you to view this as an ending point, because it's not. There's so much out there. There's so many things, and you'd be surprised how life can shift and change in so many different directions. Right? And so that's kind of what I'm talking about. I know it's hard now, and I know it sucks, and you're in a place where you're going to feel sad and angry, and I want you to feel those things. I don't want you to minimize that. I don't want you to do anything that way. But after you feel those things, realize that it's not over. You're kind of just saying goodbye for a second. You're not saying so long forever. You're just, yeah. So, hopefully that makes sense. I've slept with thine mother and well, that could be read as an innocent thing, or with a perverted mind like Chim's, that could be read as a bad thing. Like when your expectations are broken. It is. I had that happen repeatedly to me, Sia. You really thought this would work out. And there will be something that does. There will be something that eventually does work out. And I know we attached our expectations, and we were sort of thinking the dreams that we had. And when the things don't work out that we wanted to do, we kind of go through a grieving process, and we go through pain. But we will be okay. It's not fun though. Of course not. But it doesn't mean no forever. It just means for a minute, for a little bit. No, Trixie, no. God, cats love electric spaghetti. I don't know what it is. Swear to God, sometimes I think it'd be easier to have a raccoon. Have you seen that video of the raccoon that grabs its feet and it rolls? It's hilarious. It's like, it's really fat and it just grabs its feet and it rolls. Like a damn cartoon character. It's funny. You guys look it up. Raccoon rolling. It makes me laugh every time because, I don't know, they're just so playful and weird. You're welcome, Sia. And come here, you know, and get to come here and get to talk with us and understand that we got you, okay? I want you to feel safe here. I see you here every now and again, but while you're in the healing phase and you're going through this, I want you to know there's people here, okay? You're good. We got you. William shaking a pear. William Shakespeare. Oh, Shakespeare. Okay, I get it. I get it. I have not seen that. Are you making stuff up? You're making stuff up, aren't you? Hey, roll on the floor. Oh, that's funny. Roll on the... Oh, man. You're intrigued I'm the only person who's encountered your dragon. Now choose your next words carefully, because this could be an innuendo. Star-crossing, I'm just going to say it. We have beautiful people on here. So feel free to come on here, Sia, and yeah, that's what we're here for. They're magically delicious. That's what I hear right before I wake up. I don't know what it is that's magically delicious, but it's out there. Hey there, Nikita. The list is closed. We had a little... We're just doing some story time now. I can be on tomorrow, or I'll be on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And my Instagram, guys, follow my Instagram. I'll be live on there. There's not that many people there yet. So follow my Instagram, ChancesTarot. We can do that. It will. It'll all work out. But yeah, Instagram, ChancesTarot. Just join me. Just follow me. What are you waiting for? Come on down to ChancesTarot. We've got cards and doors. There's so many doors. What's behind this one? Oh, there's nothing there. Okay. Thank you, Nikita. I understand. I know you guys have been waiting, but yeah, eventually your boy starts getting tired. It's not now. So what did you say, Star Crossing? Seeing the dragon? You said you were curious? No. Nope. Trixie. Jeez, girl. Oh, you gotta get out of here, man. What are you doing? Let's see, what did you say? You're just intrigued. I understand. I wish I could tell you more. I don't, I'm used to talking with other entities. I'm not used to talking with dragons. They're confusing. They're not my favorite. Not that I don't like them. It's just hard for me to... Yeah, that doesn't sound good. I like dragons. They're a little confusing. I prefer... No one else has been able to encounter yours. Well, my training regimen is a little bit different, so maybe that's why I was able to encounter it. I connect with other spirits that help me to connect with other non-human spirits. Because I had that the other dragon I was speaking with, and then cord wrapped around this. I just had that. And her extroverted brother didn't want a hug from his dad and said, after supper, I can touch you all I want. And we looked at... I can touch you. That's funny. I didn't end up doing the class. There wasn't enough people. There was not enough people. It was... plus, I think I need more time to put that little bun in the oven. I'm also thinking I'm going to lower the price to $15 next time. It happens every single time you go over there. Chim, I'm going to let you in on a secret. Just don't go or videotape it for the rest of us so we can see how weird it is. You're going to need a damn inhaler. Chim's funny. They've got some stories. They can make some shit up. I mean, they're real stories, I'm sure, but reality for Chim is funnier than most of our realities, I think. But yeah, I work with different energies. There's one particular entity class that I love, and it's been helping me, because if you get I kind of don't want to say, I mean, it should be kept secret, but as long as I don't give you names and I just talk about the specifics, I guess, but not the names. I work with Jinn primarily. I've always resonated with them, and I've always had really weird experiences with them. And because of that, those can kind of boost your abilities. In a way, there's kind of like an offering that takes place, but they're free-willed just like humans are, you know? And I've never gotten a trickster sense, because there's different levels. There's Jana, which are female Jinn. There's ghouls, which are Ghul. Those are the ones that kind of feed off of fear. Ifrits, Ifrit. Those are ones that are really, really powerful, but they're very kind of unpredictable. They're more in the, I guess you'd call it like the demonic realm. Shaitan, which is Shaitan, is another one. That's also very powerful, but it's manipulative. Definitely something that you don't want to piss off, right? Those ones are the ones that are scary, and the Ifrits as well. And then you have Marid Jinns, and Marid Jinns are really interesting. Marid. Marid Jinns are known for being incredibly powerful, and their life expectancy is like generally 6,000 years or so. And they live all of their lives at once. They don't live like us with reincarnation. And the Marid Jinn is so powerful because it has mastered its opposing element. Jinns are made of smokeless fire, right? And so the opposite of that element is water. And a Marid Jinn has mastered the element of water, even though it is fire. And so they're known for being like the kings or the queens of Jinn. They're very, very powerful, and they've got a very strong energy. And depending on how you work with them, you can make offerings. I myself have noticed that as long as you're respectful, you don't really have to do the offerings, or you can offer your energy instead. As long as you're respectful, if you're kind, everything's good. Everything's good. I had my, the Jinn that I've got, she's amazing. She's been with me for a very long time. And I remember the first time I heard her, I was in the dentist's office, and they were drilling into my tooth, and I had some cavities, and I was starting to feel the drill going into my tooth, and I was starting to jerk. I was starting, because it was hurting. And I heard her say, "It's almost done," in this really, really soft voice. And when I heard that, it was so sincere and so sweet. And then right after she said that, he's like, "And I'm done." And I was like, that was interesting because I thought we still had a ways to go. And so that was cool. And from there we've formed a bond. And so yeah, as long as you're respectful, that's all they care about. If you're disrespectful, if you're an asshole, it does like. I guess as long as you're pure of heart too. As long as you're, and I'm not pure of heart, but I try to do my best. I feel, and I think they can sense that. But jinns are very interesting because they have the ability to. They have the ability to materialize in different ways. So like dragons, for instance, because Star Crossing was talking about the dragon that she had. When you're talking about dragons, their energy is usually it's more background based. Like you can get to know a dragon, you can have those kinds of things. Oh, absolutely, they can read your energy before you try to connect. All they are is energy. Like they're just pure energy consciousness, but in a different kind of way. Like, yeah. And so the dragon, for instance, is an entity that lives primarily in the background. They're very powerful beings, but I think because of their power, they're limited in what they can do. And generally when they give you advice or they give you something, they do it in riddles, because if you solve it as a puzzle, they're not exactly giving you the answer. Dragons work in a way that's like, riddle me this. Mine's in my face, dragon. And that's cool too. Those can happen too. There's different kinds, right? There's different kinds. But the more ancient and powerful generally are more in the background. Like with jinns as well, they're more in the background. And then you have spirit keeping, which is kind of what we're talking about. You give offerings, ass tingles and drive through. Mac knows what's going on. But you go through these kinds of sensations with these different energies. And with jinn, with dragons, Tiamat was one of the most. I don't know a ton about Tiamat. I've heard the name before though, and I know it's a powerful dragon supposedly. I don't think it's still alive, is it? Isn't that one that died a while ago, or is that one still? Maybe it's still around. I'm sure its spirit's there. Shit, now your ass tingles a little. I shouldn't have told you guys the story. That story is definitely resonating with me yeah, I know. Every now and again when I can't sleep, my mind goes to, hey, it's Mike. And every time I'd be like, oh my God, why? And the reason why I would do that is because he was nuts, but also because I couldn't laugh on the phone. You can't laugh. Honestly, it might have been their intestine begging them to eat something healthy. It could have been. He looked like Owen Wilson, though. Out of the blue, he just says that. I look like a mix between Owen Wilson and I think it was Matthew McConaughey or something. I was like, I don't give a shit. I'd never ask. And he was going on and on. And it's like... But sometimes when you're on those psychic hotlines, people view you as their therapist and they talk to you. You're even more expensive than their therapist. Even therapists don't charge $8 a minute. But yeah. I think it is, I'm not sure. I wish I knew more about that stuff, but there's different things too. A lot of times, I know my jinn's, I'm not going to say it. I know my jinn's name, in quotation marks. You have a name for something. When you have a name for a spirit, it's bound, right? If you know its name, it's bound. And so generally speaking, a spirit is only going to give you their name if you torture it, and you get it that way, okay, which, horrible, right? Or you get to know it very well and it trusts you, and then you get to know their real name. When you know their real name, if you wanted to, you could hurt them, right? And so it's something that has to be gained over time. You have to learn over time kind of how they are and what they do. And so If you torture it, yeah, you can torture spirits. You can absolutely torture spirits. Humans have so much psychic power and energy that if we were tuned into it, you can torture demons. You can torture demons. You could torture whatever you wanted to if you were horrible enough, right? But it really just depends on what you want to do. For instance, right, you're torturing a demon. Here's what's going to happen. As soon as you turn your back or your psychic guard lowers even just a little bit, that demon's going to kick your ass. I can guarantee it. Your guard around a demon, because you summon it for a task. When you summon a demon, you summon it for a very specific task. Will the demon do the thing? Absolutely. It's going to hold up its end of the bargain, but you better be damn sure you hold up yours, because that demon will mess you up. Okay? They're task oriented, and they're not meant to be used for something that requires a special hand. They're meant to be used as kind of like soldiers of hell, if you want to think of it that way. Angels are celestial. They can give advice. They can give guidance, healing, things like that. Demons are kind of like, I'll do the thing for you. Think of like black magic, stuff like that. They don't mind getting their hands dirty. Their energy is that, so of course they resonate with that energy. I don't view them as evil so much as they are incarnate of the dualistic tendencies that humans have, light and darkness. If there's angels, there has to be something else. But that's the whole thing, right? And different elemental creatures will have different effects that they give you or bestow upon you. Depending on how you get to know these creatures and the way that they operate psychically, they'll start to give you signs in reality of things. Like, for instance, my djinn, every now and again, like right out of the corner of my eye, there's this bright blue flash. It's like someone took a camera and the flash went off, but there's nothing there, and it just happens, and you can feel a sense of energy. And I'll see her peeking around corners. Sometimes when I'm doing my live, if you see me look out this door, a lot of times it's her looking in, because it's like they're curious. They want to see what we do, but she's very nurturing, very motherly, and so there's a bond there. There's a connection. And yeah, it's interesting. I mean, that's a topic. And each spirit has its own tastes, and depending on how powerful the spirit is, it requires certain things. And then you have how Solomon had his thing. There's the Greater and Lesser Tome of Solomon. My God, you try to read that thing, it takes a genius right there. I've tried to read it. I'm not into conjuring. I'm not going to claim to be. That is a science that's way past my thing, right? Absolutely, you can't know the light. And dualistic reality goes far beyond that. Man and woman, right? It's not just the genitalia that's different. There is actually dualistic principles through that. The woman represents the darkness through, like, knowledge. Not darkness in a negative way, but darkness in the way that darkness can hold so much within it, and it can hold the knowledge, it can hold the answers, but you have to, like, travel through it in order to get to the answers. Whereas the masculine is sort of bright. It's the sun's energy. It's very masculine. It's kind of this thing where you see what you get, or you get what you see, but there's a strength to it. There's this really strong power to it. And so there's those energies coming together. That's what creates the enlightened human. And the enlightened human is just as, if not more powerful than these psychic creatures that I'm mentioning. Some of these creatures want to help us. Some of them don't. Some of them are benevolent. Some of them are malevolent, right? Benevolent meaning kind and good, and they try to help as much as they can. Don't get that wrong, though. If you are an asshole, even to a benevolent spirit, they will fuck you up. Okay? Why be kind to someone who's treating you like shit? And when you're dealing with spirits, a lot of things that you do is kind of contract-based, right? But what? Who are we talking about? Oh, the other person? If we're talking about spirit keeping and stuff like that, a lot of people won't share that kind of information. It's very occult, it's very secret kind of stuff, and so I'm trying to bring it to you guys. I feel like you guys are respectful and you wouldn't do anything that's stupid, right? Like summoning or anything. Attracted since birth. You're their friend with the dragon. Yeah. Well, bring them on down. We'll see what we can find or what we can talk about. But I'm hoping that makes sense. I know I kind of jabber on, but there's interesting stuff out there. And remember, the more powerful the entity, especially if it has a name that's like written in a book or something, generally speaking, that means you're going to be in debt to that thing. Like, if it's a benevolent spirit, great, you can ask for a blessing. But certain spirits will give you a blessing. They'll be happy to do so, but you make a promise to them when you get their blessing. Like, for instance, there's one of the there's a jinn in one of the books I was reading. She'll give you everything, absolutely everything, but you are not allowed to marry. You're not. And she only wants to be with men. You cannot marry. And if you are to have a relationship, you have to ask every time if it's okay for you to be intimate with someone. And if she says no, you have to listen to that, or you will be... Those blessings can turn into curses real quick. So you can gain something, but you can lose something at the same time. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Even if I don't agree with it, I'm respectful of others' beliefs and practices. Yeah, the whole thing is very... It's interesting stuff. There's a lot more than what I can say. There's so much more that I don't know because I'm not in that place. It does. Everything has a cost, but that doesn't mean... sometimes it can be worth it. It really depends on the situation. I believe there's specific circumstances where you could call on whatever and it would fit the bill. But again, treat something with kindness. It'll be good. And if you are going to summon a demon, you better have stronger abilities than that demon. And if you're summoning a demon anyway, you're going to need a pretty strong demon. So just don't do it. Just don't do it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Anyway, why don't teenagers summon angels? Why don't they try to do that kind of stuff? No, it's always like, I want to see what's down in the hellhole now. Come on. Anyway, so, but a cost that can be invested in life gives before it takes time. Yes. No, do not summon anything. I'm going to tell you right now, that is not something for the weak of heart. When I say that, I'm not being like, oh, don't summon anything. I would never do it. I would, unless I was in the most dire circumstances I could even imagine, I wouldn't do it. I'm not that stupid. It's when you're working with psychic things like this, I feel a pull when there's something in the house. And if I were to set something free, or if I were to do something and I felt that pull, and I felt it before. If you guys want another story time, there was 2 awful experiences that happened in this house. And if you guys want story time, I can do that. And we can talk about it, but I don't know. Is it getting late for you guys? Jim, I don't think you will. First off, it's a lot harder than you think it would be. Secondly, okay, story time. Okay, all right. Ooh. I'll be right back. I gotta go take a tiny winky. Sorry, that's how I talk to my cat. Give me a second here. I'll be back, guys. Hold on. Oh, man. Oh, I'm still here. All right, I'm coming right back. Okay, so let's do this here.
A nice little winky for me.
No medium winkies. We're talking about some small little winkies. Small winkies. Okay, so I'll explain this the best way I can. We move into this house. Weird shit was going down, okay? Now, what do I mean by weird shit? I'm talking some non-winky business, okay? No, I know you guys were talking about me. I could feel it. My ass was tingling. So I knew. You love talking about small winkies in the chat. You're in luck, because that's all we do here. I am known as the Winky Man. I'm going to put the Sandman out of business. I'm just going to make people wink themselves to sleep. So let me tell you this story. We move into this house, and yeah, it's Mike. I still remember that raspy ass voice. I swear to God, I have dreams about it sometimes. I swear to God, I can't make that shit up. It was ridiculous. It was anyway. Anyway, okay. We move into the house, and when we move into this house, we notice that things seem fine. Things seem fine at first, but not like it, you know, you're in a new house, you're getting used to it, things are okay. But over time, we started noticing things in the house, and it was getting weird, right? Me and my partner love watching ghost shows. Like, that's our shit, right? And yeah, we have questions. And Billy. That's what me and my partner do. Whenever they say that, we just mention Billy being part of the thing. Mac loved that story. They macaroni and pleased themselves. That didn't sound good. IG, he just split with his girlfriend. Oh. Forgive me if I'm wrong. The model, Heidi. No. Heather? No. Something with an H, I think. I know who you're talking about. But anyway, I like your funny words, Magic. That one gets me every time. I've heard the sound clip to it, and it's funny. I like the guy's voice. But we're in the house, and we're watching stuff, and one night, we're downstairs, and my partner is like, she's like, do you hear that? And I'm like, I'm like, no, all I'm hearing is the TV, and then she pauses the TV, which, by the way, you can do now. You couldn't do that 20 years ago. But I digress. Actually, you probably could. I feel like TiVo or DirecTV DVR has been out for a minute. No, you're right, Mac. You're right. Yeah, Max unfortunately got the whole damn story right. You've got it right. You have got it right. I couldn't have said it better myself. Asking the important questions. Basically, he would call me and say, is he doing her in the ass right now? He was with a girlfriend. They got separated. A homeless man came into his house. They were doing crystal meth together. He gets kicked out of his own house by this homeless man, who, by the way, isn't homeless anymore. I don't know why he kept referring to him as a homeless man when he was the one that was homeless. Technically, when he got kicked out of his house, he was homeless. The homeless man wasn't. Anyway. So he would ask me, my ass is tingling. Is he doing her in the ass? Because he felt like he was connected to her. And that chimichanga that he ate definitely wasn't giving him the ass tingles. It was her just getting slammed. You know? Might have had a little poop dangling is all. Yeah, that's called a dingleberry. He probably did. Okay, anyway. We pause the show. You guys are getting me distracted as hell, okay? We pause the show. I had to read for that guy. I was a phone psychic. And I didn't just do it one time. He asked me if she was getting fucked in the ass. I don't know, 5 or 6 times. Not in the same day. No, he has to space it out over weeks. Every single time. Well, Chim, lower your damn volume. I'm just saying, it was ridiculous. It was like, yeah, railed in the ass. There you go. No, I mean, let's not mince words here. Mike was something else. And like I said, halfway through, I looked like Owen Wilson, and I think he said Matthew McConaughey, and I didn't ask. He told me he was in the McDonald's drive-thru, right? And he's like, is he doing her in the ass right now? It's tingling. And I'm like, dude, quit eating at McDonald's. Stop getting your McTingly ass. Like, what is wrong with this person? I'm telling you, she's not. Odds are she's not. Odds are, though, something's wrong with you, my friend. I'm not going to say what exactly because I don't know. It's my own fault, but I might as well be some entertainment for my brothers. You have to go for it. Yeah, that McTingly ass. I hear you, Cheryl. I wish that was something I could have done, but because he was a paying customer who was $30,000 in debt from talking to phone psychics, they call them whales. They call them whales, and it's horrible that they refer to people as being whales. They have so much money, but he was in debt. He was in horrible debt, and his credit cards kept getting declined, but he would just get a new one. I don't know how you do that. But anyway. I'm glad you like it, Mac. Right, Cheryl. Again, I didn't have a choice. I did not have a choice. If he called me, and luckily I was one of his favorites. God. I'm just... But he called so many others, and the ladies, he would harass, though. Like, so if you think I'm being a little, harsh, he was a dick to the ladies, so it's all right. I can make fun of this person, but anyway. So we're downstairs. We hear my girlfriend pauses the TV, and I'm not hearing anything at first, and then all of a sudden I hear what sounds like little footprints. Like, I'm not even kidding. It sounded like a kid up here walking around, right? And like it was like the kid was playing with something, because the footsteps weren't just little footsteps. The footsteps were like running around, like kind of slower, right? And so that was kind of the whole thing. It was like this slowly running around kind of thing. And it was right in the kitchen area. When we were downstairs, we could hear it. We come upstairs, there's nothing here, right? Around that same time, our garage light that's motion sensitive, because we have 2 garage doors. There's nothing in the garage that moves, but our garage light would keep turning on over and over like something was moving out there. Never had that issue before. And before that happened, I went to a place insanely haunted, called, they called it Bella Moon, right? And it used to be a brothel. It used to be all this stuff. Very small building. The upstairs was haunted as shit. I went on a ghost investigation with these guys. I wish I still had it, but they were recording at this time. And right when I said it's here, the sound of this wind enveloped the recorder, and it swept over by me, and that's why I knew it was there, and it just engulfed me. And when that happened, I didn't want to leave. And my girlfriend, we were walking home after going to this place, and I was pissed off. I didn't want to leave, and I kept saying, I want to go back, I want to go back, I want to go back. To this day, I haven't been there. They offer ghost tours in that place. I will not step foot in that place. There's something there that's way beyond my pay grade. And it was powerful. It wasn't necessarily negative, but strong. Very, very strong. And it didn't feel like one spirit. It felt like a group of spirits swirling around me. And so we get back home. The lights are turning on, right? We hear the footsteps. And then it's like, okay, well, that's weird, right? But then it starts getting to a point where it's like, okay, we need to do something about this, because it was like we were just not feeling safe with this presence, because this one didn't necessarily do anything negative, but we felt watched. We felt like we weren't alone when we were, and it just felt eerie. It felt creepy. It just didn't feel right, and we wanted to have that privacy back. So we call a friend over, and we're doing a saging of the house, right? And we go in, when you're doing saging of the house, you go in all the rooms, you get all the corners, You make sure you get it nice and smudged. You know, you got to smudge it. So we do the whole smudging thing. It's going good. Everything's fine. Then, and this is the creepy part. We go downstairs. Okay, we're walking downstairs. We've cleansed everything. We go downstairs, and as we're going downstairs, because we know where this entity is, right? We know where this entity is, and it's in the back. It's in the back room. This room, creepy as hell, right? And now it's the bedroom, though we're good. Don't worry about it. Energy's completely different in there, though now, because we got rid of this thing. But we're doing the smudging, and we're going down the stairs, and all three of us, oh man, it gives me chills right now. I'm getting the chills. All three of us hear this guttural growl. Like it goes through your soul. It's like, and we're like, oh my God. This thing was growling at us. Wasn't a dog. Wasn't anything like that. I felt it in my soul. I felt like this vibration where my heart was, and all of us heard it, and we looked at each other, and our eyes were big. We're like, what the hell? You know, we were freaked out. Obviously, we were freaked out. Regardless, though, we're kind of in this bitch to begin with, so we got to finish, right? You don't want to leave this unfinished. And so we smudge the rest. We open a window, and I think we salted the doors, the windows. We did all that stuff. And we had we had a crystal that was absorbing everything. And that's buried in our yard somewhere. I don't even know where it is. But that's holding this spirit in there. But what happened, this is still crazy to this day, because then I sat down, okay? And when I sit down in the kitchen, the only light is from the windows behind me. So you have the kitchen counter, you have the light from the windows behind me, right? And I see out of the corner of my eye this giant black mass. I would say it was maybe 9 or 10 feet. It was huge. And I don't view black as being negative. I just saw that this energy was actually leaving. I saw that it was leaving. Yes, it was stuck in between, and crossing over. I can see that for sure. But when it did, it was incredible. I mean, when I saw that figure, it was insane. Like, I was in shock because it happened in an instant. But the figure was, I can still remember it. It was like a black fog, and it had bits of purple strewn like all about inside of it. So it was black, and then it had these light parts of purple, but the purple was dark. I don't know. The lighter parts were purple. The cloud was black. The cat scared the living out of it. Yeah, they'll do that. And that was the other thing, is that the cats were acting weird too. And then there was another time that I've got several stories, but yeah. Yeah, we'll be okay. We'll get this. It's there was another one though. Probably, yeah, I would imagine. When I was a kid, I had another event happened that was they said it was a Native American spirit. And this was crazy. I remember this to this day. I remember everything about it. I remember what I was doing. I remember what happened right after because I got so scared. So, and I remember because I was doing something unusual. I wanted to get a video game from my dad, right? So whenever I wanted a video game, I'd do basic household chores, as you would for whatever. So I'm doing the thing. I'm cleaning some dishes, okay? I will tell you this right now. No, I don't. I clean dishes now. I clean them pretty well, but back then I was an irresponsible, little ragamuffin. That's the word. And because of that, I'm holding this plate, and the light is it's getting ready to be sunset, and it's probably, I don't know, maybe February around that time. So the sun isn't up for that long. Right, it's getting ready to set. It's probably about 5:30. And as the sun is setting, I'm looking outside my window, and we have this tree that's it's dead in the winter, and this lawn, okay? And the lawn wasn't very big. I would say, maybe 4 times this room was the front lawn. It wasn't that big. It wasn't a huge lawn. And I'm holding the dish, and I'm drying it off. I think it was the last dish, right? And I'm drying it off. I look out the window, and I see this figure dressed in full black. Not an ounce of any other color on it. It was like a 3D shadow, okay? I look out my window, and the shadow figure is looking straight down, like straight down. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, what the hell is this, you know? And I was thinking it was just somebody being weird, right? Because I'm like, okay. And then I said, yeah, the Met Gala, there you go. She had to try it out on me first. Ridiculous, but anyway. But I look over, and I see this thing, and it's kneeling down. And I'm like, okay, that's just someone messing around. Maybe it's one of my friends or something. And then when it stood up, I remember my blood ran cold. I remember looking at this thing like I'm in trouble, right? Because when it stood up, and I was probably like maybe 5 feet tall, right? Or maybe 4.5 feet. Anyway, but when this thing stood up, I mean, it towered over me, much bigger than any human I'd ever seen in my life. It was like 9-10 feet tall. And when it stood up, it kind of looked at me a little bit, like it looked at me in a way without looking. Like I knew it was looking at me, but I couldn't see where its eyes were. But right when I observed it, it stood up, right? And right when it stood up, I was looking at it, and it moved at a rate of speed that I could only describe as inhuman, because it didn't move its legs at all. There was no movement to the legs that it had. It just went, right? It just like was gone. And so that was something that was incredible to see. And after that, I called my dad. I tried to get him to help me, and not really, you know, the flash. Kinda, yeah, actually. It was so fast I didn't see anything move. The only thing I saw it move was its body when it was standing up. And I remember when it was standing up, the way it was standing up was really slow, and I saw every single inch, and it just kept getting taller and taller and taller. Yes, Gold Nose, what is your question? It was scary, and someone told me it was a Native American spirit. It started with a Y, I can't remember what it was. It didn't hurt me though, and I never saw it again. But yeah, that was one of those moments where I realized there's a little bit more to this life than whatever the hell I think is going on. It was crazy. Interesting. But crazy. Okay, Gold Nose, yeah, that qualifies as a question that I think we can look into. Let's look at that for you. I'm sorry to hear that happened. Welcome to the channel, though, and let's see. Yeah, that's not good. That's not a good situation. I do too, Mac. I do too. Okay, let's do this here. I did. Yes. No, that wasn't the pinky. That wasn't the pink. I can try it now, though. I can try it now. Let's see. That was my neck. Okay. So let me do this. We'll see if it cracks. We'll see if it cracks. And then I'll do the question here, so. Oh, Mac, you're fine. If I canceled you for your grammar, I'd have to cancel me for mine. There's a reason why I'm talking and not typing. I'm horrible at sentence stuff. Context, no. Grammar. Syntax, no. Well, my English teacher would have probably died when she saw that I couldn't write a sentence, so let's do this here. Okay. He's the anti-punctuator. Yeah, if such a thing exists, we've got it. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the best angle for this. Camera, there we go. So, I'm sorry I keep doing this. See if it cracks. Hold on. Let me stand up here. It won't do it. I'll wait. I'll wait, Mac. It'll do it. Once or twice a day, it does it. So it's just not there yet. But when you hear it, it's ridiculous and it feels amazing. It sounds like it hurts really bad because it sounds like I'm pulling my bone and then it slingshots back a little bit. You want a comma? He can give you a run-on sentence the size of Trump's. That's a big run-on sentence, isn't it? Standing up and everything. I tried, man. I tried. I want to give you guys that crack. Man just looks like a baby tangerine. You know what? We get political. I'm all for it. That is a caricature of a human. He is a walking caricature of what a human could be, but he's real. You know, it's like if you described this to somebody, people would be like, that doesn't exist. There's no way. And it's like, yeah, it does. Unfortunately. You want to give us crack? I do. I want to give you guys the crack. No, Mac, that was mean. I hope Johnny wins. I seriously think Amber Heard is I think she's making a farce of the whole justice system. In my opinion, I think that she's just a manipulator. But I don't think Johnny was innocent either. I think he did things too, but I think Amber blew it way out of proportion. Again, my thoughts. But let's look at this for... Need a bed, shit on? She's your... Exactly. Okay. Your apartment complex caught on fire today. Just wondering the extent of the damage. Okay. Did Golden O's apartment get affected? Man, I'm feeling cold energy around my hand right now. Do you know if there was a spirit that passed, or if was there any animals in the building, or I almost felt like a cat's energy. Maybe there was no pets allowed, though. I don't know. Okay, Golden O's. Here's what I've got. We have 8 of Pentacles in reverse. We have Page of Wands. Yes, there were cats that passed. Okay. Yeah, I could feel I didn't like that. I don't think there's any way she could win. Aside from bribery, I watched the trial and it was bad for her. Yeah, it was. From the neighbors that lived in the building, I could feel that. I could feel that animal that passed. But they're in a better place. They're okay. They're fine. Their little souls are still around. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I didn't like feeling that either. So, 8 of Pentacles in reverse. Page of Wands. And Temperance. Yeah, that's sad. I hate that too. I hate thinking about that. I know, guys. I shouldn't have said anything, but I have to say what I'm feeling. And you guys are just kind of there, so I'm sorry about that. But I did feel a little fur baby on my hand, and so I just wanted to say that. I'm hoping it's okay. I really am, Golden O's. I'm hoping it's okay. Part of me is thinking there may be some damage. Hopefully it's not too bad. I'm hoping it's not too bad, but Temperance being in reverse and the 8 of Pentacles being in reverse with the Page of Wands, which is a fire card, I'm hoping it's not bad. I'm really hoping it's not bad, but I would say prepare for the worst, hope for the best. I know that sounds pessimistic, but that's kind of what I'm seeing there, and I'm sorry that happened. I'm so sorry that happened. But yeah, I wish it was different, but Temperance being in reverse is about balance, and there's fire and oil that's represented in Temperance, or fire and water, depending on how you look at it. And 8 of Pentacles being in reverse is kind of like, and then a lot of this is saying there could be a fire. Hopefully, though, it's not bad. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad, and hopefully people can get some peace, you know? Do you know what caused the fire? Does anyone know what happened? And Again, sorry about that. That sucks. Propane, oh my god. Propane gas explosion on the porch. Jeez, that's... My god. Somebody grilling on the porch. What's going on with you, Future is Bright? I don't know about that, Chim. I'm hoping not. I felt a cat's energy for sure when we were mentioning the building, but I hope no one died. We'll look at that. Golden O's. To me, when I was looking at that, and what do you mean the future by did something with your blood using magic? You're currently at your parents' home. Well, at least you have a spot for a second. I felt like I heard the name Seth. Why would I hear the name Seth? It was like an S name. But it felt like Seth, or it felt like... Anyway. You don't hear that name very often. But, I don't know. Anyway. No, it sucks to go back there. What do you mean there's something with your blood? I'm confused. And why are we going to your sister? Why... You gotta fill me in here, the future is bright, because right now you're not making sense. Does it really, Chim? Why, Future is bright, why would she steal your blood from the hospital? And how? How does someone steal blood from a hospital? I'm hoping so too, Golden O's. I think the future, I think you're okay. It just sounds like maybe you need some sleep. Because to me, you're not making a lot of sense. Because I don't know why she would do it either. Or how she had access. Okay, she works at the hospital. Why would she steal your blood, though? And how do you know she stole your blood? I'm really confused. Did the nurses call you specifically and say your blood's gone and your sister stole it? Or what's going on here? Yeah, man. It's getting late. It's getting late. So, Jim, what's your question? Whoa, that's cool. Yeah, Jim, you go ahead and ask your question. There was a power outage at the hospital and they took your blood draw. Okay. I think it was. I think it was Gold Nose, but I'm hoping it's not too much. I'm hoping it's not too much. I would say prepare for the worst, hope for the best. To me, it looked like there could have been some damage, though. But hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. I definitely did feel the cat, though. I'm sorry, Gold Nose. That's just what I was getting, but hopefully I'm wrong, right? I don't want to be right with that. I want you to have some place to live, because that sucks. I'm sorry that happened. Can you, if the future is bright, can you talk to her? Or, you know? So, Chim, I was picking up on the name Seth because of you. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, because the name Seth just popped in for some reason. I would say the future is bright. Ask your sister and maybe see what's going on there. To me, this sounds pretty bizarre. I don't know. Not at all. She's been very weird the last year. Categories sage. Yeah, I would say use some sage. She's gonna lie about it. I'm sorry, the future. I don't. Sounds a little out of my league here. I'm not really sure what the hell. I hope you find someone that can help you, though. No, Rio, it's not open anymore. I'll be on Wednesday, though. 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So your friend Seth, okay. I said it too. I said it. If you want to, the future is bright. Try saging. I think I said that though. Try saging, or, you know. It sounds kind of far-fetched to me, the future. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't understand why someone would do that. Especially at a hospital that she works at, that she could get in trouble for, and she stole your IDs. I'm thinking, why would she risk her job to steal your blood? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I know that blood has power. I know that. But I'm trying to understand, you know, why someone would do it, you know? Well, let's see what happens. And if you have to, do I have sage? Yes. I've got sage behind. Yes, I got sage behind me. Oh yeah, absolutely. You guys don't worry about me. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. I take care of myself. After I get done with these, I do, it's a 5-10 minute grounding, and then I sage, and I make sure I'm okay. I appreciate it, though. You guys are very nice. I know you just want to take care of me. You don't have to worry. I couldn't do this if I didn't take care of myself. Especially for what's going on, 8 hours, I think. Yes, it can. Absolutely. Absolutely, Crystal. I agree. Yeah, don't worry. I'm always grounding. I'm always focusing on centering. That's insane. So, Golden Nose, are you still here? I was shuffling the cards like a madman. And now Temperance is upright. And then you still had the Page of Wands, but this time you have the Nine of Pentacles. Hopefully it's a teeny setback. Hopefully it's a teeny setback. And I'm hoping that's the case there. But, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Okay. Oh, the legs. All right, everyone. Oh, no, I was going to do Chim's reading. That's what I was going to do. Well, I picked up on the name Seth before you said it, so let me see if I can pick up on anything else. The future is bright. I don't know. It just sounds, it seems a little off to me. I'm just going to read Chim. I'm sorry, my friend, but I don't think your sister stole your blood and your ID. It just seems, I don't know. That doesn't seem right to me. If I'm wrong, but yeah, that just doesn't seem like, I'm just not believing it, I guess. Okay. So, let me see, Chim, what we can get here. The future is bright. I'm sorry, I don't believe you. So you have a choice here. You can stay here and, it's just not something I feel, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to me. So I'm sorry if it did happen to you. For some reason, I'm just not feeling it. So, yeah. Okay. Let's see what we can find for you, Chim. Seth. Yes, Queen 9, I am still here. The future, get the police, talk to your sister, do whatever you need to do. In this situation that you're talking about, it sounds a little kooky, okay? I don't think your sister stole your blood and your IDs. I just don't think so. And I wouldn't know what advice to give someone if their sister was still in their blood and their IDs. I'm sorry, I'm not believing it. But you can go to another person. I'm sure there's someone else, right? You can do that. But it's just not something I feel, I don't know, it just doesn't feel genuine to me, so. All right, so. All right, Jim, let me see what I can find here. I think so. The future is bright. If you can get some rest, I'd get some rest, because it does sound a little far-fetched to me. Okay. So, Chim, right? When I'm looking at this energy with Seth, no, Ling, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're more than welcome here, guys. When I'm doing anything, please feel free to talk. Okay? That's what this is. Hold on a second here. No, well, thank you, Ling. It's I'm just looking at the comments. My eyes, if you guys didn't notice, the screen I have in front of me is kind of small, and so I have to squint and look. So Chim, I was seeing something that was 3 years ago for some reason. It's like I'm seeing something that was 3 years ago, and it's like these layers stacked on top of each other. And it feels to me like a lot would have to happen for things to be moving in that direction. It's not impossible, though. It just feels to me like organically it seems like it's kind of far away. And I'm seeing steps that would have to be taken, but it feels like stones or pebbles that I'm seeing stacked on top of each other. It feels precarious in a way. But it sounds like this person meant a lot to you, and so maybe in the future there could be a reconnection. But right now, there's this distance that I'm sensing. It's not really distance, though, but it's kind of like a pulling, right? Like, it just feels like right now you're not meant to be in each other's lives. Possibly later you could be. I don't see why not, if that was something. But that's kind of what I'm picking up on. The 3 stones, then there was a Zen right there. So maybe this person's in a time of their life where they're kind of focusing on themselves anyway. But if they were kind to you, and that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. I think I could sense that, because like I said, I had that name Seth come through. And I think that was because you were thinking of the question, or, that was something you were wanting to ask. I didn't sense any negativity when I felt the name Seth, and so it feels to me like they're just doing their own thing, but I'm not feeling a connection there anymore like it was. It doesn't mean that there isn't one. It just means if it's minute and you guys haven't been around each other, if I'm trying to connect you two, it's like I'm taking a tiny little spider silk thread and I'm connecting you two. But all you'd have to do is move slightly and that connection breaks. So it's not strong. It's not a strong connection. Doesn't mean it's not connected. We're all connected in some way. Something pretty traumatic happened 3 years ago, so you get that. Okay, and we don't need to go into that. I understand that. But it was 3 that I was seeing, and it felt like 3 years. And so the base rock was big. The middle rock was a smaller one, and then the top one was very small. And maybe that could have been the healing process you went through over 3 years. Would you say that you're in a healing place now, or is it still something that is very hard for you to think about? And again, you don't have to tell me what it is. I understand these things are kind of difficult, so. No, totally get it. Just clarifying. Okay. Good. Because it felt like, it does feel like there's still more to focus on and to heal. But when you're ready to heal. And depending on what it is and how you feel about it, it's going to be really important how you approach that healing. If it is big and it's something all at once, because generally speaking, we're not talking about small emotions when we're talking about trauma. We're talking about a lot of emotions that get caught in the psychic energy, right? I feel like there can be a lot of anxiety and stress from unexpressed psychic emotion. And when I say that, it's like the subconscious of the emotion. If you think of the emotion as being an iceberg, okay? the way we express it can only be so much on the top of the water. Underneath is where a lot of the expression lies, and there's the subconscious. That's why when trauma happens, it takes so long to heal, is because you're constantly diving and finding new things. You're going back into your own water, and you're grabbing new things to explore and to understand, right? In this case here, there's still healing that needs to be done, but you are making progress. Right, the subconscious is your shadow self. Now you want dumplings too. Oh, Mac. I want dumplings. That sounds good. But who am I kidding? I'm just going to have sleep for dinner, so... But you are healing, and you don't need to... Okay, actually, I need to say this right now. Can I ask you, Chim, do you force yourself to feel emotion sometimes? I almost saw someone, it was like they were grabbing a plunger and they were trying to pull something out, but it felt like there was nothing there, but we were forcing something. I'm not saying you do that, but it felt like, we were trying to pull something out that wasn't quite there. And maybe I'm seeing that wrong, but it felt like something. Every day, okay. Why do you... Or this can be a talk we have where we're not on here, if that's something you feel more comfortable with. So it's up to you. I just want you to feel safe more than anything, so... But emotion can be difficult. And if you're someone who is masking, I get it. I can understand that. Anyway, I'm kind of just babbling on here. There's healing here. There's healing that's going on. There's tons of energy that feels like it's getting unraveled. Okay. We'll do that then. We'll get some sleep. Okay, and we can talk about this. Obviously I'm tired. I know you're tired. It's almost 4 a.m. It's way past your bedtime, young lady. It's way past my bedtime too. You're good. I completely understand. We'll talk in private, and we'll see what we can kind of do there. Like I said, I think I'm going to have sleep for dinner, and then I'm off to bed. Yes, Ling, 7 hours. You bet your ass. That sounded more weird than it came out of my mouth. 7 hours. You betcha. There you go. That's Canadian for you. Oh, you betcha. Or no, is that Minnesota? That's Minnesota. Damn it. Damn it. Canada. Anyway. All right, everyone. I'm going to be live on Instagram tomorrow at 5. And I'll see you guys there. So go on there. If you want to add me on Instagram, tell me that I'm your favorite, because I need that. I need the validation or I will shrivel up and die. Okay, I can only stay this young because you guys are so nice. So tomorrow is ballet day. Awesome, Ling. Awesome. Awesome. Good night, everybody. I will see you guys later. And yeah, see you guys. Take care, everyone. Toodaloo.